Some boy.
Being creative?
Some boy.
What's that sound? Come on.
Come on. Get up, what up? What's that sound? Come on.
Hello my friends and welcome on in to the third edition of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. I am your girl TK Layla and once again I am joined by the wonderful Mizuki, who is now chilling over at Breeze, I see. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, getting into that summer feeling. I've got a trip to Greece in like a month's time, so just getting ready for it, you know, feeling the vibes and looking forward to some really great matches this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and same here as well. It's been great. It's been a good old busy month. There's been a whole lot of changes to both our agents and to our weapon pool, and the meta has been developing quite nicely, it must be said. But we are going to be getting ourselves sorted in just a moment for our first match of the day, which will be between F5 and TGH Luna. They have both already done battle already. I think one of them might have had a bye, if I'm not mistaken. TGH Luna had that bye. F5 taking out Snipe Monkers by 2 points to 0. So it'll be interesting to see what both of these teams have on offer for us.
Yeah, but before I jump into that, I just want to get everybody a little bit more hyped for this tournament because, of course, this is the third iteration. It's gotten bigger and bigger with every single event, and this one is just absolutely massive. And there are some really cool teams, some particular teams that I'm hoping for everybody to keep an eye out for on the bracket and hopefully on the broadcast as well. Of course, one of those teams is going to be Gangsters. They came third, fourth in the Huntress Trials 2, so a very good placing there. And then they came third in the recent Girls House tournament. So that's two really great placements. And they were competing against a lot of the teams that are in this tournament as well, such as Project X, who came second in that tournament, losing out to Chat Band in Huntress Trials 2 in the round of 16. And Chat Band is another team that I want us to be looking out for because in that same Huntress Trials 2, they came second with a slightly lower placing in Girls House, losing to Kafala, who is, yes, another team to look out for because they came fourth in the Girls House. So these are four really, really stellar teams, and each one of them are going to be in this tournament, and I'm so looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to us. But of course, first and foremost, we've got to get through this round of 16, and like you mentioned, Layla, it's the Goose House Lunar versus F5. Goose House having had the bye, so didn't need to worry too much about that first game, and F5 coming through a nice little best of three on top, 2-0. And this is good news for them because in the last two tournaments in which they competed, the last one was Girls House. They got knocked out of the quarters by RixGG, otherwise known as Legals. We all remember Legals. They've competed in the last two Huntress Trials events. They did very well. They came second in the previous one. So we know who they are. In the previous tournament, in HT2, they got F5, got knocked out in the round of 16 by Legals. So in the last two tournaments that they competed in, they got knocked out by the same team. And unfortunately, that team is not going to be in this tournament today. It's unfortunate for us, but it's great news for F5 because it means that they're not going to be running into that same wall again.
Yeah, you do like to hear that. You never want to lose to the same team like over and over and over again. Oof. It gets quite disheartening after a while. But as you mentioned, like the girls not being in this competition this time around means that we only have one former winner of the Huntress Trials with us, and they are the reigning champions, Oxygen Esports. They will be doing battle against Vanished in their round. Obviously, we won't be able to stream that, unfortunately. There's a lot of matches happening. Do remember that this is single elimination, so it very much means that every match that you see today very much matters.
Absolutely. And just a little bit more about Goose House, because of course, so I mentioned F5 a little bit. They haven't changed too much in the last couple of events. They've had one roster change. They lost out on Maki, and they've brought in Pix Uwu, which I believe this is her first event with F5. So we're going to be keeping an eye on her, seeing how she does with the rest of the team. And then for the Goose House, this is a team made up of former Lux Nova players Feint and Medica, and then former banished players, Gina, Nessa, and Beth. And Gina and Nessa were also on Unlucky in the very first Huntress Trials. So these are some seasoned ladies. They've been in each of the Huntress Trials events. They've been in some of the Girls' House events. There's a lot of firepower, a lot of star power there. F5 have also, as I mentioned, competed in quite a few of these tournaments as well. They've had a bit of a hard run of it, constantly getting knocked out by RixGG Lightning. But they have an opportunity here to make something for themselves. This is kind of a important tournament for them because the team that's kind of been their bane for the last few tournaments isn't here. So they need to really take this opportunity and run with it.
You're absolutely right, and we're glad to see what they all have on offer, especially when we go into our first of the matchups. Remember, these are best of threes, so both our teams will be banning on our stage listing, which unfortunately does not include Breeze. We will not have Breeze in the competition today, so it will still be our usual 5 of Bind, Haven, Ascent, Split, and Icebox. I can tell by that tone you're already disappointed there's no Breeze, but them's the rules.
It's a bit sad. At least I get to be on Breeze. The players can't be, but I'll be there and we can all be on Breeze in spirit, I guess. And speaking of maps, it looks like our map bans have just come in. Bind and Split have been banned out, Layla, and that means that we've got Haven, Icebox, no, wait, Bind, Ascent, not Bind. I don't know, production seem really confused by what they're trying to tell us right now.
Well,
okay, Haven, Icebox, Ascent. That's our map pool for today.
which means, and I can't believe I get to say this, we are guaranteed Icebox no matter what happens, because we'll have to play the first 2 matches either way. So yeah, Icebox second. I love the fact the second you change away from Icebox, boom, Icebox is picked.
It does seem a little sad. I can't believe they've done this to me. But it's okay, because I absolutely love Icebox. And of course, Haven and Ascent, these 3 maps are fairly similar, so it's unsurprising to see them all kind of lumped up together. In fact, Bind and Split, the combination of banning those 2 maps has actually been really popular in Masters 2 as well. So I'm not sure what's going on in Valorant at the moment, but everyone seems to hate Bind and Split, and everybody adores Haven, Icebox, and Ascent. And given that it's going to be those 3 maps, I'm expecting a little bit of that Viper play that I love so much.
I was literally about to mention that exact thing. Like, you know, flashback to like a few months back when we were just like, no one picks Icebox. Everybody just doesn't like Icebox. But suddenly, Viper enters the meta, and Icebox suddenly becomes a viable option. So, yeah, there you go.
It's really exciting because she has so much kit. Now that they've added that instant decay, they did nerf it a little bit because it was quite strong, but it's still there in a slightly smaller iteration. So as soon as you walk into some of that utility, you've already lost 30 HP, and that's before the continuous decay starts to set in. It's so good for like shutting down smokes, or rather shutting down chokes. But of course, that's going to be our second map, with our first map being Haven. Now, there is a bit of potential for the Viper on Haven, specifically for some C-long plays, but I don't expect to be seeing too much of that for our first map. I think it's going to be a more kind of stable composition with that Astra, the Sova, either a Killjoy or a Cypher. More likely to be the Killjoy, I think. And then, of course, your duelists, probably a Jet and or Phoenix. There's a lot of options to work with here, but I think it's going to be fairly straightforward. Hoping for some Yoru. We did see some of that on the Master stage, but definitely would be surprised to see that one come out.
Yeah, I was going to say, Yoru is still very much a... can we call it a niche pick? if that, like, we generally just don't really see much of Yoru, bless them, but... to be fair, like you were mentioning, Jet is generally a good go-to for your, like, you generally see a Jet in there, and then it's also like a toss-up between the Phoenix and the Raze. A Killjoy was always going to be nice in defense, but generally speaking, you're wanting to have a Jet on your team, and obviously with that Jet comes the wonderful combination of the Op, which very much is still very much heavily present.
Yeah, absolutely. We get a lot of that up play, and like you said, the Raze so good for those small enclosed areas. Looking forward to seeing what these girls are going to be throwing at us. I don't want to speculate too much. I'd like to leave some room for surprise.
And we are going to get our agent picks locked in place right now. So it will be TGH on the left-hand side of your screen. On defense, it will be they'll be starting off in defense, whereas on the attacking side will be F5, and already we're going to see a Cypher being locked in alongside the Sova, so nice to see the Cypher has not gone away from the meta just yet.
Well, I think that the Cypher is still really great on a map like Haven just because of being able to shut down potential flanks. Those tripwires are so good, particularly on a map, like I said, like Haven, where you have so many avenues that you can move through. So I'm glad to see that that's still happening. The Sage pick is a fun one. We've seen some really interesting walls, and if people go for that really spicy B execute where you put up the Sage wall, it doesn't tend to work too often, but there's some utility that you can get out of that. And as we mentioned, the Jets are up. Well, one Jet. There's definitely raises for both teams, like I said, to just abuse some of those small choke points. The biggest interest here for me is the Omen versus the Astra. Now, of course, the Omen is fantastic for that teleport, but the Astra has so much more utility, and using that wall to shut down sound so that you can get rotations out. I'm not sure if I like picking the Omen over the Astra, but I want to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and obviously on top of that, if you haven't seen Chicago in previous matches as well, they do like to ping in that Sky as well, so it'll be interesting to see how Sky does in all of this as well. Like I said, interesting picks back and forth between the two teams.
Yeah, it's always nice to not have to see a mirror matchup, because that I feel tends to be a little bit too easy to figure out how the teams play. When there's a little bit more variety in composition, then you start to think, all right, well, what is the specific strategy, the specific thought process behind this particular agent? But we're going to be jumping straight into the game here with a very, very early Sage Ball to shut down Garage.
It does not surprise me in the slightest, and the pistol round is always a very nervy start, especially when it is the first match on stream. And Gina thought about grabbing that orb, trying to bait out with the sound cube, but not going to take it for the time being. Quickly rotates back towards the area. And Pixu is going to try and get some information. Not really much that they'd like to relay, but still.
Out of charges.
Might have been able to spot the head just above the canister on the site, so that would give a little bit of information. But here we're going to get the Trailblazer coming through to see. Gets a little bit of information there, the Tasmanian Devil, but a nice distraction with the recon dot.
Yeah, and the push is absolutely happening now. Everyone's coming on in, guns ablaze, and the spike is going to go down on the left-hand side there, so Beth not that far away from that spike at all, and the smoke does go down. Quickly takes the corner, but nobody is there, and does not win out the exchange either. So the frenzy of the Jet does get an actual drop in there, and it continues 2 versus 3, 1 versus 3. It is just the Omen and a Ghost. This is going to be a very hard one for them to win, but they're holding this down as best they can.
38 HP and a dream. Ooh, doesn't tap the spike. Oh, swings into the smoke and gets shut down. Solid round here from F5. They got the early information. They moved on to site. And there's that recon dot that I was talking about a little bit earlier on. As she turns around to swing on it, managed to get the information on the raise as well. Drops her down to the ground. Great post-plant positions here from F5. Had every angle covered. And THG Luna just kind of fall to the wayside there. Now it's all about, do they force up? And no, they're not going to force up this round. I've seen that trend a lot recently, and it's really weird to me, so I'm glad to see they're going to be sticking with their pistols while F5 go for a little bit of an upgrade.
Nice to see people be a little bit more safer rather than just immediately going all out. And speaking of all out, though, that is a double immediately for Fate, and that is a very good shot from Pixu to bring this back down to a level playing field.
Oh man, please nerf shotguns. They're so ridiculously overpowered. In fact, a round 2 judge is quite an investment, but works out, pays dividends.
Spike planted.
Oh, what a beautiful defense there to allow the plant to go through. The spike is down, and the last 2 players for TGH, really low HP here.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and no. Fane, no! Fane literally turned away at the worst possible moment, and it gifts F5 that point in the end. Free surviving for them. And you gotta feel for them. That was just unfortunate.
Oh, you hate to see that. Didn't clear the angles deep enough, only checked the left side, ignores the right side entirely, and pays dearly for it. Might actually have been able to win out that 1v1, but not to be. And now again, true to form, we're going to see the TGH ladies full buy up here. Interesting to note that they're running 3 Vandals, where Phantom seems to be the order of the day recently, particularly in this heavy smoke meta. You know, Phantoms don't have those tracer rounds, so a little bit easier to spam through. But, of course, the Vandal, you can get a lot of value down range, and with C-Long being a thing, not too surprising that they would opt to go for a little bit more distant firepower.
Not surprised in the slightest. But no, neither team gonna lose out anyone just yet. A lot of utility being deployed by the Cypher. Quickly returns a little bit and regroups back towards the center. Nobody wants to take that early poke, and you get the feeling that Luna are just like almost anticipating another A, since that is where it's been for the past 2 pushes so far. But F5 trying to play that to their advantage, trying to lurk around a little bit. Might still be and ahhing about a beat here.
Speaking of the lurk, Medica trying to get something done, gets spotted out, manages to retreat at least, so the lurk gets shut down, but it looks like F5 are going for a B hit, and well, I'm not a fan of the B hit, but let's see if they can make something happen.
Yeah, you generally see A or C going up, but that's going to be another drop, so F5 will lose 2 in there, and yet despite all of that, still managed to get the spike down, and finally get 1 back, but it is just the Astra, and surely that will be that. It is, they're down, and that will be a defuse, and that will be TGH on the boards.
Well, they had the gun advantage, which was always going to be a big one, and then they had the advantage of F5 going for the B hit, which is my least favorite of every map, of every site in every map. It is the one that I will always criticize, because it's the easiest one to defend. We see it time and time again, and unless you have some big ultis or you manage to take early control of the links, it's so difficult to actually get a plant down there. And we've just seen that play out in front of us. They weren't able to get that spike down, and now F5 are forced onto a very janky buy. They're not able to full buy up here, and THG Lunar looking a little bit better off in this round 4.
As we start our 4th point, wall already down through the gate, and that's going to be part of the gate immediately rinsed on down. Again, F5 buying the time, another quick little flash. Beth does manage to look away in time and jets the heck out of that and gets themselves a pick in the process. So 5v4 advantage for the time being, but it looks like Cypher is still trying to get some form of information around C area. I don't think they realize there's somebody waiting for them though.
I like this slower approach to the site. And unfortunately, they already lost 1 down in sewer, so definitely not really feeling themselves on this one. But it looks like they're going for the A hit again, opting not to go for that weird B push. They do have the Cypher lurk a little bit more towards C. They actually dropped the trap really high up in C as well. Oh no, they didn't drop the trap there. So she's holding on to her trap, waiting for a good time to actually put it down.
Jab being caught on the back foot, but stays alive for the time being. But it has given chance for Cypher to come right back into this. Astra goes down, and so too does Sky. Finally, they do at least get the pick of their own. But it's a 3v2. Make that! Oh my goodness me! That's a triple!
1 enemy remaining.
No, no! Oh, great spray transfer there, but Nessa with the judge cleans it up.
30 seconds.
I don't think she came into the round with that judge. I think she picked that up, knowing that it was going to be that kind of close quarters fight to the death at the end there, and a great utilization of that judge, particularly combined with that paranoia. Fantastic play there. That's another round for Luna. And now we've got the operator on the board, and F5 are forced down to an eco. So this is pretty much a round in the bag for Lunar, assuming, of course, we can see those shots get hit from Beth.
I mean, I was going to say, we have seen some recent Valorant shenanigans where these kind of strange things have still managed to go in the favor when you least expect it. So we'll soon find out, but you would assume the TGH would have the advantage here, and they're gonna go for that poke. Actually get themselves a double! An aggressive Sage on the get-go.
Last player standing.
No! Flawless? Flawless!
Oh, wow. That was so unfortunate, because the flash actually came through and connected. But Angelica just wasn't able to actually connect those shots. And while Medica gets this orb, some great cover from Nessa to make sure she's able to finishes the round off with the 3K. And once again, full buy, obviously. Luna didn't lose any players, but F5 are back in the game now, where they've managed to full buy up once again. And like I said, a lot of those Vandals coming through. We're seeing that still being heavily favored here, so hopefully it nets them the results that they're hoping for. As once again, I mean, go again and again and again. This time I'm curious to see which site they're gonna hit. They haven't really tried for B yet, you know, that kind of garage push, oh sorry, not B, to C. The garage push and then pushing up long. The operator's on B, so if they did choose to go for the C hit, there's some potential there to try and dodge out the operator, but it looks like it's gonna be another A hit.
Yeah, you just get the sinking feeling that A is going to be the way to go for this entire round, it seems. And again, another tripwire is waiting for them to just like peek on through, and Gina hoping to get themselves a pick of their own, but quickly rotates out, knowing full well that the target's probably going to come out, spots the tripwire, and that will be that done and dusted. Oh!
Medica seem to be... Those shots seem to go a little wild. Oh, but Nessa has got the angle.
Again, patiently waited, and another headshot! A headshot from there, you love to see it, and that gives the Omen the double. It is still a 3v3 at the very least, and we are going to see a push going to C. Great shot!
Such good prediction from Beth. She knew that the Seekers coming up meant that they were going to push up behind it. Doesn't shoot the Seekers, but instead goes for the upshot, but dies to Angelica. No! Oh, that could have been such a good round for Luna, but what a fantastic round from F5. The distraction that they created towards C long, and all the while, this is what I was talking about, that garage push, pushing up C long. I'm glad that they swapped up their strategy for this round because it worked so well. They managed to get all those picks towards garage, push onto the site, and when it's the last person left alive and they whip that last off shot, very easy follow-up. Now, Luna still able to full buy up, apart from Beth being a little bit of a glass cannon, but that was a pivotal round for F5, and they're coming into this one with two very big ultimates, so we'll see if they can continue their streak.
Yeah, and it looks like a full-on push to C is on the horizon as well. Bixu again trying to get information, and she's gonna go that, and here comes the showstopper immediately. That's a lot of utility coming on in. No dice with the showstopper, but it is gonna be Cypher who drops it down. Double for Raze as they take out the Omen in the midst of all of that, and that will be a plant on C.
Gina! A great little flick there. But it's going to be very difficult to try and take this one back. The Cosmic Divide is up from F5. A little bit of a sound cue. Gina manages to get a second. She's evened out the numbers here and pops her showstopper.
Can she get any proper purchase with it as well? Not quite. Sage actually gets the raise as well, and has actually turned this number advantage right the opposite way. Cypher is down. It's just the Astra in a 4v1. They'll get the headshot, but they won't get any more than that. That will be a defuse, and that will be TJH Luna taking that point when, honestly, with the way that started, you're surprised to see F5 not win that in the end.
Honestly, Gina played such a pivotal role there, but another big issue was how far back F5 were holding their defense. They had no ultimates really to justify holding so far away. Now, sometimes you can just kind of peek out, you kind of wait for the sound of the tap spike, then maybe you swing out and get the picks while the potential defuse is going through. But for them to have held so far back without having really any utility to justify it, kind of shot themselves in the foot there. They did have one on site, but of course Gina came through with some fantastic gunmanship there. And that's a couple of ultimates used from F5. So now from both of these teams, very few ultimates across the board. And Medica is gonna, like, they've had it with these C shenanigans. They're gonna completely shut that down with a wall. And that's gonna, for the time being anyway, force the spike to move towards A.
Potentially. They're still not fully committing just yet. And again, both Cyphers, as you pretty much alluded to, both teams have an ult left, and both of them with the Cypher. Ironically enough, TGH has just had the Omen ult ping up on there as well, so a little bit to play with to really mess with the heads of F5 if they choose to do so, but obviously they're not going to bite anytime soon. Grenades going out. Angel tries to get the hit with the Ghost, but actually it's a trade. I think it's a trade. I think they got it with a grenade.
Yeah. the the paint shells coming in clutch, I guess. A bit of a surprise there, but the two Razors will take each other down. And the spike has started to move, in the interim, over towards the C site. TGH have, of course, clocked that very quickly. Didn't actually manage to...
Spike down.
And Nessa gets a kill in the midst of all of that going on. So it's a 3v2. Make that a 3v1. Make that a 3-0. Luna again with another point on the bag. And wow, that again just turned in an instant.
Spike down.
I loved that kind of Omen TP to get out of the Hunter's Fury once the recon bolt had come through, but at that point, you know, Beth with the operator as well, just a really, really solid retake from TGH. They have some really good retakes. I think the best bet for F5 is going to be going for those A hits, but they need to sort out their post-plant positions. Now, C is fairly easy to retake. It can be difficult since there are only 2 entryways, but it's enemy kill. You still have a decent opportunity to split up focus. So A might be the best bet, but if Beth stays on A, I mean, never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, again, like your Jet, you kind of wander up and expect somebody to turn around that corner, and it doesn't really matter where you hit, you're probably going to get yourselves a pick. And with that, it's already a player advantage for TGH. And F5 rethinking their strategy, they're going away from A, and maybe looking like another B, maybe even a C at this stage, but again, only time will tell, and it does look like they are finally starting to go around. C might be the call.
Sage wall is broken down, so they're moving towards garage. Now the Cypher Cam is going to spot out that there's nothing on B. They know that there's nothing on A because they have a few set up on A. The Tripwire has just given the information that they're in garage, so now the rotation is going to start to come through. This would actually be a prime opportunity for F5 to pull back and go to A, but it looks like they're going to commit.
And they've gotten the better of it so far. 2 managing to go down. Vegeta gets one on the back as well. So it's a 3v3 situation. Feint is going to spot where it's going to spot and immediately quickly rotates back. But that is going to be a plant onto C. Enemies have been revealed at the very least. But this is going to be interesting. Another flag. No, stopped!
Absolutely shut down by Chicago there. Feint tries to make something happen. It's all down to Beth with the operator. 1v3, whiffs the shot. Some great work there from F5 to get onto the site. I like the way that they approached that. I was a little concerned at first after they'd given away so much information and had kind of caused that rotation to come so quickly. But there, right there that we just saw, they swing out as a 3-stack and Pixie was able to get 2 kills off the back of that. And then I kind of spoke about how their post plants had been lackluster previously. This time around, they managed to shut it down quite nicely with really good control of the site, making sure that no matter where Luna tried to push out from, they were just going to walk into someone's crosshairs. And now as we move over onto the next one, we saw the neural theft being burned from Luna, but F5 still have theirs available. But it is the only ult... Oh, there's still the Omen TP. Luna have actually managed to build up yet... they've managed to hold on to that TP for this long. Haven't had a chance to actually use that yet.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Beth going all the way up and gets the headshot immediately, but the smoke up as well. And that is going to be a very quick pick for them. But the rest of F5 have made it, and that's a dangerous place for Angel to be. Gets away with it. Very nice use of the package to just give themselves that little height, but unfortunately it's not enough as Feint does finally get the pick, but it's going to get traded out. They're trading left and right here. It's a 4v2 advantage for Luna. Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Oh no, Nessa. I shouldn't laugh, but they're like, just the positioning of that TP just to get into the middle of the site. Oh man, and didn't actually cancel the teleport either, which is the worst part because you see the person on site. Here it is in slow motion. No, don't do it to him.
Boom.
You did it to them. You did it to them.
You gotta feel for them. It's just like the second you see it, and it's like, well, we gave you a chance. You accepted it, so
Oh, spicy stuff. And in that round, F5 managed to build up 3 more ultimates to complement the neural theft that they still had available. And of course, Luna burned their teleport in that one. F5 looking to potentially make a comeback here, although unfortunately, they're down to pistols, which is not a good position to be in. So looking to probably just kind of lose out this round. Oh no, the flank. Bets on the flank. Oh no. There's a pincer. They're all on the flank.
Spike down mid.
Goodness me. Could you all just calm down for 5 seconds, please? So we got a 4v2 situation. It's going to be Luna immediately. Look how far back Medica is. As Pixuru is going to have to try and just get on with this here. The cage is not going to give them much. I think they realize now that someone is probably behind them, and this is dangerous.
I'm surprised that we didn't see a banging through the garage door there, because it was fairly obvious where that shock dart came from. I thought Feint would try and get the kill through onto Pixu, but opts to back away instead, I suppose, not give away the positioning.
You just look at the map and it's just like, literally, they're all in a box. It's like the worst situation for F5.
Oh,
that's a triple for Feint, and that
is.
was... You just feel like that was inevitable.
That was so fun to watch, though, because, like, everyone was going on a potential flank. We had Medica all the way down C long. Then we had Beth coming through A, through sewers, all the way towards the defender's spawn. And it created this massive pincer where F5 could only go in one of two directions. They either have to go garage or they have to go B. And by the time they've decided what they're doing, they're down to 2 players left chilling in garage, trying to find something to do. And again, the pincer just continues to come through. But it was a pistol, so we weren't expecting too much out of that one. Now, however, they are able to buy up. They have 5 ultimates available to them. But of course, they will potentially have to contend with Beth's Blade Storm. It is online, but it hasn't been used just yet. I don't think we won't see that until there's some pressure.
Well, Showstopper going out. The laser goes out as well, but unfortunately, Angel is going to go down. Another Showstopper for Gina on board. That is going to catch nobody either. Like, literally, this is the round before the half, so you pretty much need to use up the ults anyway. And again, more ults being utilized. Button is going to run all the way over to C, but they're going to get met by the Omen. Who is going to blink first? That is going to be the question. Nessa is ready, and Beth does have the op. And it is going to be Nessa who gets the pick first. Can they get anything on the long? They can't. And Beth keeping in that position, keeping in the corner. Pixuru has to make the move. Chaz actually gets a pick in the midst of all of this. And somehow, this might still go the other way. It's a triple for the Astra. And that is going to be the point for F5.
Oh my goodness. That was such a good play. I am actually astounded that she was able to get that much value. Just off the back of that amazing cosmic divide as soon as anybody was peeking out. And she did so well there, kind of strafing back and forth with that blue box. And getting really great sightlines. Like, I'm taken aback that... I think the biggest problem there was that we weren't seeing good swings. Like, if you are going to be trying to defend that in a post-plant... you want to be swinging together. You don't want to push out one by one, and that's exactly what we saw happening. So it was really easy to get the pickoffs there. But now, of course, we're into the second half. Luna are going to be on their attacking side, and at a 7-5 half, it's not too bad for F5. And there's definitely potential to turn it around.
Absolutely is. It's a 2-point game at the moment, but it's going to be Angelica who gets the first pick of the new round. The second pistol round is always a crucial time, especially when it's this close between the two teams. And all of the utility being spent on C long, as finally they start to rotate out just a little bit, and now they're going back towards mid. Or are they? Maybe they'll still go A.
Losing one player, it does change things up a little bit, but it's the old make some noise on one half of the map and then immediately start moving to the other. However, they elephanted through sewers, the sound cues went through, and Sick Button has got the sight on... never mind.
I mean, they did have it on lockdown, but the Sage says, no you don't, not anymore. And once again, we are going to see a plant on the pistol round for the free advantage for F5 at this stage. But so far, Luna are holding on to this site.
Well, they've got one lurking towards the defender spawn, Chicago. And this is the best way that you want to try and mount this post-plant defense, or this retake rather. But that's assuming, no, she doesn't win out the battle, and that's seriously bad news for F5 because they needed that lurk. They needed that extra play, and now they have to try and engage with what they have.
One enemy remaining.
2v2 is a 2v1, and F5 are down. And Luna are going to take the our second pistol round. Just barely holding on with the race, but Sage, again, crucially holding her own.
Honestly, Gina is someone who I remember from the very first Huntress Trials, and she did some fantastic work there, and it's just shining through once again here. Some really, really clutch moments there. So that's going to be the first pistol round of the half now, obviously, as we move into the second one. Team that won the pistol buys up. We've even got a Marshall on the board, which is very interesting to see. But of course, F5 opting to stay saving up. Again, we've been seeing some really weird things happen with some teams forcing up after losing the first pistol. Really glad to see that trend hasn't filtered through to the ladies. We're keeping it, logical here on the ladies' side of Valorant.
Common sense, it does prevail in the end. A lot of ghost hits, but finally they do find their mark, and Angelica is going to get themselves a pick, but unfortunately immediately taken down by Feint, our wonderful little Cypher. So a 4v3 advantage at the moment for Luna, as they and ah about this B push. They are going to try and see if they can do what F5 couldn't, and once again Medica just strolls on through and gets another pick.
That Sage wall is so powerful when you know you're coming up against classics. It takes so much longer to actually break that wall down. So this B hit that I normally absolutely despise, well, it's going to be a fake, because the spike's going to be moving over towards the C site, and F5 haven't clocked it, or they're just looking for upgrades.
Spike
Okay,
planted.
they're going to grab a couple of upgrades and then push their way. They're splitting up, though, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, this could go very badly for them if they're not careful.
enemy
The smoke
remaining.
comes down,
Oh,
and
Nessa.
Nessa again just patiently bides their time and catches them on the back foot. It means it is just Astra versus 3 of Luna, and it looks like they're thinking of backing out already, but you really can't be dropping too many points in the early stages of the second half. But it looks like they are just going to wait their moments, it seems.
I think this is just trying to hold on to the Vandal. It's very seldom that you can pick up one of those, especially in the second round. So hold on to that, save it. My biggest question is, how the hell do you say her name? She's Brelafaf? Maybe?
There's a reason
I don't
why. Yeah, in either case though, they hold on to the weapon. They're just gonna bide their time, but again, you just see that smoke, and that's what I do love about some of the players. A lot of the players in this game. It's like sometimes you don't need to make the first move. If you know the smoke's about to drop down, you just wait for it to drop on the off chance that somebody is already there, and you generally are the first ones to blink first. So it's nice patient play from TGH Luna. It means that they have a 4-point lead. And so far, this second half is all theirs at the moment.
Coming into the bonus round here, but that means that F5 have been able to buy up. So they've definitely got the gun advantage here. It is a swift C hit. Spike is already down, and the slow reactions from F5, it's going to take them a second to get into position for this retake. Especially because TGH Luna, they've got people all the way down C long, and they've also got some on site. So they've got every avenue covered here. This is going to be a very difficult retake.
Oh, wow! A headshot of all things to go through. And that is going to give TGH Luna a great advantage. But F5 not out of it completely. They managed to bring the numbers down 3-2. But now it is just the Rays who actually does get themselves a pick on the board. I don't know if it'll be enough time to defuse that spike. It absolutely won't be. But they managed to get themselves a triple on the board before the Marshal finally ends it.
Oh, wow. Great work there from Beth. That beautiful headshot. At first, destroys the drone, then manages to get such a sick flick onto that head. Beautiful play there. I don't know. I feel like that couldn't have gone any better. That was always going to be a difficult retake, but for them to have shut down the site so well on that post-plant, fantastic. Now F5, once again, forced down to a bit of an eco. They do buy up to a judge and 2 sheriffs, but not too much more than that. The judge makes sense to try and hold some of these close angles. But with TGH Luna on a full buy here, they've also got the res available, so if they lose one, they're going to be able to bring that one back up. Only really going to be contending with a showstopper, but if F5 use that, that is a ridiculously expensive round. So I don't expect to see that come out this round.
Yeah, not just yet. I mean, damage limitations at this stage, but for F5, they really do need to get this second half underway for them, as Medica is going to drop immediately to Chaz. The Sheriff does manage to find the target, and F5 have a player advantage, but the big question is, can they take advantage of this now?
I wonder... I think it's still resible if they choose to. They do need to be careful of a potential lurk. Okay, no. Cypher is retreating back up C-Long, so not too much concern there. And now it's just about finding out that information. Where do we want to go to plant this spike?
Chicago is just waiting there, and you just get this feeling that there might be a poke coming in just a moment.
Nice.
And actually, Gina gets one of them. Will Angelica get the revenge? No, they cannot. It's a double for Gina, and Feint gets in on the action as well. That surely will be a plant on A.
No need to nerf the judge if you take down the agent that's holding it, but that's going to be a showstopper to try and deny any entrance onto the A side. Because yes, the spike is going to go down, and now it's all about those post plants. But in a 4v2, I don't know if I see F5 turning this around. Not on the A side.
Chess manages to get another Sheriff, and again against Gina this time. So 3-2 advantage for TGH Luna. Astra finally gets taken down, and that means it is just the Cypher left for F5, and you just get this. You get the sinking feeling that they're going to retreat this.
Trying to save anything there. It was just the Sheriff. So we come into the next round, and hopefully they'll be able to buy up a little bit here. This was so good. Gina surviving this was absolutely ridiculous. The gravity well comes in, and I think the gravity well is actually part of what saves her. You can actually see Angelica trying so hard to aim at her, and every time she aims, Gina gets sucked into the well, and so she kind of moves out of the crosshair. You never think that enemy Astra utility is going to save you, but there you go, on your screens. Just saved her from a judge. Fantastic. And now, ooh, F5 finally bringing an operator onto the board. It is going to be the Cypher. Very seldom that we see a Cypher holding onto an operator, but we're going to be seeing her holding down C, and that's going to have that entire site unlocked. But F5 not looking to push either C or A. Getting that information early on before making the decision. Ooh, whips the shot.
Yeah, not quite gets the first shot they were looking for. They'll have to try and hope for the second, but again, they'll know that Beth is there now. They'll be very, very careful to be poking out a B anytime soon. That is going to be a flash. Quickly turns around, gets away with it. Neither of them were able to take the shot. The drone goes out as well. Immediately gets the recon information and picks through again. Quickly hops on back a little bit, as everybody's just slowly revealing their cards, but it looks like it is going to be A again as the target for TGH.
Oh man, and there's such an early rotation from F5 as well. They only have one person towards the A site, which means this is going to be an easy plant. And if Luna managed to take full control of the site, I mean, there you go. The sage wall is up. They know that there's someone behind the sage wall because it's being shot at. Gina takes a very good position here on the wall, so going to have a really good vantage point. No one seems to be lurking around the back of the site, so this should theoretically be a very easy post plant.
We think so. The slow orbs and walls are all down, but it's F5 who lost the player. Gina is just chilling here on top of the wall for the time being. They know they have to make the move. Showstopper is out. Headshot. Double headshot. Will it be the triple? It is the triple, and it's a flawless as well. And that will put TGH on match point here to give themselves the first point of this set.
Gina had such a good position on that wall. I mean, oh, look at this. It was just so easy. They weren't even expecting her to be there. Interestingly enough, Sick expected her to hop down, and she did, but whiffs the op shot. Gina manages to just kind of swing a little bit to the side, and with 4 people firing at you, one Sick button wasn't going to be able to get too much done there. Now, as you mentioned, it's match point, and F5 not looking good coming into this. All they have to play with in terms of ultimates is going to be the Seekers and the Neural Theft. That's not going to be too much. Luna still holding on to that res, so if they absolutely need it, they're going to have that one available to them. And in fact, we're seeing a fairly aggressive stance here from F5, pushing out very deep to try and shut down as quickly as possible, but see, that just gives away information.
a ton of information. And now everything else is going to be coming up immediately. Flash comes out, but again, Jet gets away with it. Gina is going to be the first one to go down. Was not expecting that exchange to happen so early on. It gives F5 a slight lifeline, but they've all won. Oh god, they got away with it as well. It's a 4v4.
A beautiful trade. No way is the Huntress Fury from downtown.
Remaining.
No way.
Excuse me. Where did that all come from? Cypher with the triple, but where in the... Nova, what the hell are you doing?
That was amazing, the information that comes through. Like, okay, I've died in garage, so there's people in garage. Can you, like, what the plan is? And the Hunter's Fury comes through. It manages to take down one, and one sick button. A revenge tear from the previous round. 3 people shot at me. Well, I'm going to shoot at 3 people. Manages to get the 3K, and somehow F5 still barely in this. And I say barely because even after winning that round, they're still only able to get a weird janky buy. They've got 2 bulldogs. And now finally we're seeing the knives get popped here. See if Beck can manage to get something off of that. Oh, such a good entry.
Goodness me, that is brutal. Gets 2 immediately with that, and the blades are still up. Make that a triple! Beth is on absolute fire here!
As soon as the paint shells came out, knew exactly where she was. Swings through there. 2v3 here.
No,
and Beth just keeps going! Can she get the ace?
Could the ace happen? The res is gonna come up. Will it be an ace?
Oh.
The ace is no! There's no ace! There's no ace! It's denied by Sick Button, and they now have to try and get a quad. It's not gonna happen. It's through the cage. What a finish to that! But it is going to be TGH Luna who takes the first point of this set by 13-6.
What a fantastic matchup from Luna. A little bit of a rocky start, but they managed to really pick up their momentum as the game went on, particularly on their offensive, not offending, their offensive half. A great attacking side, managing to get some really good plants. I love their post plants. That was something that I felt like F5 had been lacking somewhat. They really didn't have solid post plant positions. They didn't cover those angles very well. And while TGH obviously had some trouble on their retakes, it wasn't as diminishing, I suppose, is what we saw from F5. They've really struggled in this series, but they did put up a good show. And of course, this is only map 1.
Yeah, this is only map 1 after all, and you kind of look at the stats in all of that. I mean, it's a 13-6. That second half was just, it was all TGH Luna. They did not want to concede. I think they conceded 1 point that was like right towards the end. And to be fair, that point came out of absolute nowhere. I mean, the Nova all coming off and then a triple immediately followed by the Cypher. It was just like, F5 definitely have some pretty good moments in that set, but again, just that sheer consistency from TGH, just keeping them at bay for the most part.
That's what it's all about, being consistent all the time. I think TGH have really good understanding of the maps, very good understanding of map awareness in terms of like which angles do we need to be holding, where do we need to be pushing from. If I'm pushing from here, where do you need to be so that you can cover me but I can cover you. They've got a really good understanding, and that this is one of the places where I felt like F5 weren't quite on the same level. In terms of just like raw mechanical gunplay, F5 did really well. They managed to get some really good shots off. They were going toe-to-toe with these ladies, but the biggest problem came in where F5 were kind of taking those 1v1s, and it felt like Luna were doing a little bit more, leaning a little bit more heavily into making sure that they're swinging off of one another, or they're swinging out together, trading off of one another, and that's really important. If you're going to be taking battles, you want to make sure that you can either even it out or give yourself the numbers advantage there. So I can see that being something that I want F5 to improve on a little bit as we head over to our second map.
Yeah, the second map will be coming on up, and it will be Icebox. So very much looking forward to seeing what both of our teams bring to the table in this set. But also, just quickly mentioning like that spread as well. Again, when you look at the kill ratios, pretty much everybody on TGH were on the same ballpark, like between 13 and 18 kills throughout all of the players. Whereas for F5, you had You had Pixu up there with 17. In fact, they had the most in that match, which is really cool to see for F5. Then you had Ches with 15, Angel with 10, and then Sick Button and Chicago in the single digits. So obviously you kind of expect that, you know, they are playing Cypher and Sky. They are meant to be sort of like a bit more on that backline front anyway. But again, it's cool to see from TGH's point of view that everyone's kind of in the same ballpark when it comes to frags.
Absolutely. I think it's a very powerful thing where you have a team with good strategy, but who can all frag. I mean, this is what we see with like the Sentinels and the Fanatics, you know, the teams that are currently at the top of their game in their respective regions. That's what it takes. You need to be consistent both in your ability to frag and your ability to play well as a team and have really good strategies. So TGH Luna definitely on the right foot here as they move forward. And of course, there's a lot to improve on, but if they continue on that trajectory, then, I mean, this is a powerful team in the making. And F5 got a few things to work on. Like I said, those are the big stalwart characteristics for a team. And if they can continue to work on that, then also a lot of potential there. But everyone also is entitled to an off game from time to time. It does happen. I mean, I give examples of Sentinels and Fnatic. I mean, you look at Liquid, for example, who participated this week, and like some of their players just whiffed. There were some moments there where Yampy, who is considered one of the best jet operators in Europe, possibly in the game overall, and he was just nowhere on that day. It happens from time to time. So I'm not too concerned with what's happening at the bottom of the scoreboard. I'm more concerned about how are you setting up your teammates so that they can succeed. And if they succeed, the team succeeds. So that's the more important part.
Yeah, and I very much agree with you in that regard as well. And I believe we're going to be taking a quick break. So when we come back, we will have match number 2 of our first match of the day between F5 and TGH Luna. It's going to be Icebox when we return for the third installment of the Huntress Trials.
Searching for your praise, but is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to clean your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? Lost in the maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how. Days, searching for your praise, but is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to clean your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? Lost in your maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how.
again, my friends. Welcome on back to the third installment of the Huntress Trials. You got Layla and Mizuki back with you again, ready and waiting for match number 2 of our first set of the day between F5 and TGH Luna. We just saw TGH Luna win 13 points to 6 over our... sorry. It'd be like that. It's been a rough couple of weeks, it must be said. But yeah, we just saw them win 13 points to 6, and now we got ourselves ready for Icebox, a personal favorite of yours, I believe.
Absolutely, and particularly a good map to see some of that operator play come out. And of course, we saw Beth do some really disgusting things with that operator on the first map, so kind of expecting to see a little bit more of that over on Icebox. Also, hoping against hope to see the Viper come out, because, I mean, let's face it, at this point, if you're not playing the Viper on Icebox, it's a soft throw. To call a spade. So, I don't know if that's actually true, if it's just my caster bias coming through and I really want to see the Viper. We'll find out very, very shortly. But I'm looking forward to it. Again, I think that there's going to be some really standard compositions coming through here. You know, you want to see the Sage come out for the Sage wall play on B. You want to see the Viper come out for the Viper wall play on B. Are there any agents that help with A? Sova. Yeah, we'll get Sova for the A side.
Yeah,
it's going to be good.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on the terms of Viper, and both of our teams agree as well. So Viper is going to come out on both sides of the field. Medica and Ches both opting for the Viper. We got a Killjoy on both sides as well. So Sick and Faint both locking in those. We got a Jet immediately with Beth. I guess that's no surprise, really. Gina locking in the Raze again, and it's going to be Nessa who'll be bringing up the Sage on the side of defense. Meanwhile, for our attackers, Rain is going to have another little a chance to show what they could do, and a Sage on both sides as well this time, so a bit more of an equal footing than the diverse lineup we had last time out.
Of course, the biggest change being that we're not seeing a Jet, whereas we're going to be seeing a Reyna coming through instead, so it's just a single duelist. And then of course the Sova that I had mentioned earlier. Now they can get a lot done with Sova on this map, but we've also seen how terrifying someone like Tens has been on the Reyna on this map, so not too surprising to see that coming through. And TGH, unsurprising again to see Gina on that Raze. She does very well on the Raze, but I'm not a fan of Raze on this map in particular. I feel like Raze gets less value than we might see out of something like a Phoenix or a Reyna, or indeed the Sova. So could be a little bit of a high-risk play here, but the fact that it is her comfort pick, she is good on it, she knows what she's doing on it, and of course I'm sure she's practiced on this map many times to get some really good lineups for those paint shells and so on. So hopefully we'll see that working out, whereas F5, as I've said, playing a far more standard composition, barring not having the Jet. It's interesting to see the Killjoy coming out alongside the Sova, but that's a ton of information which may work out in their favor.
Yeah, like you said, it's a lot of intel they'll get from it, and already the pistol round is off to a chaotic start. A lot of utility and a lot of bullet spread immediately. And it's going to be the Sage who drops down first, and immediately the Frenzy gets on the board as well. So Jet finds their mark. 4-3, make that 4-2 advantage for F5, and just like with the first pistol round in the first match, literally just a moment ago, it's F5 who start the stronger.
They've managed to get the spike down. Now they're not holding towards the back of site at all. Oh, there's a nice little nano swarm on the spike as well. Just a little to the side. Doesn't actually manage to take down the swarm.
Damn, I'm actually surprised that all went down. Medica gets themselves a kill on the board as well. It is just the Killjoy now. Faint comes running on in, gets themselves another shot, but the other Killjoy drops in front of them, and that will be that. Spike will go off. I don't know if that's enough time or not for them to all reset, but again, a fast and frantic start to our first pistol round, and it is going to go in the favor of F5 in the end.
Unsurprising that we saw them holding very far back here, particularly because they had so much utility available. They had the snake bite, they had the nano swarm. There was quite a lot there to try and defend the spike with, so they pull back a little bit, wait for Luna to push out onto the site, and then, you know, start mowing them down. Now, what is interesting to note is, of course, Pixu are going to be rocking the Marshall on the second round buy. which is always an interesting choice on attack. Feels like it's not as easy to get value out of. But we'll see if anything does come from that.
Yeah, a whole lot of smokes being deployed as well, along with the wall. And you're going to see a lot of that. And Bev again just
A.
brutally takes down the Sage, who had no idea they were behind. And just like that, it's a 4v4 situation. Make that a 4v3 again in the favor of F5.
You're nothing.
That being said, though, they haven't actually managed to drop the spike yet. But with only 2 players left alive here for TGH Luna, knowing that they're at the gun disadvantage as well, they're just gonna go to B. Because there's time, and they can. I mean, not a bad call. Oh, the Marshall shot! Oh, wow. Oh, just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water.
Yeah. Pixie Uru asked the question, what's this? It's a headshot with your name on it, and with that, a 4v1 advantage for F5. The spike is going to go down all the way over on B, and well, this is going to be a mountain to climb for the Killjoy.
1 person left alive, and of course, Feint doesn't have a gun of any description, so now her best option is to try and get 1 or 2 exit frags if she can. Try and put a dent in the economy, but not. The crossfire is just way too good there.
Yeah, that was always going to go against them, and again, that started off rougher than as it was. I mean,
goodness.
Again, you just see that again. It's like the Sage just walks away. It's like didn't even check behind him. It's like, all right, then fine, down you go. But Pixie Uru makes up for it with a very fine headshot from that Marshall. So 2-0 for F5, but yeah, good start for them. But again, they started off well last time round, and TGH managed to reel them back in. So it's gonna be interesting to see if F5 can hold on to it this time round.
Yeah, with Luna having bought up this round with full rifles, it's going to make things very difficult for F5 to try and make something happen. So now we're going to see them play a little bit more safely. Unfortunately, I think I saw 1 person chilling on a classic there as well. Because oh, not enough to do the full cleanup and actually get shot in the back.
Oh no!
Oh wow, that's dirty.
Pixie Uru is popping off with the Marshall in the early stages of this second match, and they're the ones that are holding on to the spike as well. But yeah, a player advantage already, and you just gotta feel for them. Like, both teams are doing the thing of they quickly double on back and get caught on the retreat. So it's unfortunate, but again, this happens to the best of us, and we are going to see the spray from Beth. Not quite able to get the pick, and actually gets caught by Viper on the dash as well.
Trying to get out of dodge, but unfortunately dashes right into another waiting player. 3v5 retake. Definitely not the best position to be in here.
And they're all starting to emerge. Gina has eyes on the spike, but they don't have eyes on anybody else. Wall is actually going to come up, and that is going to force them to spray through that immediately. And Gina is not able to get the pick either. They are going to drop on down. It's a 4-2 advantage. Feint at least takes out the Sage. And can they get a double? They do get the double. They get the triple. I don't believe I'm seeing this. It's a 2v1 advantage for TGH. Are they going to get this defuse? Chaz is still there. They get themselves a headshot. It's a 1v1 situation. But the ult has gone out as well. And I don't... Will that be enough for the defuse?
They got it halfway. They got it halfway, yeah.
I don't believe that. How have TGH done that?
That was the biggest brain play from Feint, because so Feint goes and gets the 3k, drops the lockdown, and like Nessa starts the defuse, gets it halfway, but the snake bite comes out. So the lockdown comes down to force back any players left standing, and because she managed to get it halfway, Nessa's able to get the last half. So while the sound cue is busy freaking us out, they knew they had it halfway. Yes, 0.3 of a second left on the clock, but this was so well played from Feint. It was actually beautiful, and they win out that round, which they might not have actually done. That was very, very touch and go.
Yeah, I was gonna say they saved the best right up until the last seconds there, but hey, a point's a point, and then they got it in absolute style. And Chaz again just biding their time again, waiting for the toxic as the toxics drop on down. Medica waiting on the other side. And again, you look at the placements between the pair of the teams. We are going to see the push towards B coming on up. You can see all of the walls that's just how much utility gets shared between the Viper and the Sage. And it's going to be Pixie Iru who gets the first pick again. Both go down to I was going to say it was a 4v4, now it's a 4v3. Really good pick from the Sage there.
Oh, Gina using the blast pack to quickly get over the wall there. I love that. Nice little use of that utility. With a massive advantage here in terms of sheer numbers. Oh, okay. Never mind. Not so massive an advantage anymore.
Feint gets themselves the triple, and that will be that. It's going to be 2 versus 1. The TGH get the point and tie this up once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, the last couple of players for F5 holding very, very far back. And of course, once the Killjoy goes down, you don't have any of those nano swarms available anymore. And it was really difficult for Chess to get any sort of a lineup because there was so much pressure from the rest of Luna. Defuse comes through before she has an opportunity to deny much of anything. TGH, once again, just playing these retakes very, very well, taking control of the space very easily, making sure that they're able to shut down and get those defuses very quickly. So now F5 got a Hunter's Fury here. I'm kind of expecting them to use that as more of an angle clearer since there isn't a lockdown available just yet. And that's, of course, if they opt to use it in this round.
A little bit of spray. Beth giving away a little bit of information just to try and bait them out, trying to draw them out so they can have a chance to get themselves on the scoreboard as well. But so far, neither team taking the bait. And again, everyone just being very cautious in the early stages. You feel like a B push might yet come from F5. We've got one person covering it on the side of TGH, but again, it looks like the rotation is coming and it might very well happen.
Standing ahead.
The solid Viper wall there. Oh, look at that. Following that recon bolt. Not going to get too much information. This Medica has been forced to pull back here. Now they're going to allow the spike to come through just a little bit to the side and actually manage to kill the spike carrier as the plant gets denied.
Now everybody just suddenly drops. It's a 4v3 situation. Pixie gonna go for the hunt and actually gets a pick in there. Viper goes down. So good use from it in the end. Angel gets themselves a double kill. Can they get the triple? Just hiding behind the wall. It's a 2v1 situation. And that will be that. TGH take the point.
Caught in the reload animation, and Gina will get the cleanup there with the 3k. This was a really, really good round from Luna. Once again, you know, waiting out a lot of that utility, managing to get some early pickoffs. F5 actually played that very well. And I think that it was just, once again, post plants not being as they should be, not covering angles adequately, and Luna very easily taking advantage of that. I mean, the default spike plant when all you really have is the Viper wall to block you. So easy to bang through that. They know that's where you're going to be, and then they kind of push on that. But F5 in this one, they do have 3 ultimates here. They did use the Hunter's Fury, but still going to have a lockdown and a Viper's Pit. But contending with Luna's Viper's Pit as well. And of course, Pixie taking
Goodness me! Well, Flawless might be incoming here because it's just the Killjoy left for F5. But they'll take a headshot, so they won't be giving that completely up. So wow, that was unbelievable from TGH. That was just showstopper after op shot, and that will be that. Looking the wrong way, unfortunately for Feint, for Sick, and that is going to be 4 points to 2. Goodness me, how quick that went.
Surprised they opted to commit the showstopper into an anti-eco, but it does help secure them the round, so, you know, we take those. And now, unfortunately, well, it's unfortunate that F5 are on such a loss streak, but it does, however, mean that they've got almost max loss streak bonus, which means that they're able to full buy up here despite having lost that round. Still have to contend with Beth's operator though, and again, she has been an absolute nightmare. Very early Viper's Pit over on the A site. That's going to be to deter any pushes onto the A site and force the rotation over towards B.
Grenade out.
Yeah, it's nice to see Viper's Pit going up, and especially in the early stages as well. So, and you never know, they'll probably be waiting for them as well over on B. You can see a couple of them already lingering on, and guess who one of them is? It's the operator of Beth, and you know full well that's going to be disaster if they peek out from there. Angelica gets the pick on Gina. They actually turned away. They're all moving into position now, and it's only a matter of time before it all kicks off. Fane does not get the pick though. It's Pixie Uru who gets it, and F5 do have a player advantage 5-3 here. And Medica just bides their time, waits, realizes they're coming. Doesn't get the first pick either! It's a 3-player advantage now for F5.
This was so well played by F5, honestly. Pushing through mid, opting to completely ignore the B site, knowing that the operator was there. And then, I'll be honest, that was played... It wasn't played very well by Medica, because she's kind of hoping to use the screen of the Viper's pit to be able to escape behind. But, like, people walk, you know, like, they knew which direction she was going to be walking in. I mean, it was going to be really difficult to not predict where she's going. So as soon as she reverses back into the pit, you just follow the trajectory of whatever direction she was walking in and they get the kill. Once the kill comes through, the Viper's pit drops. So they're able to get the plant. Once that's done, they'd already taken a couple off the board. Good round for F5. F5 seemed to do far better, not in the post-plant scenario, but being able to take down a few before they actually get the plant. If they come into a post-plant with a numbers advantage, they generally tend to do a lot better. But I mean, I feel like that's just common sense.
That's just a given at that point, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are going to see a slow push starting to build up towards B by the looks of it. Again, they've got a lot of angles already covered, and one of those is the operator for TGH, so they know full well they can take full advantage of it. Tries to go for another shot, not able to find it. It's Medica who gets the pick, but actually the res comes up as well, and Medica goes down as a result. So F5 are going to have an advantage now. Operator doesn't get the hit.
Oh, Beth doing that split the difference thing. 2 players and you accidentally aim between them. Unfortunately, this isn't Masters. It doesn't work that way. You can't shoot nothing and actually get a kill. Yes, I'm talking about a certain colat. That makes no sense. Well, the Viper's Pit on the board here. It's going to shut down any attempt at a retake. Or at least that's the general idea. We'll see if it works out.
There's a lot of just firing in through the smoke, hoping that something sticks. It is just Nessa left, but they do get 1 pick, and 1 pick is all they'll get. Killjoy gets them on the board, and F5 tie this setup again, 4-4.
Definitely not ready to get sent home just yet. A very, very strong performance here from F5. Again, you know, off the back of that Viper's Pit, a very, very powerful ultimate. We know this. The ultimate comes up. No one ever really wants to push into it. If you can find the Viper early and take her down, get the pit off the board, then that's cool. But it's very unlikely that players are going to want to push into it unless they really have something backing them up, like a really huge numbers advantage. So F5 play that very well, but of course coming into this round, they have no ultimate, and they're contending with a lockdown and a res. So if Luna lose 1 player, they'll be able to bring that person back into the fray depending on where they die. So this is a very solid looking round for Luna. We'll see if it actually plays out that way.
Yeah, Luna had a lot of casualty already, and that's how Beth loses out the exchange despite having the high ground advantage. And just like that, F5 are now 5 versus 3 in this scenario. And that is surely going to be a successful plan.
Oh, surprising kills there. Actually illegal.
Oh my goodness me. Chaz gets himself a triple.
The kind of elbow peeking out along the side there is down to the last 2 players. Nessa's last one with the sheriff in hand. Oh, just too much.
Yeah, just a little too much there, stuck into that corner. And with that, 3 surviving, but a really great shot. And again, Ches just playing it patiently, allowing them to drop on down and gets themselves a good number of kills in the midst of all of that. So, really well done from F5, really well held, and it gives them the lead back.
A very necessary round win there as they start to get their economy back on track. And if you take a look over at Luna, of course, their economy is looking a little messy right now. This could put them in a very, very dangerous position if they lose this round as well. They still have that lockdown and res though, so there's still some potential, but F5 managed to get that Empress and Hunter's Fury online, and well, we've seen how potent that Hunter's Fury at the very least can be. If it gets one kill, that's massive, but Chicago gets taken off the board. No heals available for F5.
Angelica gets a kill back at the very least and quickly gets themselves overhealed up. And with that 4v4 situation, Viper's the one with the spike. As Medica again just keeping their eyes peeled. Toxin walls are going to go up, and the res actually comes up as well. So TGH do have the full squad back, and I think that was the pick, correct?
Oh, there we go. Despite the res coming through, the shutdowns.
Spike down.
But it's down to the 2v2 here. Well.
No sooner have you said it, it's gone immediately. And
Yeah.
F5 have a 2-player advantage. Having said that, Killjoy is incredibly hurt, so one tag will do it, but they are not close to this action. In fact, they're
30
planted.
seconds left.
That's going to be a plant over on A.
planted.
So that's going to give Medica even more work to do, but again, it's still doable. But this is going to be a dangerous position to be.
Nah, as soon as she taps the spike, the Hunter's Fury is going to come out, and then there's going to be a swing, like... And that's assuming she gets to the site, because of course, we know that the Killjoy is still available across the other side. She's going to try and obscure the site, but there's the Hunter's Fury. And there's the swing.
I like that. You're like, yeah, I don't think so. Like, the ult's ready, and also Killjoy is just going to shut this down. So, yep, and you pulled that absolutely perfectly. But, yeah, unfortunate there. And that is always going to be how it goes, especially we have the Fury. Even if the Fury doesn't hit, well, you've got an extra teammate up alive, so that's what they're there for.
Yep, that was always going to be a tough one to try and make happen. Solid round from F5, because I spoke about Luna's economy, and there it is broken. And this is going to be a broken buy with 2 Spectres and a Judge. Oh, but popping the Blade Storm very early on here. Gonna try and get a couple of kills from that, maybe even get a weapon upgrade. They have managed to bring 2 more ultimates online as well, so this could potentially be a good round for them. If they can leverage all of that.
Yep, and the showstopper coming up from Gina as well. Beth gets nothing! Beth gets nothing with the knives! As Angelica gets themselves on the board first. And I don't think the showstopper did anything either, so... Yep, that's gonna be another plant here. Gina again, just round the outside, seeing if they can get anything with that. Through the toxic puddles, they'll spray one, but it is gonna be Chaz who gets the finishing blow.
In this eco round, very, very expensive eco, and 2 players left alive to try and make something happen. They do have the lockdown, but oh, there's potential here. If they choose to drop the lockdown, they should have this. No, lockdown off the board. I hate to see it.
I'm definitely chalking that one down to commentator's curse. The second you said it, it all went wrong.
Man. One round, I'm like, I'm going to perfectly predict how this is going to end. The next round, it's like, this is how you could do it, but now we're going to do it like this instead.
Yeah,
oh man, Feint gets a little bit greedy there, trying to get more pickoffs. If they had invested the lockdown, there's a very good chance they actually managed to take that one, especially if you can get a nice swing towards the spike to make sure that you can actually get the defuse off. But yeah, Feint tries to get the kills there. Such an expensive eco because they use 2 ultimates as well. You could hardly even call that an eco.
Yeah, at this stage, it really isn't. And Viper's Pit is already being deployed pretty much in the corridor for B. And that is just a whole lot of bullet spread being flung in there as well. Reyna manages to heal themselves back up at the very least, I think, thanks to the Sage. But yeah, that's a messy corridor. You do not want to be going down anytime soon.
Of course, that Viper's Pit's going to be trying to shut down the entrance towards B, but interestingly enough, opting not... I mean, they've got 1 player here kind of holding a potential angle. And these 2 Vipers are like almost staring at each other. Oh my goodness, ships in the night.
We've said it time and time again, haven't we, in the previous couple of trials?
Oh no. Oh, here it is. Ah!
No! No, you didn't have your gun properly ready. That was never going to work for you. And as a result,
30
it's
seconds
going to
left.
be TGH who take the advantage here.
Oh, there it is. The
Down,
op shot comes
attacker
through.
spawn.
Gina follows it
Last
up with the
player
2K.
standing.
Another op shot. Like, wow. Solid round. Luna, it's like they haven't lost the last couple of rounds, you know. Oh, but
Yes.
it's actually painful to watch. No, oh no!
No.
Why are you like
Oh,
this?
that is filthy. Oh, that is absolute filth. Why would you even
Rub
put them
salt
through
in
that?
the wounds. Oh wow, that's toxic.
That is up there with us seeing the replay from the teleport earlier. That's like we've had two very naughty replays there.
Honestly, it's toxic, and it's not just because it was two Vipers. Oh man. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta do it to them. Now, that of course was the first half. We're getting into the second half, and I do believe this is the exact same scoreline that we saw in the previous map at the half, but reversed, as it is F5 in the lead this time around, with a 2-point lead here. We'll see if they can hold on to that, as it's looking like a very fast A hit from Luna to start things off.
Found them. Bomb grenade.
Immediately all going on in. I'm not surprised to see it. Let's see if TGH can actually get anything out of this. They are actually going to go for the plant very early on, and they do secure it with everybody still alive, so this is still anyone's game. And the headshot from Gina is going to give TGH the player advantage, but not for long, because Chaz and Pixie get 2 back themselves. Make that 3 back. And Angelica gets the pick with the ghost as well.
Player standing.
And that is just going to leave Nessa to stage. Manages to score with the frenzy, but that will be all they get.
2 back, 3 back. Looks like they're bringing Sexy back from where I'm sitting. Fantastic round there. And another point on the board here for F5. They're really good at these pistol rounds, but they have to maintain that momentum because, of course, they don't want to fall down here. This is their first tournament in a long time where they're not having to contend with Legel/RixGG. I mean, they really want to. They've got so much to prove here, and you can see how badly they want it. So after winning that very, very first pistol round, of course, they're going to upgrade a little bit into the next. We'll see if they can continue that momentum here.
We're all set and ready to go for another series. 8-5 is the scoreline for F5 at the moment. They know they have to win this to keep their tournament chances alive, and Beth is going to just boost straight into the fray. Chicago gets at least one of them and a bit of damage on someone else, but that will be all they get. Chaz at least manages to get another pick to bring this down to a 4v3. Might be more on the board coming, but not able to secure it this time round.
Woo! Just manages to get around the corner there. Oh! What? Through the box! Denies the plant! And again, those default plant positions are so dangerous. The one-way smoke, and now it's down to just one player. Can Gina clutch this one out? The 8 HP dream.
Sheriff in a dream. They managed to get the headshot on the Viper, but that might be all they're going to get from this. In fact, they got one right before they dropped. Who was
my
the unfortunate
goodness.
victim there? I think it was the Killjoy.
Oh my goodness. Good attempt there, but unfortunately, with the 3-player swing, the fact that she managed to get one towards the end is massive, but not going to be quite enough. That's another round for F5. I mean, Luna was looking so dominant on Haven, and now really seem to be floundering under the pressure. But of course, we have seen this before where they lose the first 2 pistol rounds, get some guns in their hands, and then start to build up a little bit of a buffer zone. So now, they've got those rifles in hand. They're not going to be able to build up a buffer zone per se, but they might just be able to even out the score if they can string together the next 4 rounds. No ultimates to play with yet. They're just going off the back of raw gunpower.
All that's going to carry them. Faint. Thought was going to get the pick, but not quite able to get it on that occasion. And now Medica is there as well. They're going to fire on through. It's going to be Gina who gets the pick against Chaz, which again gives TGH the player advantage, but so far they haven't been able to convert it in this second half yet. The Toxins are going to go up once more. Gotta love them Vipers. There is only just the one Viper up at this stage on the side of TGH. So we'll see if Beth can do anything with this. They'll boost all the way up to the high ground as Sick
Spike
gets
down
themselves a quick kill as well. 4 versus 3 as the spike goes down.
Now it's down to those post plants. Now, we said previously, Luna have really good post plants. Oh, and Chicago runs straight into Gina being his crosshair. Gina now has that showstopper online. Sick's not going to allow that to come through. But in the reload, Medica gets the trade. And Angelica, the last player standing for F5.
Yeah. They've got full HP, but they're going up against a Viper, a Killjoy, and a Jet. Not what you want to be going up against. Or is it? Manages to get one on the side. Jet does go down. And it looks like they are going to get the heck out of there. And I do not blame them in the slightest.
Very likely just going to be trying to hold on to a Vandal, but she is being hunted. These last... Okay, no. They opt not to actually chase her down completely. I don't think they actually saw her there, but... She is at least going to be able to take a Vandal into the next round. And of course, if you don't die, you get 1,000 less credits than if you had died. But, you know, having the Vandal already means that should be able to... Yeah, the rest of the team's on an eco, so this is absolutely fine. At least one player on the team is going to have an actual gun to work with.
Speaking of guns to work with, keep an eye out for Pixie Uwu, who is rocking that Marshall again. We saw them have some tasty picks in the previous match with that, so we'll see if they can make it count in Icebox as well. And so far, the exchanges are going off onto A, with a couple of people lingering towards B. And Gina with a tasty headshot.
No, she... Oh!
Excuse?
She didn't check the corner. She just walked straight through. The swing is good. Now, are you going to check the... is someone going to check this? No!
No!
She doesn't shoot!
No!
Oh, she's behind them!
Oh, no! That is an easy double for Viper. Finally gets taken down in the midst of all of that, but goodness me, that could have gone so bad. It's a 3v3 now.
Recalling my bot.
Oh, that was painful to watch. The patience. She only manages to get 1 kill off the back of that, but that's huge in and of itself because it evens out the numbers and it takes down some very important agents as well. Now, Luna swiftly making their way over towards the A side, but of course, Angelica is already here waiting. Here's the sound of the orb going through. No, he doesn't check the corner!
A. One enemy remaining.
What is happening with this game? The corners are just free real estate, it seems. It's a 2v1 situation. The Marshall with the headshot. And that is how F5 enters double digits. Oh my god.
Did Beth not see Sick Button on the high ground? Surely. I mean, I know that during the updraft she wasn't able to spot out, but as she swings out, it's clear as day that there's someone up in the rafters. And she just wasn't even looking in that direction. Oh, that was painful to watch. I don't know what's going on in this round. These ladies, it feels like they're kind of floundering at this point. In F5, if they string together the next 3 rounds, it's the exact same scoreline as the first map, but completely reversed. And F5 got a lot of ultimates available here, but they're going to be contending with Beth Blade Storm. If she can get some value out of that, then maybe Luna turn this around.
Yeah, the pit is up as well. So all of the ults coming out. Heck, the showstopper out for good measure. Viper finally gets caught with the knife. Sage is going to go down as well, but it's only going to be the double at the end of all of that for Jet. It's a 3-1 advantage, and that is going to be point 11 for F5. How quick was that point?
Jeez. Beth not getting the results that she would want with these knives. You can see it kind of takes a couple shots before the actual kill comes through, and then of course the swing towards the end there to end her life prematurely, I would say. And a nice little Empress to come through as well and secure themselves the round. And now we're seeing Luna force up here, but if they lose this round, not only is their economy a mess, but they're on match point, which means they're unable to buy in the last round of the half. So they need to make something happen here with this Viper's Pit and that lockdown. If they can't get something done, then that could very well be it, and we might just see that map 3.
It would be nice to see it go the distance, but TGH have got it all to do if they want to deny us that 3rd match set on stream. Beth is going to take some shots, but not really find the mark of any of them. Ches, meanwhile, is going to take down their fellow Viper and gives F5 the very crucial player advantage trade. Has taken a lot of damage. Angelica doesn't win that exchange somehow. They actually lose out in the midst of all of that. Sick at least brings one back as well, and that is going to be an ult. That's pretty much every ult imaginable is coming on out right now, and it means that with the Killjoy ult out as well, it's a 3-2 advantage for F5. Raze is so hurt.
Such low HP. Both of these players, in fact, very low HP. Spike is down, but they're at the HP difference.
Last player
They've
standing.
at least... Oh no, I was going to say they evened out the numbers, but Gina gets swung on and it's all down to Beth.
No!
Oh,
And they couldn't
no.
quite get the first shot either, and that gives away that position as well. But they don't chip in. No, it doesn't matter. Viper's there. Viper on the lower ground saw them immediately coming on round, and that will give themselves match point.
This series has given me a fantastic idea for a meme template. Well, I mean, the template exists. I just have to fill in the meme. So I'm going to do that after this game, and it's going to be fantastic. So, you know, I'll hit that one up on Twitter. Maybe I'll get Rix to, or rather the Huntress Trials Twitter account to put it out as well. It's going to be a banger. But in the meantime, like I mentioned before, ruined economy. 3 rifles, so at least something to work with, but they don't have the full armor to complement it. They only have the Viper's Pit available. F5 have a lockdown and a res and the gun advantage. I don't know. Oh no!
Mid.
What has
standing.
happened? That's a flawless. There's
That's-
no way this ends with TGH scoring this point. It is Viper, an ult, a shotgun, and a dream, and I do not think that's going to be happening. The first shot lands because it's not going to get anything from that range, and that is going to be that. They all know that there. It's going to be a flawless to end this point. F5 take this by 13 points to 6, and match 3 will be coming.
13 points to 6. Now, why does that scoreline sound familiar?
Oh wait, it's how we ended it the last time round.
And in fact, it was kind of exactly the same, because on Haven, the first half went 7-5, and then 1 point to get to 6, and the rest was a full streak towards 13. It's exactly what we saw here in the complete reverse. Some fantastic work out of F5. I love seeing how well they managed to bounce back, because sometimes after losing a map, you can really kind of boom yourself a little bit, but they managed to bounce back so well, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in our third map, because of course, it's the decider. Who's going to go forward? Who's going to go home? We're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it's been great fun from start to finish, and yeah, 13-6 in the favor of TGH in the first one. Now it goes the opposite way for F5, and that second half, that was just... you really gotta feel for them. Like, what else can you say? Like, again, some really great plays, but so many corners, unfortunately, just being unchecked on this occasion. And like I said, everybody has their off day. Everybody just immediately assumes that, okay, you know, information starts to come through. You're getting towards the end of a set, and it's like, okay, I think I know where they are, and unfortunately, your gut instinct just denies you, and you don't check the one corner that you need to, and it can all turn almost immediately, and it does not help when you've got a Viper of Ches scoring 22 kills in there, and Angelica with the Reyna as well with 20. Both just going absolutely ballistic in that match.
It was a lot of fun to watch, and I was particularly happy to see that they managed to tighten up a little bit from what we'd seen on Haven. I think that with Haven being the 3-site map, that could have been one of the things that was a bit of a stumbling block for F5. Maybe kind of struggling to strategically analyze how they're going to attack, you know, those sites, depending on where it is that they want to be. And I think that coming over onto Icebox, it's a little bit more established in terms of, you know, 2 sides. And they managed to run with that quite well. I will say that I felt like the Raze, I kind of touched on it at the start of the map, and I'm going to say it again, I'm not a massive fan of the Raze pick on Icebox. I feel like they might have had a little bit more utility to work with had they gone with a different agent there, something that gives possibly a little bit more information, or, you know, possibly a different duelist, something to that effect. But at the end of the day, F5 do come out on top, and whether it's an agent difference or whether it's a individual player difference or whether it was a team effort, it's not really up for debate. All that matters is F5 win it out.
They do, and we are going to get ourselves ready for the third and final match of this first set. The best of 3 will go the distance, so when we return, we'll be heading on over to our final map to figure out who will be advancing to the next round. Will it be TGH Luna or will it be F5? Tune in just a moment as the Huntress Trials continue.
heart. Everybody need to chill out.
And we are back, my friends, with the Huntress Trials, back at you again for the third match of our first set on stream between F5 and TGH Luna. We saw a 13-6 on Haven go in the favour of TGH. We saw a 13-6 on Icebox go in the favour of F5, and now we descend on Ascent.
Haha, descend on Ascent. Ah. That's good. I have not completed my meme just yet. I'm so close. But, like, I couldn't find a template. So I have to make the template from scratch. And it's really low quality and really low res, but it's going to be great. Anyway, I explained the meme to production, and I got at least a chuckle out of at least one person. And therefore, it's a good meme. So look forward to it. But what I'm looking forward to is, of course, seeing what's going to happen here on Ascent. Again, this has been a very interesting series from both of these two teams. We weren't really expecting F5 to create such a fantastic resurgence over on the second map, but they did it! And they're staking their claim here. They absolutely want to continue through in the bracket. Of course, this is understandable. So, Ascent is do or die. It's where it all happens, and I don't know, I'm one of those weird people where I'm like, well, let's just split the difference. You know, we had a 16-3 map 1, 16-3 map 2 in the opposite direction. This time, we're going all the way. Quadruple overtime. Who's with me?
Oh, good lord. I mean, it would be
Just me?
nice.
Okay.
No, hey, I'm all for overtimes. Like, I'm all for overtimes. Having done casted on other games where overtimes can and will happen.
Oh, yeah.
It can sometimes be an uncommon thing to see in Valorant, but we have seen it on a few tournaments as of late. So, yeah, I'll absolutely take an overtime. But for our very first set on stream, wow, that'll set the tone for the rest of the tournament, won't it?
Oh, that would definitely keep things interesting. Very often with tournaments like this, in like the first couple of games, they tend to be kind of one-sided just because it's the start of the bracket, and a lot of teams don't generally get matched up with teams who are very, very close in skill level. So it's really nice for our very first matchup to be pretty back and forth. And I've really been enjoying it. And I think that this is a great kind of precursor for the rest of the tournament. And let me tell you something. These ladies are fantastic. And they're going to be bringing the heat for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and look at that. An automatic lock-in on our attacking side. Sova, Rain, Killjoy, Sage, and Omen, immediate lock-ins for them, so they know exactly what they want to be doing. Do F5. Meanwhile, the TGH finally have theirs locked in as well. Raze is coming on out again alongside the Killjoy, the Sova, the Jet, and the Omen. So that is going to be our lineup for Ascent. Will F5 be taking TGH to Suplex City, or will TGH just kick F5 to the moon? We will find out in our third and final match of our first set.
Oh, so exciting to see this. And once again, Gina on that race, unsurprising. Again, not my favorite map for Raze to be on, but there is some utility that can be used quite well here. The rest of the composition, not sure how I feel about the Sova. I think generally you kind of pick one or the other, but again, there is still a lot that you can do with that, and there's a lot of information that you can get out of that. Production is giving us a nice little view of his replay earlier, and if anyone that gets that.
It's because it's Twash.
Hey, we got there. Apparently he's offended, and no one cares. So, F5 looks like they're going to be hard pushing through over onto the A side. It is the pistol round, so that is somewhat to be expected. No big defaults here, just rush on, but there's going to be a flank here from Catwalk.
That absolutely is, by the sounds of it. And with that Ghost, they can be as sneaky as they want to be. Gets the first shot, quickly boosts on out, and immediately drops the smokes as well. I don't think they got anything with that in the end. But again, the door is going to go down, and the exchanges begin. Ches gets the first pick. Frenzy gets down the board as well. Gets a double in the midst of all of that. And it's going to be TGH who start with the player advantage. So far, F5 have won the first pistol round on both matches so far. They've got it all to do if they want to do it again. But Ches again on the high ground. This is going to get very nasty here. There's the headshot. It was like, took them a while, but they lined it up perfectly. But now they will know full well there's someone up there. Sickburn knows they have someone. But unfortunately not
enemy.
for long. It's a 1v1. Can they do this? They can!
Oh!
How about that? I didn't think it was going to go that way, but the high ground omen was enough to help the Killjoy.
F5 doing so well here. I love the patience. Like, opting not to be too trigger happy. I mean, you said it. It took a little while for this shot to come through. Waited to line it up, make sure that that shot actually... Now, that was a little bit high risk because somebody could have swung at any moment, but they didn't. And here, the trigger patience from Sick Button, it's not like a spray and pray kind of thing. It was precise. The gunplay comes in, the shots are true, and that's another pistol round for F5. Really, really impressive stuff here, and it really does set the tone for the rest of the map.
Again, the turret's already on the walls. You'll see that a lot throughout this entire match. Anytime we go to Ascent, this is generally why you bring a Killjoy, because you can just set those little buggers up on high and just be an absolute annoyance with it, really. And now we're going to see Medica just linger on in that corridor for the time being, but quickly rotates back out. The shots come out from the recon as well, so Picture will know roughly where they are, as it looks like another A push is coming.
There's still that lurk towards Catwalk, though. So it looks like they're going to be going for a little bit of a pincer maneuver. Seems to have already realized that F5 have gone for an A hit. So trying to cut down any angles of escape. Oh, but Beth loses! Classic versus a Spectre. You know who comes out on top of that.
Yeah, it's generally always going to be that Spectre. And with that, F5 have the player advantage they need. The spike is planted as well. So that time is rapidly ticking, and Angelica is, well, just lingering on. And this could be, again, very dangerous. Look at that spray come down. Double kill immediately. Gets the heal up as well, but not able to get their gun out in time. And F5 will take that in the end.
Oh, another solid round there. And it started off so well. Taking down that lurk very early on affords them a lot of space, particularly because it's unlikely when you're down to 4 players that you're going to send a different person on that lurk. You kind of want to keep your manpower together as much as possible when you know you're down 1. So, F5, they clear that lurk. They get full control of the site. Their post plants have gotten better and better since map 1. And interestingly enough, they do actually let one person buy up to a rifle, so they've got a little bit of extra attack power, especially considering that they know they're coming up against a Luna who have full rifles.
You know, a dangerous position to find themselves in the early stages. And F5 do like to string up these early rounds pretty quickly. So, TGH know the pressure that will be on them, especially considering the fact that it's all to play for. The teleport does come out, Angelica not able to take advantage, does so now, and gets the overheal quickly enough to get away from all of that spread that come out. It's a 4v4 situation in the end, and Gina Bina is just going to hang on back for the time being.
Good early kills here for TGH, for Luna. And that does afford them. So they had the numbers advantage. They did lose out a little bit with Beth being so low HP though. They're definitely going to be looking to potentially play for that retake instead of trying to shut down the plant entirely. With Medica all the way on the back of site, Luna, the rest of Luna need to kind of get to this site though, because they've left Medica all alone. As soon as somebody swings, she actually manages to get a the double, Layla.
How did that double come out? I did not give them any chance of getting that, but hey, what a quick flick that was, and it means that it is just the 1 up now for F5, so TGH might take this. Heck, not might, they do! Beautifully done for TGH.
Yeah, well, when it was down to the 2v1 there, Medica getting those 2 kills was unprecedented, a little bit illegal, and super, super effective. That brings the numbers advantage firmly in favor of Luna, even after Medica gets traded out. And all they need to do there at the end is swing on one another. And there you have it. A nice round win. And my meme is now available on Twitter, so do go check that out. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was
just putting that out there.
Yeah, it was the double headshot as well. That's why I think we both got so caught away. And to be fair, so too did F5. I don't think they expected that at all with how spread out they were, but hey, anything can happen in any kind of competitive tournaments, especially in Valorant.
This time around, F5 going for a little bit of a default play here. Quite split up.
Scanning ahead.
Spike is leaning towards B for the moment. They know that they have the Empress available, so they'll have that to kind of help guide them through, particularly in a sticky situation if they do manage to find themselves 1 or 2 down. Coming up against a lockdown and a showstopper though. And they have managed to do a little bit of chip damage. That always is favorable.
And they're slowly beginning to advance towards that middle area there. Again, both teams are still relatively spread out here. So it's really unsure as which way they're all going to be going for the time being.
Out of charges.
Vixu, again,
Revealing
just
area.
lingering in the back, just firing off the arrows as much as they can, try to gather whatever information they can to relay back to the rest of their teammates. And as they finally emerge into the middle area, it looks like the A push is going to be what's happening there. Angelica shuts down one drone, gets the flash up as well, and Gina is going to walk straight into that.
The Ferrari peak is good. And F5, it does trade back and forth a little bit there, but they do still have the numbers advantage and quite a bit of utility to use as well. So Spike should get planted here. And there's an attempt at a lurk through tree. We'll see if that can actually net anything. As F5 actually opting to pull very far back from where they've planted. This is a dangerous play.
Yeah, I was going to say, there were a couple of them detained there as well. But it looks like the spike is slowly going to go down. Medica just drops, so too does Feint. And that is a lot of exchanges happening there. And it's going to be F5 who win it in the end. Chicago was the last one standing. There was a triple in there for the Killjoy in the midst of all of that. What a chaotic finish to that point.
That honestly could have gone either way. When all that's separating you from what's going on is a smoke, and you kind of have to be playing off of one another. I mean, Medica manages to get 2 kills there towards the end, but the numbers advantage for F5 does so much to allow them to get that little bit of cleanup. She was also pushed quite far forward towards the rest of the teammates there. I was a little hesitant at them holding quite far back once they planted, but it does work out. And F5 looking very good here in this 3rd map of the series. Now they've got 3 ultimates available. A little bit of chip damage does come through there, but nothing a Sage can't deal with very quickly. Beth's gonna try and deal with this.
Oh, no! A little too impatient there, ran straight in and got nobody with the knife. And that is going to give F5 a 3-player advantage. Make that 2 now, as finally Medica manages to tag one back. But that was not how TGH were wanting that to go.
Oh, down to the last 2 players. HP chipped away. No one left to help out. About those corners. My meme is getting more and more relevant the more this game goes on.
Recalling my bot.
And Medica, the last person left alive here, probably going to opt to try and save this one up. Now, again, you get the 1,000 less credits, but she has a rifle. And given how janky the economy is going to be for this team in the next round, unsurprising if she does choose to... She's running towards the spike. Is she expecting to get hunted? Maybe trying to get an exit frag? This is so huge because they're not expecting her to be right here. Oh, now they know.
Yeah, I was going to say that unfortunately gave the information away. Gets one headshot. I don't think they'll take this in time.
Oy.
Yeah, I was going to say that first shot unfortunately missing, which gave the game away, but still managed to get a headshot in the midst of all of that. But again, nothing they could do once they actually got onto that spike that was always going to go down at that stage. And, well, F5 are able to take another point here in the early stages.
I was surprised. I think Medica realizes that there's not much else to be done there. They are actually able to full buy up this round, so just as well that she does die instead of taking the save penalty. And tries to stick it, realizes she's probably gonna die in the process, but hey, give it what you got. F5, 5 ultimates online. Haha, F5 ultimates. That's where that is. And Luna have the lockdown, so it could... Ooh, that's a good shock dart. Lockdown could be enough to shut it down, but will it? That's the question.
Yeah. A lot of stuff going out here, and look at that! Immediately drops it down, and both sides will have... Goodness me! This is ult spam central here, and that is going to be a lot of going on there. There's a player detained in the midst of all of that. And Angelica cannot get the better of Nessa. So it's a 4v3 situation, and goodness me. Alright, we can all calm down just a little bit now.
Can we? There's an operator. Oh, okay, Beth pulls back. Yeah, okay, I guess we can calm down.
Yeah, see, I got that call right for once.
Well, the lockdown helps for a little
Healing
bit,
area.
and of course, still have that numbers advantage. Oh, never mind. It's all evened up now as the race will come through off the back of a very good wall there.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, they're gonna run
Oh
straight
no.
into the off.
No.
Bye-bye.
Oh. That looked like a crotch shot as well. Definitely not what Sober wanted. And that is going to be 4 versus 3 for TGH. And that clock is rapidly ticking down here. We've got 15 seconds left. And Nessa gets themselves another shot in
10
the bag.
seconds left.
I do not see
no
that spike. No,
time.
there's no way that spike is being planted. And that is going to be that then. Point going on to the side of TGH because there's nothing F5 can do.
That was a weird round from F5. It felt like they were too committed to that B site. You know, after the lockdown came through and stopped them from being able to push through, they tried to kind of rotate through mid. Of course, that got shut down, but then they got lost in mid. They were trying to move, instead of going through like the defender's spawn when they still had a little bit of time there, they opted to push through, and Luna had such easy rotations through market into pizza. Like, it was always going to be easy to hold mid. So unfortunately, the hesitance there from F5 costs them that round. Now, they do still have a little bit of a buffer here, but every ultimate was burned in that last round, and Bet still has an operator.
Yeah, you never want to see that op being pointed directly at you, and that could be another pick for them, and it is another pick. It's going to be Reyna who drops on down this time around. Neza, however, does get caught on the peak by Sit.
Deploying drone.
Oh, you love to see that. Take the judge right out of the game. Thanks. In this house, we don't like judges. And the numbers are pretty even here as Spike, they haven't
not
wasted
again.
too much. Oh,
Not again.
Lineup
Not
skill.
again. Sober, no. Oh, they got away with
whiffs!
it.
Oh, that's huge. The information from the drone as well, and that's going to force a reposition from Beth, which opens up mid somewhat, but Medica is still there.
Medica could just get taken down in the midst of all that, and the smoke will block line of sight for the time being. Sick is running on in, caught by Feint,
Careful.
which again hands TGH the player advantage again.
30
And
seconds
I think
left.
that's going to be the spike picked up by Sage. So,
Oh no.
well, that's the up gone.
Well, I wonder if someone opts to pick that up, kind of yoink it away, as we're down to that 2v2 situation here. Spike hasn't been planted yet, and there's the value from the paint shells from Gina. Oh no.
Oh no, don't do it, no!
Great work there. Luna definitely seemed to be kind of hitting the gas pedal a little bit here. Oh, it wasn't able to get the operator. I think it was just... I'm not sure if it was just the replay screen that like came in at the exact same time, but I think they weren't able to actually get that operator back up. So a little bit unfortunate there. They might have to rebuy that. But if, you know, they've won this round, so the economy should theoretically be good enough if they need to. And for F5, nah, I didn't get the operator. Unlucky. And F5, no operators, no marshals, no nothing, as they're coming through with sheriffs and a couple of ghosts. Forced down onto that eco. After a fantastic tear for the first 4 rounds, they're now in a very, very precarious situation. No guns, no ultimates, not too much to use.
Whole lot of utility being planted and right in front of our entrance to B. And the door is going to drop as well. You just see the entirety of F5, I'll say the entirety of F5. Half of F5 just bundled here onto B. Feint's going to try and get some kind of information. There's a turret, so they'll at least know that is there. Big Zero searching the other way. And again, that drone at least gives Luna some kind of information as to where they are. But again, we've still got 2 lurkers all the way over onto A. And it looks like they might be coming back towards the middle a little bit. Remember, the spike is on that side for the time being. And Raze is just parked up in the corner there. You can just see that on the side of A.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough round no matter what. Because I mean, there you go. You know, as soon as you swing out, you get shut down by a ghost. Or rather a phantom. Phantom ghost, same thing. spectral
30
being.
seconds left.
Wait, I just realized that. Phantom, Ghost, Spectre. They have 3 guns named after Oogie Boogies. What the hell?
It's certainly a freeze for them, and that is going to be a Sheriff that gets the pick there against the Sober. So the spike coming into this with pistols, F5 are going to actually get themselves a nice little bit of a spike here, and the headshot as well for Luna. Nothing with the Ghost that they can do there. It's a triple for the Jet, and that is going to get themselves the equalizer. 4-4 as TGH start to bring it back.
Hello, you might want to finish defusing.
Yeah.
Beth? Beth!
Come on! Come on, we've got a tournament to run here. Get on with it.
I was surprised to see that she was the one defusing because she had Bladestorm. Like, that just made no sense. So, you know, needed to find someone else to come and defuse. Took a second to get someone there. There you go. So that's going to be another ult point in the hands of the Killjoy, which is pretty powerful. We've seen how good Medica has been with those ultimates in the past, managing to shut down a lot of avenues onto site. But now F5 are finally able to full buy up. Beth, however, has an operator back in her hands. The scoreboard is even. The weapons board is even. The ultimates are not quite even. We've got a Bladestorm versus a Lockdown, and then, of course, Omen's Teleport thrown in the mix for some good measure. But overall, this is fairly equal footing for both of these teams. Now, how do they leverage that? Luna have already taken very, very good map control once again. They've been phenomenal at that. But they've given up mid almost completely, and F5 have started to push through, and the wall up might give them some space to move.
Lots to play, and a lot of location coming up as well. Another eye, and the ult for the Killjoy is going to come out as well. She's going to get themselves a headshot. Make that 2 headshots! And that is going to be sick. Also getting in on the figure figs. Finally, Killjoy is going to go down. And Pixie Uru is just going to keep this charge going. It's just Nessa on their own team. Manages to get past the Reyna, but still can't get the kill. And it gives F5 the lead back.
Impressive stuff once again. I was kind of talking about how Luna had completely given F5 free roam in mid. Once they had taken control of mid, and this smoke that kind of shut down the sightlines for Cheese herself, it meant that she wasn't able to actually see the rotation coming, and, you know, F5 just continuously watching their backs, watching their flanks, and that gets them another point or another round on the board. They did, however, you know, they only really have the Omen's Teleport left still here, that from the shadows, and Luna still have the Bladestorm, so there is a lot of potential firepower in this defense. Now, you can see that Luna are not giving up mid this time around. They've actually got a heavy presence towards mid. And F5 have almost read this, as they've got a heavier presence towards the B site, which is where the spike is as well, I think. No, spike's all the way towards A, in fact. So making a noise towards the B site. And unfortunately, that's a little bit too much noise. Mom comes in, tells you to go to your room.
Beth with yet another solid up shot. Make that 2 solid up shots.
Oh.
And Sova is going to hit the deck as well. Tries to go for a third, but no purchase on that one. But still, already a great display from the Jet and the Op. Just proving why that combination is such a solid pick in these days. There's going to be surely some more firepower coming out from Medco as well. And that is going to be Sage straight down, and, well, just like that, TJ has claimed advantage. Another! That is 3 shots in this match with that up.
30 seconds left.
Oh, man. I mean, I had predicted that... Oh, no! Just the late reaction time there. I had predicted that this map, out of the 3, was going to be the more even back and forth one, but I mean, like, this is ridiculous. This is almost a 1-for-1. You know, you give a couple rounds here, and then we take a couple rounds, and you take a couple rounds, and so we go, do-si-do. And we're up to 5-5 once again. This could be a 6-6 at the half. Maybe. F5 looking a little janky here.
Yeah.
Some of them are able to buy, but given how the last round went, you know, you got one kind of on a classic there. The rest had money to burn, but do they when they know that only one person is actually able to buy from the entire... Or one person isn't able to buy. Whereas Luna, of course, come into this, the Trust Fund babies, still have that Bladestorm, and they have yet another lockdown. And this is looking pretty dire for F5.
there's going to be damage limitations, but then again, if you start like that, that's always a nice way to go. It's going to be the Omen who drops down first. So we'll see what TGH are able to do with this. Operator again at the forefront, but there's nobody really there for the time being for them to lock onto. Gina going to quickly get themselves an ult on the board as well. So TGH, even if they don't win this point, they'll have the ult if they take them into the next point.
Once again, a lot of free mid here, particularly for Sick Button. Oh, Beth. She was watching it, but she turns away, and now... Oh no, Button, do you realize? Oh, the lurk gets shut down, and that is really bad news for F5, because that basically shuts down their attack here onto A.
Certainly does. And that is gonna get turned around very quickly, and well, guess what's down? It's the Killjoy ult. I don't think anybody expected anything else. And that is also a trap in the midst of all that, so they can't even make it in there. And somehow, well, I guess somehow, I mean, it's Jet and an off. What else did you think was also gonna happen there? Another shot to scare them off. They only have 10 seconds to get through this, and they're not gonna make it at all. It's gonna be another point for Luna.
Yeah, as soon as those first couple of kills came through, look, we knew it was a janky buy coming into this round. And as soon as those first couple of kills came through, that really shut down F5. They were relying on having that lurk to be able to help Pincer, help them get onto the site easily. But shut that down, and you don't really have an avenue. And now, oh, it's another janky buy here in the last round of the half. Are we really, are we seriously going to go into the half at a 7-5 again? Is that actually what's happening? After how back and forth this has been. We've got Hunter's Fury. The Blade Storm's still there for Beth. He hasn't needed to use it even once. But F5 have a Hunter's Fury of their own. Hopefully they can try and maybe clear out some angles with it. Maybe try and shut down a defuse. If they can get the spike down, they do still only have 2 SMGs along with those rifles. It's going to be an early call here for that Hunter's Fury, but Gina is just not allowing the point aggression.
No, none of them not. And to be fair, why use your knives when you've been consistent with the art? The res is going to come up at the very least, but it's going to be a triple for Gina. As Nasa is going to finally get taken on down. It's a 4 versus 3 situation. As Gina finds themselves just locked down on the point for the time being. Sova, Sage, and Killjoy up for F5. And can you imagine if TGH somehow managed to turn this around? Sage is going to make an absolute run for it, because I think the information is coming back that there's only one person over on B at the moment, and they have 35 seconds to do something with it.
Oh, one person on B, but it's
left.
Beth. Oh, that's not... Oh, Beth leaves.
No.
That's interesting. Okay. She comes back. All right, looking... Just checking that no one's coming up behind her, I suppose. Oh, smart play there. Doesn't opt to shoot the turret. Doesn't want to give away that there is an operator here. But she has been spotted out. The pixel.
Well, that's the turret down, and that's absolutely going to be the spike. Is that going to be enough time
enough
to
time?
do it? There is enough time! 0.02, I think, is what it said there. But it is just the Killjoy left, and they'll get nothing from it anyway. So they managed to get it down in the nick of time, but they can't translate it to an equalizer. So for the 3rd game in a row, we go into the second half, 7-5.
This is crazy stuff from these two teams. Now, I'm a big fan of stats and trends, and obviously the trends show that in this series, whichever team... Oh, the slow-mo there is so good, just to emphasize how close it was. Oh.
Yeah, Cole.
Now, the team that...
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it was... Both of us were not actually sure, because it takes about 4 seconds to get that spike down, and the clock continues to run out, and you're just like, what? But it did actually manage to make it. Now, the team that comes into the half in the last 2 games at the 7-5 lead is the team that wins the map. Does that trend continue? Given how back and forth things have been here, I think it's so hard to call. I've loved seeing the resurgence from F5, but bearing in mind that this is Luna's attacking round, this was their better half on Ascent, but of course on Icebox it was quite difficult to find some purchase. Well, there's some purchase for you.
Yeah, already Beth has just ran straight onto B. And that is going to be, oh dear me, Pixiu just caught straight in that trap. Nothing that they were able to do about it. It gives Luna a 2-player advantage, and yeah, that's pretty much B for the taking.
Yeah, pretty much. Last 2 kills there. Well, first 2, I suppose. Finally going to try and cement some sort of a defense here. Of course, it is going to be a retake scenario. Some good angles covered here as well, too, over in Boathouse, but that gives a lot of space.
Managed to not take any damage there as well. Nessa gets the finishing touch. It's a 3-2 situation. Beth missed every shot and gets taken down by Omen. Omen gets traded out in the midst of all of that. It's a 2v1 situation, and that will be that. TGH win it. I don't think they'll be taking it. Well, they will take pistols into the next round at the very least, but yeah, that was, again, a little bit too close to call, but it will be TGH who win the second pistol round.
TGH winning a pistol? Huh.
It's more likely than you think.
Apparently. And of course, they're going to be able to upgrade slightly here. Of course, F5 doing the logical thing and opting to stay on those classics. Apart from one, Chase are going to be rocking the Sheriff this time around. Oh, no. Oh, the Shorty. The Shorty play comes through. That's going to be here over on the A site.
A Shorty?
See if that...
A Shorty versus a Marshall, not the kind of combo you like to look for. Gina gets one poke in there, and the Shorty does not get anything in the midst of all of that.
A little bit of poke damage, but not going to be a hell of a lot to write home about. And Luna managing to take down 3 players here while Gina is such low HP after that Shorty play. Still going to be able to get the spike down. And again, Beth with that Marshall in hand. This is going to be a task and a half for F5 to try and turn this one around. You can actually see they're so separated on the map, which is such a difficult position to be in when you're 2 players left alive, because you want to be able to swing on one another. Now, if they don't link up, that's going to be 2 4v1s. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to make something happen here.
And yeah, time very much against them, and especially with the armory that they have, they're not going to get much purchase. Again, just a lot of shots going through, but nothing has landed. And surprise, surprise, it's the Jet again who finds the headshot with the Marshall. And just like that, TGH are 9 points to 5 up. And again, that start for Gina was just cheeky.
And it was amazing that she didn't overswing, because if that was kind of the plan there for F5. They wait for someone to overswing, and then the 2 of them will then swing on that person. But Gina just pokes out, quickly deletes the player before Angelica even has a chance to get something done. And by the time Angelica finally peeks out, Gina's already long gone. So now that means that there's a bonus round for Luna and full rifles for F5. So that does give F5 a chance. We've seen, you know, whenever F5 win out the pistols, as soon as Luna get rifles in their hands, that's when they start to change the momentum. So now, you know, can F5 do the same? Now that they have their rifles available to them, they've got some actual firepower. Do they turn it around? Do they reclaim that momentum?
So, well, we're soon going to find out as they slowly emerge onto A by the looks of it. And in all fairness, Gina has had a couple of cheeky little pokes so far, and you feel like if they get another couple like that, oh, they won't actually, because Chicago's actually going to take them out completely. And unfortunately for Beth this time round, the Marshall will not land for them. So F5 finally do have a player advantage, but again, TGH still have the wherewithal to be able to rotate back around if they need to. And that's exactly what they're doing by the looks of it.
Talk about that mid control a little bit earlier on. Luna just kind of stroll their way through mid. Now, sick buck. Oh, that split second before the smoke comes down gives all of the information. And that's going to shut down this push before it even begins.
No more.
Yeah, Nessa at least managed to get themselves another pick on the scoreboard. Only 10 seconds left. Well, they had to pick a target and they had to commit, but unfortunately 2 were already there and someone was always going to get that. And F5 finally are back on the board with some really good action.
I'm really happy to see that there's you know, a bit of a shake-up here. We'll see if that can continue along. This was the streak breaker that I had kind of been alluding to a little bit earlier on. Now they continue along with the rifles that they had. But of course that means that Luna are able to buy up this round as well. We've got a lockdown versus an Empress. Not sure if either of these ultimates will come out here in this round. As Luna start to make their B hit. Not even kind of faking. Yep, gonna start that round off with that lockdown and nothing available to shut it down. So this could be a very quick execute onto site, but that doesn't secure them the round. They have to make sure that they can get that plant. I mean, look how long they're taking to actually get onto the site.
And nobody gets detained, obviously. It was a very early poke. The door is not going to go down in time at all. The spike is finally down, but everyone from both teams are still up here. Bomb body rolls out. Not going to get anything from that as Sig Button quickly rinses it on down. More smokes being deployed. Medica just barely holding on to that point as well. And we are going to see immediate spray coming up. Good start shot from Medica, but again, F5 are going to lose players thick and fast here. And that suddenly goes the other way. It's just Pixie Uru against, well, not going to work for them. 10-6.
Oh wow, this is looking so dangerous. We might be heading towards that same 13-6 scoreline. Oh no, F5 had been looking so good previously. And now, as we kind of move on to this next half, they're really struggling to keep that momentum going. We're actually seeing a judge come out, another shorty. They're going to hold really close angles, try and get some... I think I saw another judge get bought just at the very last second there. Oh no, it's a Bucky. It's a Bucky.
I was about to say.
I knew it was a shotgun, but it was like such a last second swap up there. I had to just kind of get that picture in my mind. So they really want to shut down these aggressions. F5 have just been looking so strong here. And again, you have... Oh, that's down to you. They know there's a judge here. I don't know if you push that.
Yeah, sometimes common sense will tell you to not engage with that kind of thing, knowing full well that in close quarters it's not going to be a good fight to win. There's going to be Medico who gets the better of the Killjoy exchange, trying desperately to get some kind of action going with the rifles, but nothing this time around. Quickly backs it on up. Wisely opts out of that for the time being. Again, it looks like the A push is coming. It looks like it will be knocking on the door.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, the B hit didn't work out the way that they'd intended. They are going to be coming straight into a shorty. Oh no, so many angles to check here. You check the wrong one. Drops the door just to give a little bit of respite. Because of course the numbers are very even here. Oh, the elephanting. Doesn't matter that the information is given away because there's a nice crossfire through the tree.
Remaining.
Gina will win out that 1v1 and down to the last player left standing.
It was really just a question of who got the kill there, because everybody was looking up there. So unfortunate to see that go down, but yeah, nothing that they could have done. Medica managed to get that first exchange, and then from that point onwards, it was just they ran into B and ran into A, and nothing was holding them back. So they are 2 points away from winning the set. They've got 4 ults ready as well, and of course Beth has that up. So it's just what can you do at this stage? If you're F5, you've got to do everything possible to find a way of getting back into this match.
And this is interesting because Beth has now opted for the attack operator. Very seldom that we do see that. Oh my goodness, are they running the same strat again? This is ridiculous that they already have another lockdown 2 rounds later. But Pixuwu is ready for it.
Alright, gets the pick on Gina. It was a really good, a very crucial pick, it must be said. Obviously no players detained. It was a very early but that is absolutely fine for them. They do get the spike down once again. And Beth just covering corners now at this stage. And again, turret is actually going to go down, so F5 know they've got to go for it, and in fact they're going to go with the ult. In fact, everyone is just firing off again with the ult. We saw last time around TGH won it in their favor, and Medica again patiently allows them to get moving, get themselves a double, get themselves a triple before going down, and that is not good at all for F5. 3-2 advantage with the spike still ticking.
Oh. Nah, there's not enough time. There's no way.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Ben! That's such BM. You know there's no way they get that and you die to the spike for your BM. That's what happens. Oh, wow. This is so unfortunate for F5 because this was realistically their last chance to make something happen before that match point. You know, they kind of had to force buy up here. Now as we go into the last round, I don't think they're going to be able to actually buy up. Nope! It's going to be jank all around.
Oh, no.
One judge, one rifle, the rest specters. Luna coming into this one. 2 ultimates, 2 high impact ultimates. They're going to pop the knife straight away. Oh! Goodbye! No way.
Oh my goodness!
What just...
2 ults were denied! I repeat, 2 ults were denied! Jet ult got nothing and neither did the showstopper!
That being said, it's a good trade. And it's another trade. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah.
Well, round.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
it's a 2v2 situation. F5, no, they need to do something, but now that just leaves Chicago and the Sage. It looks like it could be 3 13-6s in a row, or will it?
wow.
1v1 situation. The turret is out of commission. It is Omen versus Sage. And which way is Sage going? Sage is going to the left. Where is Omen? Is Omen in the cubby hole? No, they're over there. They're across the ways, but Sage can't get it. Sage cannot get it. It's free. 13 6s in a row, and the most important one of all goes to TGH Luna. They win by 2 points to 1.
Oh, heartbreaking for F5. They had such a good resurgence, particularly on that second map. We came through onto this third one, a really, really solid attacking half where they managed to push Luna quite hard, but as soon as it was their defense, they couldn't clutch it out. And I don't know, Luna just have really, really solid attacking halves. They are so good at strategizing their way onto a site. Now, I think that Icebox is more of a like F5 are good on Icebox kind of thing. You know, there is the sun in my face and that looks really strange on broadcast. Anyway, this was a really good match, I think, for both of these teams. I think it is a little ridiculous that we actually managed to get 3 13-6s. That's somewhat unheard of, but I'm looking forward to seeing how the Goose House managed to navigate the waters of the rest of this tournament, but unfortunately it is the end of the line for F5. Not to RixGG this time, but still not able to get where they would have liked to have been.
Yeah, they'll be a little disappointed with that, but they had some really strong performances in there, some really good back and forth action, and again, that first half in the third match, it really could have gone either way, and yet somehow the scores remained consistent throughout, which is unbelievable. But again, credit where credit's due. Luna were on their game, especially Medica with the killjoy. I mean, I know stats don't always tell you the whole story, but sometimes they do. 29 kills from Medica. That is
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
That's something you don't see terribly often, and I think Medica was just such a huge boon for Goose House. You know, those lockdowns provided so much. She was always there to swing on someone. Great utilization of the turrets as well. A really, really stellar performance. I'm curious to see how much further they'll go in this tournament, but for now we are actually going to bid them adieu. Not because they're leaving, but because we have another matchup very, very shortly. We're going to be heading into the quarterfinals soon, Layla, and that's really, really exciting.
Yeah, top 8 time will be coming, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what everybody will be doing at that point. Some of the results that we do have. Gangsters have taken out Truly Valley by 2 points to 0. Highly overconfident team. That's hot for short. They're currently doing battle against Akuna Matata. They are 1-1 at the moment, so another best of 3 going the distance. That is what you like to see. Exit have taken out Hot Tubbers by 2 points to 0. Kafla Blue and Kumiho Gaming, they are currently doing battle as well, currently a 1-1. Reigning champions Oxygen Esports, they are through into the next round, taken out Vanished by 2 points to 0. Project X taken out Rare Valkyries by 2 points to 0. Chat Band, again, a team that we're very much familiar with. They're into the quarterfinals as well. 2-0 against Illusion. They will take on TGH Luna, the team that we just saw win 2-1. So some interesting lineups there, but I guess no surprises to hear that Oxygen are through once again. They are reigning champions for a reason.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do against Project X, which was another one of the teams that I'd kind of highlighted to look out for, just because they, I believe I said they came second very recently. Let's see. Yeah, second in the girls' house. So a team that we definitely are looking forward to seeing more from. And I'm not quite sure how that match is going to go. I think that one could also just kind of go the distance. But it looks like we might. Now, chat, don't hold me to this, all right? I'm not promising anything. But we might be getting that X-Set game on stream. So, you know, get your hype pants on. Because no matter which game we jump into, it's the quarterfinals, and you know it's going to be absolute madness.
Yeah, the top 8 battling for the positions for the top 4. And remember, the prize pool that is at stake, that 2,000 prize pool, it is dished out to the top 4. So, 3rd and 4th will get £250 each. 2nd place will get 500 and 1st will get 1,000. So this match very much matters, because it will hurt to get this far only to lose just centimeters away from a piece of that prize pool. So yeah, when we return, it's top 8 time. Quarterfinals on the Huntress Trials. Don't go away, my friends.
Love me like a ghost, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Love me like a ghost, yeah. Oh yeah. Just hold on, baby. I'm looking for you lately. It's been a little crazy, but maybe that's okay. Beauty like the sunrise, eyes like the moonlight. Hold my hand, it's alright, yeah. Love me like a ghost. With you I get chills. Ooh, I love the thrill, oh yeah. Love me like a ghost. Never let me go. Walking through these walls, oh yeah. Love me like a ghost. With you I get chills. Ooh, I love the thrill, oh yeah. Love me like a ghost. Walking through these walls. Never let me go. Please don't close your eyes tonight. I need you by my side. Just hold on, baby. I'm looking for you lately. It's been a little crazy, but maybe that's okay. Beauty like the sunrise, eyes like the moonlight. Hold my hand, it's alright, yeah. Love me like a ghost. With you I get chills. Ooh, I love the thrill, oh yeah. Love me like a ghost. Never let me go. Walking through these walls, oh yeah. Love me like a ghost.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts. afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
atoms fall apart. Solar flares arrive. Buildings collapse. Only a few will survive. The world as we know it will no longer be there. Water is gone. A new era has begun. Prepare yourself for the apocalypse. The apocalypse. The heat is scorching. Forests burned up. The sky colors red. Volcanoes erupt. The world as we know it will no longer be there. Water is gone. A new era has begun. Prepare yourself for the apocalypse. Prepare yourself for the apocalypse.
my friends, and welcome on back to the third installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. I am your girl, TK Layla. Mizuki once again join us on the commentary, and guess what it's time for? It's time for top 8, it's time for quarterfinals, it's time for Xset versus Kafala Blue.
Oh, this is going to be an exciting one, mostly because this is two fairly unknown quantities. So Xset, who some of you may know is an American org. They've got a team competing in North American VCT who have been doing really, really well for themselves, in fact. And now it seems they also have an FE CSGO team based in Europe. And it's this very CSGO team that's going to be competing here right now for all of us here at the Huntress Trials. Now, they've had some really good results in some tournaments over the last few months. A couple of first places, a couple of like 5th to 8th places. So pretty decent showing from these ladies. But of course, that's all been in Counter-Strike. And we know that Valorant is somewhat different. You know, the game mechanical gunplay is pretty on par. But when it comes down to agents' abilities and utility, that's where things can get a little bit spicy. So very curious to see what these ladies are going to bring for us against, as you mentioned, Kafala Blue, who very recently, in kind of their debut in the West European FE tournaments at the very least. I'm not sure what they may have done in other tournaments, but at least here amongst the Huntress Trials and Girls House circuit, this was their debut, and they managed to snag themselves a 4th placing. Now, of course, this is against teams who have competed in the previous Huntress Trials events, who are competing in this Huntress Trials, and a couple of other teams thrown into the mix as well. So a 4th place is nothing to scoff at. A little bit less of an unknown quantity, but Xset, as I mentioned, is our dark horse. I want to see what they bring for us here.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're very close on their seedings as well. Obviously, every team is seeded before the weekend starts, and Xset are seeded 4, Kafala Blue seeded 5, so this promises to be a very intense and possibly very close encounter. We already have our bans done and dusted. Split and Haven are out the window. We are going to have Bind first, followed by Ascent, and unbelievably, for the second set in a row, Icebox is going to be on our go-to stages, albeit this time around it will be our decider if we need it.
It's almost unheard of for Icebox to get so much play time, but it's had such a resurgence recently in popularity partially because of Viper and partially because people have become a little bit more used to the map. Of course, it was a new map for quite a long time, but now teams are getting used to it. They're starting to understand the geometry, the layout, and the corners and the angles that they need to check, and hopefully they do in fact check those. But we'll see if we even get onto that third map. Our first series was a 3-map series, and it was absolutely fantastic, going very, very close between those two teams. We'll see if we have a similar vibe here. But I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to come out on our first map. Now, it is going to be our first time in this tournament. Of course, I mean, it's the second match of the tournament. So it's going to be the first time that we get to see Bind on stream. And I'm looking forward to seeing what compositions we're going to be seeing from these ladies. Of course, if you are a fan of Fnatic, as I am, you will have seen that they have just won their first map in Masters 2, and it was, in fact, on Bind with a Viper. So I want to see, do these ladies cosplay their top EU team and bring out the Viper, or are they going to mix things up a little bit and get creative? And it looks like... Oh, yeah, okay, we got one Viper. One team knows what's up. I'm sorry, but, you know, you gotta go with the Viper way.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Viper paired with the Sky, the Killjoy, the Jet, and the Sova. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Raze is back on out. We are going to have Phoenix coming out as well, alongside the Cypher and the Sova. And, of course, we got our wonderful Astral Projection coming in once again as well. So, yeah, very interested to see all of these play out. But yeah, it's good to see another Viper added to the cause.
I love the fact that it's Xset that have the Viper. I wasn't sure how they were going to make the transition. Now, we've got a lot of like the top North American female Valorant teams have players that made the transition from CSGO. And of course, it's getting used to the agents and all of their abilities. So I wasn't sure if XSET were comfortable making that leap, but I'm really excited to see it. The only thing that I can kind of fault them on here is not having the raise, which I think that is a very, very important agent to have on bind, specifically because of places like hookah and because of A main and because of showers, where you can get so much value out of the paint shells. And this is exactly why Kafala have opted to run that along with the Phoenix, which is quite strange for the European region, but I'm here for it. Show us a little bit of that creativity.
Yeah, I hope to see some really good run-it-backs, whether it's for the aggression or just to get the information. I would definitely like to see it being utilized a little bit later on, but first and foremost, the spike is planted already on A, and Petra just keeping an eye on the house, just wait to see if anybody's going to make a peek on Fu. But having said that though, they are starting to emerge through garage as well. Now, spray begins. Petra does manage to find a headshot. Daddy is going to wait for them to peek on around, misses all of the shots, but finally gets them when they matter the most. And Mimi is going to drop on down as well. Kafla start on the first pistol round.
A very easy control of lamps there. And I mean, lamps control is so important on bind. It's one of the things, it's one of the few things that I will always hop on about. Mid control and split, B plants on Haven, and lamps control on bind. Things that I will always mention because of just how important they are to potentially winning out a round. So, Kafala Blue, they take early control of lamps. They have early or easy access to any part of the A site. They manage to lock that down completely, and that wins them out the round. Now XSET have made a gamble towards the B site. They're completely stacked up. So they're either playing this for shutting down an aggression very, very early on, or they're playing for the retake. And this is clearly going to be forced into a retake play. They know they're at a slight gun disadvantage, so they want to be able to swing together. But this gives Kafala so much time to set up their post plants. By the time XSET make it here, they're already in their positions and ready to go.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision here from XSET. Like, just the camera angle of all of them just running down past the spawn area. And now we are going to start Ion with the aggression. The Viper can't even get the shot off. Picked off before it even starts. And that is going to look like a... Oh, well, it's not quite a flawless. Mimi at least managed to get one pick in there. But again, that was... You felt like that was inevitable for Kafla.
That lamps control. And I think that was also XSET realizing that they weren't going to get too much done on a pistol round against a slightly upgraded buy. They do manage to get one, so that's going to force Sephia onto a ghost, which is not ideal. And we see Withina with a Withina, I'm not sure. She's going to be rocking the Bulldog. But XSET, of course, going to be able to not do too much this time around. Got some buys. Don't have any ultimates though. We'll see if they can get by with their rifles, or if they're gonna need something more.
Well, at the moment they're all pretty much tunneling on through. More smokes and more recon bolts, just to cut themselves on the back foot again. And didn't quite get the purchase. To be fair, they were probably looking for the peak more than anything, but again, not really much information they can feed back to the rest of their team as everybody begins to come on out, and a nice double from Sky finally does get taken on down as the Viper gets on the scoreboard as well. And a 4-2 advantage goes to a 3-2 advantage as Kafla begin to bring this back, but what a good double spray from Sky in that early stage.
Tried to take early Lamps control but got shut down. But now Lamps is still being left completely unguarded. The 3v2 here for XSET. But bearing in mind that that Sova is very, very low HP. Now they do have very good control of the site here. And of course they have control of the spike as well. So this is going to be a very difficult ask for Kafala to be able to pick up that spike. One of them is going to have to swing out. Maybe they swing together.
It's a risk, and sometimes you're going to have to go for it. There's just one left, but it's a 2v1 situation now. Make that a 1v1, and thankfully Jet was in the right place at the right time. Nothing that Cypher could do about that one. Finally, XSET do get a point on the board, but that was very close.
Great swing there from Giuliano right towards the end to make sure... you kind of split the attention. You don't play together in that situation. You force the last player standing to kind of have to pick someone or pick an angle. And as soon as they aim at a particular angle, you kind of swing out, and then you're able to take advantage of that. So a very, very solid defense here for XZ, but a lot of them went down. Look at this buy. It's not great. It's not ideal. Usually at this round, you've kind of kept all of your rifles and you're putting on a really solid showing. Now they're really janky, and while Kafala Blue is janky as well, that puts a lot of pressure on both of these teams here to try and win it out so they can get their economy back on track.
Win it back gives them a little bit of information, and the showstopper is gonna kick on into full gear. Will they get anything with it? They do! They got a shot through the smoke!
But Petra manages to trade that one out with the Guardian, so still numbers advantage for Kafala. And they have managed to get the spike down, so we know that they've got some fairly good post plants here. They've got control of elbow as well, as Giuliano is all the way over towards the left side, gets flashed out.
Yeah, unfortunate there. It gives Kafla all of the advantage, and well, Zizo wants nothing to do with that entire exchange. They're all the way over onto A. They're gonna save into the next round, and yeah, that's pretty much gonna be that there. That is gonna be a nice point for Kafla Blue. That all just went away from Exet right towards the end there.
Oh, and Kafala, are they hunting? Okay, so it's not full-on hunting, but it's like, well, if we find her, we kill her. If we don't, it's not the end of the world. So yes, she does take one rifle into the next round. And it's not the end of the world with the save penalty, because she knows the rest of her team are on a janky buy. And I mentioned how important that round was for both of these teams to win in terms of economy. So Exet, a completely broken economy, whereas Kafala are able to full buy up here. Now, Athena is in a little bit of a dangerous situation because she has to buy down all the way to 0 credits in order to keep up with the rest of her team. But if they win out this round, then of course it's worth it, and she's still able to buy up in the next. Exet, however, it's going to be a tough ask, given that this is a basically a full eco round, save for one rifle that they managed to save. They do have 2 ultimates to potentially play with, but I don't know if you invest that into the eco.
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward kind of scenario. As the drone comes out, Sephia isn't able to get the pick with the Phoenix this time around, but does on the second time of asking, so the Jet and the Sova already down. In fact, it could be a flawless coming on up for Kafla. It'll be the first of the set. It is going to be the first of the set. And that was pretty straightforward in the end for Kafla.
A little bit of extra credits there for being able to actually plant the spike, as well as getting a nice cleanup, shutting down the entirety of Exet. And now Exet are able to buy this round, so they have an opportunity to get back into this. Their first rifle round of the game went not as well as it could have, given that they were running into a bonus. They lost quite a few players. I'm wondering if Zizo isn't going to buy. She can afford to, and it's not like she has something like a Blade Storm, you know? She's not a Sky. So it's interesting if she's going to stick with the Classic. Maybe waiting to see if she can get an upgrade later on in the round. Kafala burned a lot of their ultimates in the last one. Ooh, Petra with the angle clearing Hunter's Fury. They're not going to have that available for a little bit later on. It does slow things down a little bit, but I mean, you know, you just regroup and go again.
Joke's over. Not dead.
Yeah, not much you can do with that. And that, I do believe, is the run it back coming on in as well for Sephia. Goes for the flash. Again, not really getting much. Oh, well, they're suddenly getting some information. Nobody's on the point directly. That is all the information they get for that spike. It's going to go down. Viper just can't quite get the elimination they were going for. Gets a lot of spray damage though, and Mimi does at least manage to take out the Raze in the midst of all of that. But again, it's Kafla with another successful spike plan.
But bearing in mind, Giuliano is on a little bit of a flank here around the outside. Showers has been cleaned up, so anything from there. Oh, she wins the 1v1. This is massive. That means they can Pinster.
And that.
Oh, well, I mean,
no sooner have you said that, K-Set are like, you know what? No, we actually would like to have ourselves a second point, and that is what they will do. So the Viper, the Sky, and the Jet will survive that entire exchange. It is 4 points to 2, and yeah, that all changed the second that poke came through that straight through long there. That was exactly what Xset needed.
This was a really ground from Exet, just because they managed to take such good map control very early on. That Hunter's Fury, I wasn't too sure about it coming out so early on, but it did slow things down a little bit, gave them a little bit of information, and then of course the fantastic lurk from Juliana as well to wrap all the way around, and then Petra gets early showers control as well by pushing out a little bit. Beautiful play, could not have gone better for them. But now Kafala have also got 3 more ultimates online. They've got a Hunter's Fury of their own, and if the lockdown comes out from Exet, it's going to be really easy to shut that down.
All just biding their time at this stage, but it is going to be a drop for Zizo. So the Sky is out of the equation for the time being, and obviously neither of these teams are winning a stage, so you won't see anybody being rezzed. If you're dead, you're dead. And that is going to be straight through the toxic puddle. Are they thinking of a portal? They are thinking of a portal. They're all going to A.
Oh, I love it. The Cosmic Divide comes through, which is, of course, is a huge sound dampener. So they won't know that the portal's been taken until it's too late. The rotation is coming around already because they kind of, you know, caught onto it. But swinging onto 2, it's always going to be difficult.
Enemy remaining.
And that is how you do it. That is a 2v1 situation. Petra of the Sova is the only one up. And unfortunately, just not able to flick enough in time. And that is going to be another point for Kathla, who are looking good in the early stages, it must be said. And again, that all pretty much went Kathla's way. The second they had that sound barrier, immediately up to the other side with the portal. And then, yeah, swinging on in at that stage is always going to be an uphill struggle.
Oh, this has been so difficult for these ladies. Now, of course, forced back down onto the eco. No ultimates to use. And Kafala still have 3 ultimates of their own. They still have that Hunter's Fury. I didn't even notice that the lockdown had been committed into that last round. So a very expensive round for Exet, and just not getting the results that they would have wanted. And now with so much information from Sephia, she's pushed all the way into Lamps, knows that it's completely clean. And yeah, you can see the push already very quickly coming through.
That Cypher's ult going off as well, so a lot of information being traded around. Sephia thinking about making a move towards it. Now they finally do so. Oh my goodness me, that was almost a free kill. They finally do get it in the end, but goodness me, they are at least able to take the Phoenix out themselves. Viper goes down, so too does the Killjoy, and Kathla again with another point on the board.
And that was an eco round for Exet, but we weren't expecting too much to come out of it. But here's the thing. As we get into this next round, they're able to full buy up. Juliana has now got an operator in her hands. Of course, this is going to be the first time we're going to actually see Exet with the operator. And she's going to need to come up big here. Now, I spoke about how this is a team that's migrated over from Counter-Strike, Operator, AWP. They play fairly similarly. So I think that if Juliana could get some value out of this, I don't know what kind of an opera she is in CS. We'll see how well she does here. As she's going to be getting... Oh, that's a deep angle onto Showers, and that gives away all the information that there is, in fact, an operator over towards the A site. So the spike might start to move away.
Yeah, that intimidation factor always does come into it, but sometimes you'll have people be a little bit more brave. It always depends on if that first shot can land, but really at this stage, do you want to risk it? I mean, Kathla have a 4-point lead at the moment, but they'll not want to give anything away in the early as much as they can. It is going to be Sky who drops on down, and they do peek into that operator, and the operator does not miss the first shot.
But that gun peeks through the Viper's wall there, and Mimi's able to get a fantastic shot. She even manages to dodge the Hunter's Fury, which is massive. What? What was that shot?
Mimi chose to pop off and just immediately gets down by the Sova. They were not having that at all. Mimi coming in massively there, but it is going to now be a 2v2 situation. Make that a 1v1 situation. The pair of them pretty much trading each other out. And what will happen now is Juliana as the Jet versus the Sova.
Now, realistically, you want to see Giuliano play for time here. I mean, you can already see Spike's making its way over towards the A site instead, because Dati knows that she has to contend with that operator. So she should be able to get that Spike down, but of course, Giuliano is a Jet. And this is a very, very quick rotation. She swapped out the gun, no longer on the operator, instead having picked up the Phantom. The last second spike plant goes down, but now it's all down to Giuliano. Can she clutch this out?
This is all going to come down to sound cues and timing. Giuliano gets the headshot when it matters most. And XZ are going to take a point. That is a story of two halves right there and then. Mimi with that wonderful stand over on B. And Jet sealing it up on the other zone.
That was a fantastic play. It was really unfortunate because Dati was trying to check all the angles, right? In that 1v1 situation, it's always going to be so difficult. She's pushing out of lamps. She's trying to check down long. And she's got the wrong angle. And Giuliano manages to get that kill. Great work from Giuliano. Unfortunately, she does lose the operator because she changed guns to make sure so she could try and clutch out that round. And one of their players is now down to a Spectre because the economy was a little bit wonky at the end of that. But that was a much needed round for XZ. And they have 3 ultimates online here. And oh, is that... Did I hear the knives get popped? No, it was the showstopper.
Yeah, it is the showstopper, but nobody is around to be stopped with it. And immediately runs straight back into the house. They will get a spike down at the very least. So really, it will now be a question of what do XZ do with this. They have 3 ults on the board. I don't know if they'll be using it anytime soon. We are going to see the Fury come out. And we are going to see Sky put theirs as well, but immediately taken down.
Oh, traded back and forth. Yeah, Mimi's going to try and take lamps on her own. Swings too far.
1 enemy remaining.
It's a 1v1 Viper versus the Astra. And what will happen here? Julius is going to come round. This is going to be dangerous. They go down. They go down. Viper gets a triple. And XZ, I think, might just get away with this. They do get away with this. It's a 6-4 scoreline. How about that for clutch from your resident Viper?
Crassie looking away at the very last second, and it looked like she might get shot in the back, but she turns around just in time, and Julius actually correct. You can actually see it here. So she looks past the Viper, and as she tries to flick back, Crassie is just too fast and gets that headshot. And again, this is such a weird vibe for XZ. Despite winning 2 rounds in a row, they've still got 1 person on a ghost. I mean, this is just so wild to see. They still have 3 ultimates. They have the Viper's Pit. And they're going to pop that immediately here over on the A side. Shut that down. However, they've got no one watching showers. Okay. Zizo turns around. She's ready to check this one out.
Yep, we got, goodness me, we got everything going on out here. I think Phoenix went in as well with the run it back. The list get tagged, but again, that information is already up and immediately down. And guess what? That is going to be another spike going on down. Giuliano does have the knives out, so they'll hope to try and score as many of these as possible. And you can just see everything being covered on this side.
Going to be using a lot of... They're going to try and bait out some of the stall utility as much as they possibly can. Now, they've dropped the lockdown of their own to try and buy themselves some time. Knives have come out. Oh, that's an early Hunter's Fury. That would have been better off a little bit later. Oh, it gets a kill!
Yeah, it did. And unfortunately for them, not only did the knives not get anything, Kafla are able to hold that out in the end. You see this entire exchange go down. All of the knives missed. Giuliano hits the deck, and Mimi ended up being the only one left, taken down by Julius, who was not going to miss from that range. Unfortunate from XZ, but Kafla get themselves on to 7. Could you imagine if we end this as a 7-5 again? That would be ridiculous.
We've actually cursed Huntress Trials at this point. And still, the janky buys just keep on hitting. Everybody has a rifle in this round except for one lone player who's going to be rocking the Sheriff. The economy has been such a mess across the board. But now it's our final round in the half. No ultimates online just yet. I think some players would be fairly close, but nobody has it just yet. So you can actually see XZ trying really hard to take full control of the map as much as they possibly can. Sephia very far from a run it back, so not going to have that to contend with at the very least, because we saw how powerful that was a little bit earlier on. But now they're backing so far away from A that it's allowing Giuliano to go on a massive, massive flank here, which is going to create, if she continues on her path, this could create a very strong pincer.
It certainly could. We are going to see the drone coming out as well. Stephanie gets the first pick on Petra, but immediately loses it back. Grizzly is going to fail up as well, and Mimi gets a very crucial headshot with the Ghost. Don't underestimate someone coming in with pistol. They can and still will take your head off. And with that, it is a 3-2 advantage for Kafla. Make that a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Except popping off when it matters most. It is Sky and Jet versus the Astro. They've done it. They've done it for the 4th game in a row. The first half ends 7-5.
Oh, this is absolutely ridiculous. But it's interesting to see how Xset, it feels like they're kind of coming into themselves a little bit more here. You know, when we started it out, they seem to be floundering a little bit. But now it feels like they're kind of leaning into their CS backgrounds a bit more, leaning into their strategic, I guess you could say advantage or not handicap, because they like, it's already a good thing, right? So they have that in their back pockets that they can use, and it's helping to propel them a little bit more forward in the series now, finally starting to get a little bit closer. We're only at that 2-point deficit. And I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from these ladies, from both teams, in fact. Kafala, I feel, might have been the favorites coming into this purely because they had that kind of fourth placement in the girls' house very recently. And Xset, of course, like we said, that dark horse unknown quantity. But both of these teams really holding their own here.
And with the second half now beginning, our second pistol round of the set. And we are going to see Lado just themselves a vantage point. Tried to go for the Ghost, immediately gets flashed out. The tripwire goes out as well. And never mind that, all of the portals get deployed. And that is going to be a spike being planted down on B. And Ladio is just up in our wonderful little balcony, just chilling out for the time being. The rest of the team have now joined them. But crucially, it is the spike down. 3 versus 2 as Jet picks off the Cypher.
Oh, and they're so separated from one another. This is such a good hold from Xset, such a good post plant. It was always going to be difficult to try and make that happen when you've got it's essentially a triangle. I mean, this is something we see in so many games. You set up a triangle, and that's your crossfire, and anyone who walks into it is going to get shot from one direction or another. Beautifully played there from Xset as they get closer and closer to evening out the scoreline. Now, what is really interesting here... Okay, no. I thought they were going to be saving on pistols entirely, but it's only 3 people staying on Ghosts. This is very interesting because usually you see everyone buy up to a Spectre or like a Judge or something, you know? It's very seldom that you'll see after winning the first pistol round, players will stick on a Ghost. And I think this is just in case they lose this one as well.
Oh, they're not taking on through. That is everybody going through that. At least one gets taken out in the midst of it. Also, it's Xset with 4 players up, Kathla with 3. And now they begin to push onto A as well. Spike carrier is going to go down. Spike immediately retaken by Sky. But they are kind of on their own some over here. They need some assistance. The Spike will go down. So they'll have that to their deficit again. But really, with the Toxic Wall up, how in the world, how are Xset going to play this here? Looks like they're slowly moving on back.
Uh-oh. The information came through there. Now, bearing in mind that is Xset's wall. So they use that to try and escape. Oh, the flash is beautiful! But is it enough to help defend? Yes, it will be! Oh, Lassie tries to get that defuse, but the swing is so good from these ladies coming out of showers. A beautiful round here from Xset.
Hey, guess what?
Go on.
We're not gonna end at 13-6 this time round. Both of our teams are on 7-7, so at least that curse is out the window for the time being. Yeah, all square at 7 apiece between these two teams. So I did say it was going to be close at the start, and yeah, it absolutely is turning into that now.
Oh, this is interesting. So they are going for the bonus round, but 2 of the players that had ghosts are in fact, so they're going to upgrade to rifles. 1 is going to stay on a Ghost. Then we've still got the 2 Spectres. And they're running into, of course, full rifle rounds. That's to be expected. And they lose out the very first gun battle of the round. And that's, of course, Giuliano down for the count. That's your Jet. That's your entry. And that's not a good sign for Xset.
Yeah, that's the last thing they needed. The second we start getting towards the rifles, and more data being given against them. Look at all the things that they're tripping at this
Oh
stage.
my goodness.
And that is going to be more tags, and it's going to be a double for the Astra finally get taken down, but Cypher is on hand to get the next shot off, and it is just Mimi as the Killjoy up. Again, more location revealed, and they are going to immediately hit the deck. Kafla get themselves their first point of the second half.
That was such a wild round. Like, Exet trying for this really aggressive play onto the A site and just not able to win out those gun battles, not able to swing off of each other effectively. Kafala, these ladies, they can aim. I mean, that's kind of a prerequisite coming into a game like Valorant, but like they're doing exceptionally well. And now I'm seeing the value of the weird way that Exet played their buys, because now here on the third round, or rather the fourth round, we have rifles across the board for both teams. Now, the way that Exet play might be contributing to why they have such weird economy, especially towards the end of like the previous half. You could actually see how weird and janky it was. But we'll see if they can kind of fix that up a little bit in this next round. They are going to have Seekers available, so that should give them a little bit of information, help them breach onto site. And the B site is very heavily defended here, particularly with one rotation coming through to add to the ranks.
This could get filthy. This is going to get filthy. That is one. That is not quite the second though, because Mimi gets a double of their own. Despite all of that, it always seems to be Mimi who manages to get themselves on that double side of things. Sky does go down. So too does the Viper spraying through the cage. It is a 1v1 between Mimi, the Killjoy, and our Cypher, who is only just entering the scene now.
Feels like Mimi's always in these situations, you know? Like, always that last person standing trying to make something happen towards the end of the round, but with such low HP, very easy for like you to just, you know, clean that up a little bit. Now that was a really, really important round for Exet, because I have been kind of harping on about their economy. And now, I don't know, things could be really messy for those ladies. We'll see how that is once we actually get the buy screen up, but man, these rounds have been so chaotic. It's really been interesting to take in and watch how the abilities have been utilized and how point has been aggressed onto, because it feels like Exet are just kind of picking a site and then going super, super aggressive on that site and not really fanning out as much as they could be, you know?
Yeah, they're not really thinking about rotating out anytime. Which is something that we see a lot of teams end up doing, where they realize, actually, no, this is just not happening. Just rotate all the way back around. And especially when you have a stage where you can utilize that, especially with the portals and obviously Astra's ult, to try and nullify that sound as well. There's a lot that you can play around with. But it does look like that, once again, Exet do seem determined to make A work. They do have somebody lingering over at B, so... But again, Giuliano does have the knives up.
Quite a few ultimates for Kafala as well. Oh my goodness, Petra just gets deleted as she tries to aggress in onto the site. The dash from Giuliano gives away the positioning. This is not a good round for Exet already.
Oh, and Giuliano missed both of the knives as well. Julius got themselves a triple before finally being taken down by Mimi once again. And it is just the Sky and the Killjoy up. It is a 2v3. Well, make that a 1v3. As Ravina just backs it on up a little bit. Mimi on 4 HP and a Dream immediately gets shot by the Rays. And that is going to be double digits for Kathleen.
It's always Mimi. She's always the one trying to make something happen. And this has just been so difficult for Exet. Now, it looks like this was a eco round, so I was correct in what I was saying a little bit earlier on and how their economy had been completely shut down and messed up. But they're able to buy up this time with 2 players on, you know, small shields. But again, this is an important one. This is huge, because if they lose this one, then again, it's that economy mess. Now, they will have quite a bit of that loser bonus to play with, but because they're forcing up like every single round, it's going to be difficult to hold on to this. And we're so close to that match point. Now they do have Viper's Pit available. Haven't popped it just yet. They're not going for that early pop like we saw on the first half, because of course this is their attacking half. But Giuliano peeks and gets shut down. Kafala 5 ultimates, but are they even going to need to use them at this point?
I mean, at this stage, with the rate they're going, they might just hold on to it for the next point. A 5-on-3 situation already. And that is slowly starting to turn into Kefla's set. Spraying on through, but Julius can't get the kill this time round. In fact, it is going to be Petra who gets the better of it. Tries to gather more information as well, and the turret just quickly rotates out of there, just goes into showers for the time being. As they all start jumping all the way forward to A. Everybody gathering up, and there's the pit!
Oh, but that's the default spot. Very smart there to not start the plant until the rain of bullets had stopped. So now the spike's down, firing onto the default spot, but no one's there anymore. Now if they push into this, huge decay comes through and it's going to get shut down. The running back is going to get a little bit of information, but it's not a hell of a lot.
Here's the bare minimum, and in fact can't stay up either. Petra at least manages to take down the Phoenix before being taken down themselves. So, Kefla with the player advantage. Cypher went all the way in there and actually stops the pit. And Kefla, well, they've got to wait for the trap to dial on down. But that will be a defuse in the end. And somehow, Kefla hang on to take another point.
That is impressive, particularly because we know how oppressive the Viper's pit can be, but they do so well to swing off of each other and move into that Viper's pit to get those kills. And as soon as, of course, once the Viper goes down, like, it's so important to keep that Viper alive if the pit's going, because if the Viper is alive, the pit stays up. If the Viper dies, then the pit falls. Very, very well played there to try and win out that one. And now again, very, very close to that match point, and XZ forced onto another eco. They've got Hunter's Fury. They could try and possibly clear out some corners. It's very often used here on Bind to try and clear out either elbow on the B site or lamps on the A site. Once you clear that out, then you know, okay, cool, you can push in. But they might hold on to it. See, this is something that I was concerned about with having XZ coming into this and being from Counter-Strike and not being so used to these agents. Of course, they've been playing Valorant, otherwise they wouldn't be competing in a tournament. It's not like they've never played Valorant before, but they've never played it on a competitive level as far as I could tell. And so you can already see how they're doing really well, relying on that Counter-Strike. Just so everybody's aware, there is a pause here. It's probably attack pause, but there is a pause. So they're relying very much on that mechanical gunplay that they have, and it's amazing. Like, they are doing really, really well just based off of that they've carried over from CS, but the ability usage is still an important part, and I feel like they're somewhat lacking in comparison to Kefla Blue.
Yeah, Kefla Blue have been pretty consistent. I mean, you look at the scoreboard as it stands. They've done 4 points in a row. They've definitely had the second half a bit more in contention than XZ have. Although, again, as you say, XZ has very much been in the thick of things. They're keeping this, well, for the first half at the very least, keeping this incredibly close and nearly winning a couple of points here and there. But sometimes it's just that placement, the ult placement that Kefla Blue are just able to have on lockdown just that little bit more than XZ do. As we are going to see the next point finally get on the way. Pause is done and dusted. That is complete. A lot of scouting, a lot of information coming on through. Jules is going to shoot it down quickly. And again, it looks like XZ are dedicated and committed to coming on in. Jet
No way.
immediately gets pincered out down. That was unfortunate, to say the very least. It's a 3v3 situation after all of that, however. The spike is going to get dropped.
Getting caught with utility out and still managing to survive. Giuliano not able to actually connect there. And like you said, it did get traded out, but in this 3v3... Oh, they saw exactly where that came from. The projectile coming through from around the corner, so they know exactly where the killjoy is.
Bomb grenade out.
Again, there's only so much that they can do. They're going to get taken out by the Phoenix. Ziza at least gets themselves on the board as well, so brings it back to a 2v2. Tried to go for the poke, but was not able to get it. And this is dangerous here. They both ran straight into the middle, and that is thrifty indeed. Beautifully done by Sky, and that gives XZ another point.
Lamps control. I mean, I'll be honest, I love lamps control, but I don't think that was the biggest factor there. It was so huge for Ziza to have been able to bonus up. I say bonus up, like manage to upgrade to this rifle and some very clean shots to help win that one out, because her partner was not in position to help and swing out, right? We saw Killjoy go down because they saw where the projectile was coming from, so they immediately knew where she was, and the last player was on, like, the other side of the map, so... Oh, how do you miss that?
What?
No! She must have flinched.
That is unfortunate. We'll probably see a replay of that and how close to that was to a kill, because that could have absolutely have turned this point on its head. The fact that Juliana somehow missed that first shot, that is unfortunate to say the least. We'll see how far off that was, but again, Capital Blue able to hold it down for the time being. They know that they're going up against the up, and here comes the Fury.
Not using it to clear elbow, which is interesting. Oh, beautiful prediction from Giuliano. As soon as the flash comes through, you know someone's going to swing on that, and that's going to be shut down. 2 players left alive for Kafala Blue. Oh, Giuliano does not miss those.
Well, not anymore, and that looks like it could be it. 5 people up for exit, 1 for Kafla Blue. It's a flawless at last for exit, and it puts them right back into contention.
Oh, what a good round. Okay, okay. BM replay incoming. How does that miss?
How did that hit? How did that miss? Surely that would have hit.
It must have been because she was still moving. Like, you can see the trajectory, so the bullet must have gone wide. That is painful to watch, but they do win out the round at the very least, and Giuliano gets the keeper operator, which is pretty big, and they're starting to close the gap. They do have the Seekers available, but they're contending with a wall, and we know how they've been shut down and kind of messed around by that Cosmic Divide previously, and of course there's the Showstopper as well. And if they... There is some potential here to try and use the Cosmic Divide in their favor. Like, if it goes up and then you use, like, a teleporter or something, maybe. But it's going to be difficult to try and leverage that in your own favor.
Yeah, there's only so much you could do at that point. And with 2 points between the pair of them, this is going to be incredibly close now. And again, Julio just kind of sits there with the up, waits to see what comes up. But again, the ults are coming on out thick and fast. We are going to see Sky drop on down against the Sova. The smokes again immediately coming on out. It looks like V is going to be the push. Showstopper came out somewhere along the line, so keep your ears peeled for that. Although, having said that, I think Raze actually got taken out in the end. No sooner had they popped it, so... Yeah, that's not gone according to plan at all. Exec do get the plant, and they have the player advantage.
Oh, but look at this triangle here from Kafala. Now, this makes it a little bit more difficult because they are needing to attack in. And... Oh my goodness, Julia, you're ridiculous!
The double in the midst of all of that. The Killjoy ult is pretty much going to detain, so that at least finally stops Phoenix. But Giuliano is not going to win that exchange at all. And Kafla Blue are going to take that point away. Goodness gracious me.
I cannot believe that we actually saw Julie make those kills. Like, from the back of sight. No one was even watching. How? It's ridiculous. But again, like, great plays here. I mentioned how they had set up such a good triangle, so they had those crossfires available. It's usually harder to implement in a retake scenario, but they managed to make it happen. And now here we are on match point. There's Bladestorm available for Exet. There's a Cosmic Divide for Kafala. Kafala, of course, managing to full buy up here. Exet also have guns available, but this is it. They need a hero streak here. 3 rounds in a row. 4 rounds in a... 3 rounds to take us to overtime.
Yep.
Can they do it? Oof.
We're going to find out. Again, more scouting, more information. And Rafana's just going to sit there for the time being. Giuliano, not with the up this time around. Again, a lot of smokes being deployed. And they do have knives ready to use if they want to use it. But again, they're the only one with an ult on the table. Capital Blue, to be fair, also with the one as well, but they know they have the 3-point lead. They know that Exet can come to them and they'll be relatively one
slow,
wants to.
methodical. Like, yeah, no one wants to do anything. There's just like sheer terror at this point as Xset realizes this is it. They have to win every single round. Knives get popped. Immediately moving on to site, manages to dodge out the paint shells.
They missed all of them! They missed every single one of those knives! Are you kidding me? And that, well, the spike is going to go down at the very least. But Daddy immediately comes out with the Fury. Surely that'll take somebody down. It does take somebody down. It's
goodness.
the Sky. It just leaves the Viper.
The last person left alive, all these ultimates are coming out. Viper's Pit?
I would assume. Yeah,
That's
Viper's
twice.
Pit is up. Now they have to make this count. They get one.
Oh.
They can't get the second. And that will be that. Kafla Blue win the first point by 13 points to 9.
That was very, very close. But at the end of the day, or at the end of the map at the very least, because today's not over just yet, it was Kafala that came out on top. And again, I've got to chalk this up to the ability usage. Xset did a very good job. I think that they are on a... They're on the right track for sure. They had some really good standout moments, especially with trying to use some of those abilities to deny the retakes. But Kafala just... They have this so much better on lock. I mean, you saw at the end there how much utility, like there was a kill from the Hot Hands, there was a kill from the Hunter's Fury when there was an attempt to get the spike down. The spike did go down, but the Hunter's Fury still manages to get a kill as well. And so that immediately brings the numbers advantage for Kafala, and then it's just the follow-up at that point. I think that Xset, coming into the next map, I want to see them lean a little bit more into the specific agent's utility and how they use that to accomplish their strategic goals.
Yeah, I would like to see the same kind of thing as well, so thank you very much for that one. With the kills and spread as well, like between the lot of them, again, very consistent from all sides of the field. Like they know what they're doing with their respective weapons. You know, that experience definitely showing. And again, everybody very much in these sort of like the high 10s in there. I mean, obviously the top three, 19, 20, and 17 respectively, all on the side. All on the side from Athena, from Daddy, from Julius. Again, the long range hits that were coming on in there was just unbelievable. And I feel like they could definitely utilize the Viper a little bit better. Unfortunately, both times the Viper Pit just could not quite seal them the round. And to be fair, that last one was definitely like, you know, it's 3 versus 1. That situation is always going to be hard. They did it amazingly well to get the first one, but just could not quite get those latter 2 in there. And yeah, again, just that's consistent experience in Valorant definitely seemed to shine through in the end. But having said that though, it's still an incredibly close match. 13 points to 9.
Yeah.
It's only 4 points in it. So this still has the makings to go the distance, providing, as you say, we see Xset be able to sort of like pick up that pace, up the ante a little bit, and maybe start to swing that first half into their favor.
Oh, and I'm looking forward to our next maps because, like you said, there is still so much potential. And our next map is, of course, Ascent, which is quite different to Bind. But what I will say about Ascent is a lot of players, a lot of coaches have said that Ascent is the map that is most similar to maps in Counter-Strike. And this was, in fact, the map pick of Xset. You know, if you think about all of the other maps in the game, they all have a gimmick. Bind has portals, Split has ropes, Icebox has crazy verticality, like ridiculous verticality. Haven has 3 bomb sites, and then you have Ascent, which is just a map with 2 sites and mid. You know, there's no gimmick, there's none of that stuff. It's very similar to a standard Counter-Strike map. So I think that could be one of the reasons that Xset have leaned into it and why this is potentially one of their better maps. Because, I mean, you got to assume it's one of their better maps if it's the one that they picked, right? So I'm curious to see how things potentially change as we move over on to the next one.
Yeah, you definitely assume that because in the fact that they picked it, I was just listening to that list of all the stages, and then in my head I just saw like, and then you have Breeze, which isn't appearing today.
That is true. That is its gimmick. It does not appear today.
Yeah, I do apologize for that, but again, you know, them's the rules. We'll likely see it in the next tournament, considering the fact that it'll have been out for quite a while by the time we would assume another Huntress Trials goes live. And to be fair, with the amount of teams that we've had signed up for this weekend alone, like our third iteration, we've had even more teams come forward. You would get this feeling that a fourth one would have even more come through, but we're thinking in the long term. We need to think right here and now and get ourselves ready for map number 2 when we come back from another break. It'll be the continuation of the third Huntress Trials here at RixGG. Xset are trailing by 1 point to 0. Can they bring it back? We'll find out in a moment. Welcome back, my friends, to the third installment of the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. We have just seen Kafla Blue take their first point in the set with a 13-9 victory over Xset over on Bind, and we are now getting ourselves ready for match number 2. On Ascent, Xset knowing that they need to win this to keep their chances alive, because as a reminder, this is a single elimination tournament. I am still your girl TK Layla, and back with me again after not quite dying to some of the news that has been going in other Valorant tournaments today. We've got Sam again. You doing okay?
I'm trying to survive, trying to contain myself. The battle wages on, not just here, but across the pond as well. River, I don't know, it's hard to say. But we are here, we are fully focused in on what's going on right here. Xset versus Kafala Blue. That first map definitely did not go the way we had expected it to, I think. But it was a pretty good showing from both sides. We did kind of touch on how Xset, coming over from Counter-Strike, they have that mechanical skill, they have the aim, they have the power there, but unfortunately, the ability usage wasn't quite where it needed to be. Kafala Blue really taking advantage of that, really leveraging that in their favor, doing some phenomenal work. Now we move over onto Ascent. Can Xset pick up the pace again?
Well, we're going to find out, and both teams locked in their agents almost immediately. No thought needed. And again, we are, well, I say again, we are not going to see the Viper this time around. And instead, what we are going to see is that Reyna coming back on out on the side of Kafala. And on top of that, the Astra's back as well, alongside the Phoenix, the Killjoy, and the Sova. Meanwhile, we will have ourselves a Sage on the field. So Sky is substituted out for the Sage. Meanwhile, the Killjoy is back, which, to be fair, makes sense. The Killjoy generally does do well on Ascent. And, that's what they're there for. Place those little turrets down, be an annoyance, and, yeah, keep them as far away from that spike as possible.
Well, if production could slap on an overlay so I could see which team was which, that would be super. Look at you doing the thing. Thank you.
They were distracted. They were distracted by the cute little turret.
Yeah,
you gotta love your little bum
that's
buddy.
what distracted them. Yes. Well, no jets on either side yet, which is very interesting. But we do still have some of those duelists, and Sephia really taking duelists to that next level.
Yeah, and a lot of picks coming up in the pistol round nice and early. The Frenzy is getting themselves in the midst of things as well. Wielded by Liliano as the gate does drop on down. So Giuliano's going to just rotate back just a little bit here. Xset with the spike. Naturally, as you can see that, it's going to be Sova backed up with the Astra and the Phoenix. It's a 3-on-3 situation, although the Reyna is hurt. But that can all change if they do get a pick. And goodness me, sweeping them off their legs. It is a 2v2 now in this situation. And the Phoenix is coming on up, but they immediately picked out by the Phoenix. And that will give Xset the time to plant.
There it is. We start to see how Xset are going to be able to abuse this map without gimmicks. Hopefully to their advantage, because of course they want an opportunity to stay in this. Datty last person standing in that 1v2.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous. Arrow is going to come out, so again, gives them some kind of information, but they've got one of their own. Headshot with the Ghost. Gets us into a 1v1 situation as Daffy comes on down. Trades it for another Ghost, I guess. Why the heck not? Missed the first shot. Down to 8 health. I don't think they'll get the defuse. Even if they win this, they do get the headshot. But it won't be enough time to defuse. So that will be the first point on the board for Xset. Goodness me, that nearly went to Kafla's side, but just in the nick of time, stalled it out long enough.
I mean, it's like we said, they have that Counter-Strike background, so they know what to do. It's a 2v1 situation. How do we do this? Spike's already down. We play for time. And that's what they did. They did that beautifully, perfect handling of that. Yes, they all die in the process, but they net themselves the round win, and that is the most important part. Now, again, we come into this next round. We're expecting some light buys here. Very light, as if history is anything to go on from this team. And then we'll see if they can leverage that. Some nice defaults across the map. Information gathering both in mid and towards the A and B sites. But the spike yet to pick a direction just yet. Oh, and mid is just free.
Yeah, that's not an area you want to be giving up anytime soon, and Zito is going to rinse right on through the Killjoy. Flash is going to come out, but he's really there for it. As Julius and Sephia combined managed to take Mimi out of the equation, so 4v4 situation now follows, and they're slowly coming in to the site, and that is going to be a quick, well, I was going to say one quick poke, leading to another. Spike will be down again for Exet, this time over on B, and it's a 4-2 advantage that they possess here.
Yeah, you can see that Exet really starting to feel themselves here. The two-player advantage, and look at these crossfires set up here. It's not a triangle, it's a proper square. No one can get onto the site, and it's just cleanup towards the end there. A really, really good round here off the back of this. Great opening frag from Zizo, and then of course, mid was free. So once they have both the A main, or rather the B main entrance and the entrance from Market cleared out, it's so easy, it's so free to just walk onto site. Now they do have that bonus round available to them, but of course they know that they're going to be coming up against rifles. It's round 3. Kafala have lost the first 2 pistol rounds. This is pretty telegraphed stuff. What isn't telegraphed, however, is how they're going to play this defense, knowing that they have that advantage. And it looks like Exet's going to be going for a hard A hit with a lurk towards Catwalk. We'll see how that pans out as Kafala start to take very, very slow control of the map.
Little by little, it starts to emerge, and with a 2-point lead in the early stage, Exet will want to try and ebb this out as long as they physically can. That experience from CSGO is starting to pay dividends for them, as Sephia just sits on the high ground for the time being, just waiting for somebody to poke on through, but nobody wants to take that first move just yet. Everyone's just sort of like just waiting for the other to hop on forward first. We are going to finally have a smoke dropped on down. Sophia just going to have a little linger in there, but nothing, again, nothing serious for the time being. Julius with the high ground gets the first pick, and that is going to set Keflo up quite nicely. But again, Spike's down on A.
Oh, the timing on that was so spicy. But Spike has been planted, as you've said. And Exet, such good crossfires here. Oh my goodness, sees the barrel of the gun, but still loses the 1v1.
And a double for the Reyna in the midst of all of that as well. Killjoy drops on down. That's a triple for Julius, and that is going to be that. That is a flawless for them. The spike is going to be diffused. Nobody left from Exet. And beautifully done from Kafla. Again, some really good pokes. That high ground again, advantage from Julius, just drops on down and somehow winning on the peak.
Honestly, from seeing the barrel of the gun and then losing that 1v1, you have to expect the swing. You have to be pre-firing that, and she just wasn't. And that was a very, very unfortunate one because they were already 1 player down at that point. So, bit of a spicy start, bit of a spicy round. But Exet are still able to buy here. And we'll see if they can continue, if they can convert this into another round win. As Kafala have, once again, taken very strong control of the map. These are very, very standard positions across the map, making sure you've got as many angles covered as you can. But this is interesting because they're giving up mid again, and this is precisely where the spike seems to be leading, or leaning for the moment.
At the moment it seems to be that way, but we all know anything can and will change in this game as Sage and Phoenix start to move on towards B. Now, a whole lot of utility put down, but the Killjoy is out of the equation, so won't need to worry about that anymore. Gets themselves healed up nicely, but Daddy is well waiting there in the midst of it all. Gets the initial spray, but doesn't get the kill. Tries to fire on through. A shock bolt should do it. A shock bolt does do it. Very cheekily, but very cleverly done. Gets themselves a double. Can't get the triple, though, as Astra finally pops them down. But again, that has helped them massively.
Oh, it's so important to check Boathouse. I mean, that's exactly what Julius did. As soon as they get onto site, they realize they gotta check Boathouse. That's where their teammate died. And it was very surprising that Exet didn't check that. And of course, it cost them dearly. Down to the last player, only a few seconds left, and now it's all about extra frag.
One enemy.
Yo, 2 exit frags. That's actually so huge for exit. That's going to do a lot to try and dent that economy just a little bit. They do lose the round, so that's going to even us out at 2-2. But hopefully it's enough to cause exit, or rather to cause Kafala to not have as good of a buy. This was such a good attempt at trying to get those last kills. Oh, an exit forced down to an eco themselves. Unfortunately, were not able to put too much of a dent into Kafala, so they come into this at a massive gunner disadvantage. But they do have 2 pretty big ultimates here. We're going to start with Kafala's run it back, though, to get some information, which is massive, because she's going to be able to relay back that there is absolutely nothing on B. It's all A, and the rotations will start coming through.
Yeah, and you get the feeling that's exactly what is going to happen. They're going to have that spike planted by the time they all get there. They're starting to appear now, but again, that is done and dusted. Quickly rotates back into the corner. And gives themselves a little bit of breathing spot, trying to figure out where Castle Blue are going to be emerging in from. Zephyr already sprays on from the high ground. They've got Killjoy up there for help. The feed, oh my goodness me, what happened there? It bolted upwards.
It bounced off of the turret, I think, and then just went on like its own little mini adventure.
I mean, they caught everybody off guard on that one. There's a 3v3 situation now. As they all start to drop exit. Have 2 people up. It is just Petra up. Does get a shot with the Sheriff, and that will be that. It will get themselves the point despite everybody being down, because they weren't able to defuse that, and everyone drops.
That is massive. This was an eco round for Exet. So realistically, they shouldn't have won this. But such a quick rotation towards the A site, they get the spike down, and they manage to play for time. And at the end of it, the last players from Kafala die to the spike, which has forced Kafala onto a janky buy. And Exet are able to full buy this round. It is nuts how good that round was for Exet, and it was totally unpredicted. This is massive. Now, Exet have a lockdown available, so they can potentially use that to try and aggress in onto site. But remember that this is an anti-eco. They have the gun advantage. Oh my goodness. And then that happens.
Yeah. Not the exchange you want to see, but still, both teams do lose a player in the early stages of this point. And again, Sheriff on hand for Reyna. Well, I was going to say it was a drop on both, but hey, guess what? We have a Sage in this match now. The res is going to come up and immediately go into seat and just immediately hit the deck. They did their job, they got the res, and then immediately get a heck out of there. But still, Exet with the player advantage.
Only 2 players for Kafala here. They know exactly where both of those players are, so they can call that information. It's a free plant over on the A side. And Crassy's just going to hold this angle. As soon as somebody peeks through, either she's going to get the kill. No, she doesn't. So she's going to relay that information. She's died. Oh!
A lot of spray there from Giuliano, but finally gets the kill. Last second headshot, you like to see it. And Exet survived with 3 players up. 4-2 lead.
Insane round here once again for Exet. And this was so needed. Especially after that first map. I really feel like I was saying this kind of towards the second half, but Exet really starting to like feel themselves here as we continue along. Now, finally, we have Sheriffs across the board. So this is where things are really on even footing for the most part. However, Kafala again have 3 ultimates here. Now they have the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. If Exet's lockdown comes out, they can shut it down, and they can put down a lockdown of their own once they get a read on where the site or where the where Exet are planning to go, which site they're planning to head into. And once again, mid is completely free. And we're going to see Exet start to push forward a little bit now. They've fired down the alarm bot. And this is great because that is intended to make it seem like they're going through mid. But in fact, Spike's making its way over towards B.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything checking B at the moment, is there? There's a couple of utility, but nothing really. And they are making their way all the way into there, so we are going to see the ult dropping on down. The turret will now alert the rest of Castle Blue that, yep, Exet are indeed all pretty much parking up on B. The spike surely will go down there, you would assume it would do, and it does. And Petra now keeps an eye out, see if they get anything with that. They can't. And in fact, we've got a counter ult going up as well.
Huntress Fury never came out, which is very interesting. And now we've got the lockdown as well as the Empress coming through. One person left alive. Actually gets one. Gets two? Oh. Good try. Good try.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would have been amazing if that had played out. The fact that he even got two is still impressive. I mean, Exeter are doing pretty well with that, it must be said. They're still able to get kills when you least expect them to, and they are absolutely holding their own there. But unfortunately, just the numbers just a little too much for them on that situation. And that is going to finally give them what they needed, the triple in the end for the Reyna as well. So really coolly done. Catholic Blue keeps themselves just a point behind Exet. And this is indeed a lot closer than I said it was going to be close, but this is much closer than the first match was.
And now Exit again in a very weird position as they've got one Spectre on the board, which is never ideal. And they burnt quite a few ultimates. Both teams, in fact, burnt quite a few ultimates in that last round, and it was a pretty important one. It's a pretty important round for Kafala here as well. So they do need to kind of keep themselves in this game. They've still managed to hold on to that Hunter's Fury, which is pretty huge. And they've got the run it back, which will give a lot of information if they want to go and find out exactly what's going on.
Yeah, just be a massive question if they can use it to their advantage at this stage. Again, it's mostly utility dropped up over on B, whilst they're all spread out across A for the most part. And it looks like Exit are thinking about pushing on in if they want to, and it looks like it is all starting to come out. I think that was the projection coming out as well for Astra. And it's going to be Kafla's Astra that goes down immediately. Juliano gets themselves a headshot as well. So Exet with two plays up and once again another successful plan.
Now this is a really good, once again, that post-plant situation. Exet have been really good at holding on to these. I'm starting to get a little bit better with that util as well. But we're going to see Kafala approach this as a 3-stack potentially. First to run it back to get the information. Well, that's quite a bit of information, actually.
And a couple kills in there. That is going to be the run it back done. And Juliano was just waiting for them to respawn. That is a triple kill. And Exet, again, take another point away.
That's always going to be a difficult situation to find yourself in. You know, particularly when Exet had such good control of the map already from like various different angles. So to try and push into that, particularly on that B site, never going to be easy. So now, bit of a janky buy from Kafala once again. Exet seem to be full bought up, which is pretty good. And they still have managed to hold on to their run it back. Speaking of holding on to, Kafala have been holding on to this Hunter's Fury for quite some time. Haven't used it just yet. Not even to clear any angles. But I like seeing that Kafala have not left mid completely free this time. I think they've realized too many times that they've lost out rounds because they were... Oh no! Oh, mid-util usage. No, lineups kill.
That was tragic. Nothing else to be said about that, I'm afraid. And that means that Exet have a player advantage for the time being. 3 versus 2. And they are all rotating off to A with, once again, another successful plan. Fury is going to come out this time round. Will they actually catch anybody with that? The answer is no. No pick with that at all.
Trying to deny that spike plant from coming through, but unfortunately... Oh, listens for the footsteps, knows that someone's coming, manages to get one. It's a good trade. Brings it down to the 2v1. Dati has all of her team's hopes and dreams on her shoulders here. That might be an overly dramatic description, but, you know.
Yeah, you get the general idea, though. It's a 2v1 situation. Biding their time in the smoke, and unfortunately, just could not come... Lines are going completely out of my head. Could not cope, but yeah, that was unfortunate for the Reyna. Just completely taken by surprise by the Phoenix. I don't think they were expecting them to push so quickly into them. As a result, that just went away from them. And Exet find themselves 6-3 up. Are we seriously looking at a repeat of the previous few matches here, where it just seems like each team take it in turns to start, or to the end the first half, the stronger.
Well, it's good to see that there's some real back and forth between these teams. That was kind of what we were talking about towards the end of the last series as well. We love to see this kind of thing, so it's almost full buys across the board. There is one Guardian online for Fala, and that's unfortunately going to be Athena. But the rest of it... Ooh, that's a good pick. Just as the smoke is chilling there. And that takes the Sage off the board, so they're not going to be able to build up more to that res.
Run it back coming up for Julian. We are going to see on both sides of the field. That is massive, actually. The run it back finally ends. The Fury came out again. And that is going to be Petra getting themselves on the board. Cuts themselves back into the advantage. And another successful plant for Exet.
And a nice blaze wall there just to shut down any potential sight lines. Oh, Judas knows exactly where they came from. It gets spotted out, but it doesn't matter.
Exet are looking to get that 7th point, and they're pretty much at a very good position to do so. It is just the Sova and the Phoenix. Make that just the Phoenix, as Asher just completely catches them round the corner. And now, well, unfortunately not able to get that hit that they were looking for. The triple comes up for Giuliano. And that is 7-3 to Exet. Would you believe it?
I'm really impressed with the turnaround. This was something that I was kind of hoping to see. But again, I feel like they're more leaning on their strategic play and their gunplay. Things like flashes, smokes, mollies, these are things that they're used to. It's things that they know really well. In terms of other utility, and that's why we can see they're not really utilizing too much of things like Jet. You know, it's really unheard of in Counter-Strike. So they're leaning into agents that fit into what they're more familiar with. And it's working out really, really well for them as well. And I'm really enjoying seeing this resurgence from them. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. As the Sheriff hit is going to find its mark a little bit. Lazio already down to 2 HP. And not a great start for them in the slightest. And Exet look to end the 7-5 curse. Goodness me. Zizo with the first pick, and it all starts popping off. Now it's Chrissy who is all the way down to 3 HP. Exet do have the player advantage. Another successful plant. And that looks like Exet could be looking at an 8-point advantage. Well, 8 points to 3. And that would absolutely break this 7-5 curse that we've been seeing. Because again, up on the high wall goes the Sage. Another pick onto the Sova. And that is that. No 7-5s for the first half this time around. Exet are on 8.
Wow, what an amazing, amazing display here from Exet. So much better than what we saw on that first map. Now we're down to the very last round in the half. So of course, this is a very important one to win out for both of these teams. If Kafala win it, then of course it comes down to that best of a bad situation, the 8-4. It's your best chance, your most realistic chance at being able to turn things around at the half. But if Exet win it out, that's the 9-3, and they only need like 4 points to win the game. And that's what, 2 pistols plus 2? This is a good start here for Kafala to take down Giuliano. This is looking a lot better. There is a res available, but of course that went down in mid. It's going to be very difficult to res that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Phoenix went for the flash, unfortunately walked straight on out, and Kafla was not hanging around for it. The res does come up, so it's back to square one. And obviously, it is the last point before the half, so use up your ult where you can. Both Killjoys with an ult. Crucially, Kafla does have an ult as well on the Astra, but it is going to be Rafina who goes down first now.
Mimi actually manages to win that one out. This is massive, but of course they have to be aware. Yes, they are. They're aware that the entirety of Kfala have already rotated towards A site, so now it looks like they're leaning back towards B. Now, this is fantastic. What a good read, but they are being very, very slow about this. It's not going to take very long for Kfala to figure out that this is exactly what's going on. So you send Giuliano up through mid, and if a rotation starts to happen, she's going to be able to call that one out. The alarm bot is there, though. So once that information goes off, beautiful, waiting for the Killjoy to be out of range. Oh my goodness, so huge. The rotation is going to be so late to come through now.
Yeah, that was beautifully timed, patiently played from Giuliano, but couldn't get the first pick. But again, it stalled the time long enough for Exet to get the spike. But that is now going to give Letio the chance to go in with the ult of their own. And that is a very dangerous position for Exet to be in. They might just get away with it, just tucked into the boathouse. And I think Kefla will very much know that they will try and go for the sweep, but they didn't check! They didn't check again! Mimi gets a triple!
What is a corner and how do I, what's the word? Check. Oh, and the swing from Zizo to get that last kill in the round. This is why it's so important. That particular corner, this one right here, is so popular to hide out in. And if you're not checking it, you are setting yourself up to get, well, shot in the back. What a good round from Exet. A massive turnaround from map 1. I'm blown away. And again, this is 9-3. 4 points and Exet will win this map.
Yeah, how quickly the turns table. How great to see. Sorry, it's great to see that. And before we do get into our next match, I just want to quickly give a little shout out to Runapia, who's coming in with that raid. Greatly appreciate that. Welcome on in. You've got some high octane Huntress Trials action happening. Catholic Blue might be up in this set by 1-0, but they are behind in this second match by 9 points to 3 as we enter the second half.
Oh, all the spice in the world, yeah, but of course this is where things start to get spicy because this is the defending round for Exet. So, do they manage to maintain this streak? Ooh, that's a good early pick.
Yeah, that went down incredibly early, but having said that, though, Giuliano gets themselves another headshot in the back. Petra down to 10 HP, but still manages to go in and still gets a pick against the Astra. Oh, no. So Exet 3-2 here, and they are hanging on in there. You feel like, well, they can't drop the spike. The spike is literally on the ledge to the right of them, I believe.
Oh, the spike's on the wrong side of the map. 2v2. It's the imposter syndrome here for both of these players. Well, all four, I guess. Oh my goodness.
It's like, they know that they're going to be there. They know it's going to be a dangerous peak and a half. And, well, it's a pincer. They can't get it. Oh. They can't get either of them. They both ran straight towards the Killjoy. And guess who was waiting for them? It was the Sova. And so through it all, Exet take the pistol round.
Honestly, it's one of those things where you're just like, where do I aim? Where do I go first? Which side do I swing to? But a solid defensive round there from Exet. They played that again very, very well. It's that mechanical, strategic understanding that they bring through from Counter-Strike. These are TAC FPS players through and through.
I believe this is... Sorry, I think that's a 6-point streak now for Exet. If I saw that scoreboard correctly, which just goes to show how comfortable they are at this stage, especially with a 7-point lead. Well, Catholic Blue have it all to do. It looks like they're all gathering towards A, and they are absolutely running straight into A.
Oh, door's gonna come down. Oh, the information from the recon dot. Oh, you've gotta check that.
Headshots are plenty. As Exet again give themselves a player advantage. Julio just spamming on in with the Ghost. Not quite getting the pick that they were after. Redder in the flash. Gets the flash. And not quite able to get the pick they were looking for either. But that's okay because Zizo gets themselves a double. But that is that. Exet with another point in the bag. 11-3 is the score.
Now, if there's going to be a place for the turnaround to happen, it's gonna be now. Usually, there's like 2 key momentum swing points, and that's on the 3rd round and on the 5th round. So here, this is interesting because we're not seeing a full buy from Kefala because like they forced up in the previous round, and so that's just completely backfired on them. Maybe we're not going to see that momentum shift. We'll see how well they play this. Of course, the janky buys all around, so there's definitely still potential here to make that one happen, but they don't have that massive gun advantage that they would have wanted to have coming into this round.
Daddy in the middle as well. Look at how much utility has been dropped over on A. Tasty headshot from Daddy, but unfortunately caught in the midst of reloading. So that will be that for them on this point. 4 versus 3 though still for Exit. They're consistently getting in there with the player advantage. And in fact, Kafla are down to 2 now. But again, doesn't matter. They get themselves a pick in there. It is just Reyna left who gets in with the overheal and quickly switches out the weapon.
Ooh, 1v2 here. Oh, footsteps. Quite loud. And the last 2 Exit players, not terribly split up, so there should be some potential here to be able to swing on one another. But again, I mean, these footsteps are so loud. It's so obvious. Ah, a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah.
Felt like... So the idea is to try and get exit frags, but like you need to be a little bit more careful if that's your end goal. Now as we continue along, you know, we're going to be on match point now. And, okay, we've got an operator on the board here. Except mean business. And Kafala, because they forced up 2 rounds back and lost those 3 rounds in a row, they have 1 Vandal, 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre, and a Sheriff. This is not ideal.
Yeah.
Layla, looks like we could be heading to that map 3.
Yeah, well, Icebox might be making a grand return, would you believe it? Twice in one stream. It's more likely than you think, it seems. As the drone is going to come out, location has been revealed. Mimi has to quickly hop on the back foot. As we see everybody just bide their time slowly but surely. Petra, again, keeping an eye on the door. Quickly starting to rotate back the way, it seems. You just wonder if Kafla are going to commit here to B.
You should run.
Oh, there's the lockdown. So that's gonna potentially allow them some space to move on to site. But of course, Petra knows the strat. And so is trying to find as much information as she can. Spam through the smoke. Gets counter spammed. Good grief. What a good shot there from Daddy.
The Rez is gonna come in though, but immediately loses the Killjoy instead. So it is going to be a successful plant. Kafla are doing absolutely everything. Exet have won 8 points in a row up to this point. And now they're not only going to have to go through with a player disadvantage, but they also have to defuse. And that is going to be 2 down, make that 3 down. They managed to get 2 picks of their own, but it is just Krissa who is on the point. Catches the Killjoy. 2v1 situation, but caught in the end by Reyna.
Wow, what a play here from Kafala. This was impressive stuff to be getting so much results. So they had 1 person with a Vandal who manages to get that opening pick off. And the rest come through and it's just clean up with the Bulldogs. Such a good round. Now they're still... They're now able to buy up fully. And they forced Exet onto one of those janky buys. Now, Exet can afford to lose 1 or 2 rounds here. There is a massive, massive buffer zone. But they don't want to invest too much. They want to make sure that they're able to, on a round where they can full buy, they have all of their utility, some ultimates available so that they can get a clean sweep in that last round. Father Blue are coming into this. Have they just dropped 3 ultimates in the first 4 seconds?
I think that's exactly what they've done. I think you've called that eye on the money. Yeah, you can see all of that green all being utilized. The spike is going to get planted. The Fury is going to come out as well. It's all kicking off as Killjoy gets the kill on Phoenix in the midst of all that. Latu is going to convert it on him, but they do get themselves a double on the board. But crucially for Kafla, they have a 5-2 advantage here.
I mean... Okay, great. You drop 3 ultimates and you win the round because let's face it, they're gonna win the round. I mean, there's no way that Exet come back from this. They're probably just gonna try and hold on to their rifles, and they're not even going for exit frags. They're just gonna go hide out on B. So, yeah, you've won the round, but what do you have coming into the next round? Every single round is match point. From here on out, you have to string together 9 rounds in a row, 8 if you include this one. You know, like you chop it up, you include it in the rounds that they've already won. And so you have very little coming into this next round. So how do they make this work? I really want to see these buys. I want to see how do they... Okay, so there's still a full buy up here from Kafala. An Exet. Not able to full buy, it seems. Yeah, there's 2 players that are going to be a little bit janky. And they have 2 ultimates available to them. This is it's gonna be difficult. There's rifles aplenty for Kafala, and they have the Hunter's Fury, so that's quite a bit to work with. But XZ still have 2 of those ultimates, and okay, they've got 1 on a ghost. That puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage. If XZ play this, they're just investing the runner back. That's a lot of info.
You should run.
Yeah, they're going straight on in with it, and the EMP comes out as well, but that is going to be Killjoy done and dusted. And Exit are actually going to lose 2 in the midst of all of this. But finally, the server does drop on down. But yeah, a 4-2 advantage again for Kefla. You did say it was a bit of a janky buy. And again, another successful plan for Kefla Blue. So they're getting the points where they matter. And, well, waiting for it. Looks the other way. Sage is going to go down immediately. And I don't think the Phoenix realized they were up there. Pincered out by all points. And that is going to be another successful one for Kefla.
I would have liked to have seen XZ being a little bit more conservative in that round with their buys, so that coming into this round, they would all be able to full buy, and they would have had ultimates available to them. In fact, investing the run it back, I think, was a little bit of an overcommitment there. If they had been frugal, if they had opted to not super buy up, then this round they would have had full Vandals, and they would have still had their run it back available. But what's done is done. They're coming into this on an eco, so they will very likely lose this round. And it's how they turn it around in the next round, potentially, that's going to matter here. Because Kafala... Oh my... Okay, Petra. Cool. That's fine. Just win on an eco. I don't care.
God, could you imagine if they win on an eco? That would be pretty spectacular. And it would be quite the slap in the face, it must be said, as XZ have a 2-player advantage. Killjoy just a little bit hurt, but got a Sage to heal them up if they absolutely need to. And again, it looks like it is going to be the A that is going to start getting themselves swamped up on here. Spike will go down. So we'll see if Kafla can still manage to get a point out of this. It is pretty much, well, all in for them at this stage in time. They know they're full well. If they lose this point, they are going to see themselves into match number 3.
2 players do manage to get upgraded guns. They drop the Cosmic Divide, but oh my goodness, it's so back and forth. Last player left alive.
No way.
Oh my goodness, no freaking ways.
No way. It's a 1v1. They're both so hurt. They're going to go for the defuse to try and top them out. And it clutch. I cannot believe the clutch.
Oh my god, my heart cannot take that round. That was ridiculous. It just was so back and forth off the back. Okay, so XZ off the back of picking up just 2 rifles from getting those 2 opening kills, manages to bring this down to a 1v1, but Cressy was not able to pick up a rifle. She manages to get the halfway, but the swing is good at the end, and even if she had a rifle in her hand, I doubt she wins that out. That was just way too close for comfort for Kafala. But now here's that point that I was talking about, where we have the rifles across the board. Now, XZ have a lockdown available, which is going to do a lot to shut down a site. There is, however, a Hunter's Fury available to shut that one down. At this point, it is literally anyone's, like, point, right? Not necessarily map, but if XZ lose here, then again, their economy is a bit of a mess, and that gives more points over to Kafala. This could be a massive turnaround.
Juliana just spraying through. That's going to be the run it back, and they're all dropping utility. They're all going to march on in if they're not careful. It is going to be Julius who gets the first pick after all of that. Rafina on the back foot, but again taken on down. But Juliana doesn't win the poke this time around. It's XZ with 2 players and Kafala with 4. Again, they've got the advantage.
Oh, goodness me. No!
Oh my god!
Corners! These are no! It's all down to Petra to try and make something happen. 1v4. It's just not possible. We're going to be heading into yet another round. This is ridiculous. We came into this half and Kafala only had 3 points on the board. They have managed to build themselves up to 8 points. And they started doing that when it was on match point. Like, suddenly we got to match point and they were like, oh, we should probably start doing something here. And Xset, they didn't even get to use the lockdown in that round because Mimi just dies straight away, like really early on in the round. And now Xset, you can see they're forcing up. They still have minimal armor to try and make something happen. They've got a Hunter's Fury. They still have that lockdown. But Kafala are on such a tear right now. Every time they get onto site, they blast onto site so quickly, get that spike down, get those post-plant positions, and Xset are just unable to break through that defense.
Yeah, this is quite the show. It must be said. Kafla want they don't just want to take this point. They want the epic comeback and a half. I mean, the fact that it's 8-12 is just, they know the pressure that they're under and they're handling it pretty well. It must be said. But now, 2 ults as well. We got Astro with the ult pretty much ready to go as well. So this is still all to play for as we tick into that 1 minute timer. And we are going to see a good old sound wall.
Cosmic Divide to try and shut down any sound cues. This is really big. But of course, Kafala can use this to their advantage as well. Remember, the spike is here on B. So that Cosmic Divide, it is a bait and a half. Mimi, however, has not fallen for it. Manages to get a little bit of chip damage and calls that through. So the rotation has come through already from Xset. Still have that lockdown and Hunter's Fury yet to use. And some interesting flanks all across the board. Oh my goodness.
Well, Petra fires off with the Fury, but we're going to get a counter Fury. And it is actually going to be Danny who goes down. First, Petra does go down in the process of all of that, and Xset do actually lose a second player as well. So the spike is planted, and Julius hits the deck. So it's a 3v3 situation as Lato is just camped right down there in the bottom corner. Sophia needs to cover them, gets the headshot. Really good pick. Their teammates are up in there as well, and that is going to be another point for Kafla. Can you believe this?
Oh my goodness, they seriously, you know what, they turned their monitors on, right? They played the first half with their monitors off. They suddenly realized, like, that's why I can't see what's going on. And now with the biggest comeback that we've seen, at the very least in this tournament, they are doing so exceptionally well. Now, this is the thing. Once they get that spike down, if you give them time to get post plants, you're done. They have such good post plants. They're not allowing Xset to get onto site, that they cannot break through that defense. So Xset, the plan here, if they want to make this work, and now bearing in mind that this is going to be a little bit of an eco for Xset, so not an ideal situation to be in. But what they really want to do when they have the opportunity is shut down Kafala before they have a chance to plant. Now, they've had this lockdown for a few rounds, but Mimi keeps dying really early on, so they haven't had a chance to actually use it. There's also the runner back available to get some information, but I don't think I want to see that utilized here on this eco round. Again, I want to see them be a little bit frugal and save up for a big power round to try and win it out.
Headshot from Cephia gets themselves on the board once again, and the Frenzy's going to try and come out with the run it back combined. Petra gets themselves a sheriff hit as well, and Kefla find themselves losing 2 players. Letio and their teammate fires on through, but actually Letio goes down. So it's a 2v2 situation here. I think the spike will be planted. Now, Xset do have the ult here if they want to try and detain these 2. Or they'll see if they can hold it on to the next point. I mean, you don't think they will do with the fact that they have pistols? No, they are going to do it. Mimi is going to go for it.
Oh, this is big. It's going to force them into the back of Boathouse and force them to move out. And once they peek out, they're going to try and get the swing. Oh my goodness, but the information not!
Julia goes forward and they get it. I can't believe they got that. They decided, you know what? We're not going to run and hide. We're going to run straight into the face of danger. And it paid off. They sprayed through the hut and caught the pair of them by surprise.
But then they had to move out. So the lockdown was in such a position that they wouldn't really have been able to hide out in Boathouse. So they have to push through. But the recon dart comes through, doesn't get destroyed, lights up exactly where the last 2 players from Xset are, and it's just swing out and get the kills. And now look where Xset are. We're at the 12-10. Kafala has 3 ultimates in their bank. Xset on another weird buy. They've even gone and bought up an Odin. No one is anywhere near the B site, so that Odin is not going to get value. And all they have left here is the Cosmic Device. They do have a res, and that saved them in the last map. But is it going to be enough to save them here? Because Kafala are dangerously close to taking us to overtime.
Yeah, can you believe this? They're 2 points away from it. Sephia is going to fire on through. I don't think anybody got detained in the midst of all of that. And spraying on him, but I think they just backed into the Killjoy. And they have! Mimi just sat there and waited in the corner. And that could do it. Xset have a flawless. Xset says F you with the comeback. A flawless on a defuse. And can you believe match 3 will come 13-10. What a finish to that point.
Heavens above. I cannot believe that that is how this ends. Petra with the double kill with the freaking shock dart, which is absolutely ridiculous. The space that they took on that last point, I was not expecting them to come out on top in that round of all rounds. But you know what that means? We're heading to map 3.
I think we were all pretty much convinced at that point that, you know what, it's not going to happen. The comeback is going to happen, and somehow Kefla are going to manage to make this into 2-0. Nope. Somehow no. I cannot believe it. Because I was like, the camera cut away just as I saw Phoenix back on into what's the corner. I'm like, Mimi's hiding right underneath all of that. So it was just like biding their time, and the second they took a step forward, it was like, yeah, the Phoenix is a sitting duck. That was unbelievable. Again, patiently played from Xset despite conceding, what was that, 7 points in a row there at the end. They managed to win the point that mattered the most. And yeah, how about that? That was awesome.
Good grief. But of course, I did mention at the start of that map that Ascent is the map that is most closely comparable to a typical Counter-Strike map, right? It's not all gimmicky. It doesn't have like fun random stuff to work with. Icebox, I think, is very close to CS maps as well. It does have somewhat of its gimmicks. You know, it's got a couple of ropes here and there. But for the most part, it is comparable to a Counter-Strike map. So I think that this could be another map that somewhat goes the distance. We know from the first map, Bind is a bit difficult to navigate, particularly for a team that isn't necessarily used to the competitive VALORANT environment. So once we came over onto Ascent, where there weren't any of those gimmicks, we really started to see the Xset ladies shines. But Kafala, that resurgence from them says so much about them as a team. They had a very dominant showing on Bind. They managed to bring it back, like you said, about 7 rounds in a row on Ascent. We're heading on over to Icebox now. I don't see either of these teams giving in. I think this is going to be an all-out slugfest.
It absolutely is, and especially if the kill assists are anything to go by. I mean, it's not just the kills that are lighting up the board. Everybody's pretty much at about 15 or higher. We had Petra, Sephia, and Julis all on 20. But never mind that. We've got Dati with the Sova. 12 assists on there. It's like everybody is getting stuck in. And it's just like, yeah, if you're not getting kills, the fact that you're getting double-digit assists is telling you how much work you are putting in for your team. So it's great on both sides of the field. And it means, as you say, Icebox is coming. Match number 3 is on the horizon. It will be our last match of the day when we return one last time for the Huntress Trials. are back for the Huntress Trials here at RixGG. Your girl TK, Layla, and Mizuki still with you. We are bringing you one final match for tonight. Because for the second time in a row, we're going to match 3. And for the second time, it's Icebox. So this is going to be a lot of fun. XSET have just come off a roller coaster of a match. They won 8 points in a row, got themselves up to a really good position, 12 points to 3. And then the comeback starts to happen. Kafla gets 7 in a row before finally conceding that all-important point. And this is where we set ourselves up for. And guess what? Viper on lockdown on both sides of the field.
Oh, now that's interesting because, of course, Kfala didn't use the Viper on Bind. We only saw that coming through from Exit. So really cool to see that happening. In fact, mirror matchups here. This is exactly what we're seeing across the board in all levels of play, really, on Icebox. I mean, this is the ideal composition to be running. So, not surprised at all to see this coming through. Sage for that B execute. Viper just because the utility is so good in those small choke points. The Killjoy and the Sova for getting tons and tons of information. And then, of course, you got your Jet entry. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, not too many surprises here. Now it just comes down to how well are they going to play this map with these agents. That's, of course, the most important part. I mean, immediately we can see Exit. They got Cressy running over towards the B side to hold there with the Viper utility, because again, that just makes sense. And it looks like Kafala are going to be looking to do an A hit.
Yeah, go for the A in the early stages, but then again, we generally do see the A push happen almost immediately, just to get everybody just sort of like relaxed and ready for the Icebox shenanigans ahead. Remember, at stake, a place in the top 4, a place to guarantee yourself some of the prize pool. It'll hurt for either team to get this far, having spent so much points in this set as it is, to then just miss out on the prize pool by just a few mere points. But that is what it comes down to between these two now. And it is going to be the drone coming on out for Petra, immediately getting shot down. Nobody wants that up at all. And so many toxic, we got the toxic walls and the orb up as well. And you'll, get used to seeing a lot of that.
Oh, there's a nano swarm to come through. Ooh, and some chip damage as well. And Sephia not able to heal up there as the first frag is going to come through for Exet to try and deny this plant. And of course that means that the spike has gone down. Exet going to try and maintain control of that as much as possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of toxic screens to have to really poke through. Unfortunately, wrong place for Petra to be, and 2 of them were there to keep an eye out of everything that was going on in. And again, a good little clip on there. Gets themselves a position with the zipline as well. Tries to fire one through with the ghost. Misses their shot initially, but again, gets away with the exchange. And Kafla going for a rotate. They're rotating all the way to B.
Spike is booking it from the A site towards the B. And then this, I mean, that exchange just really shows once again what Icebox is all about. That verticality, you need to be checking all the angles. There is a nano swarm there. I don't even know when that was placed there. That is some great forethought from Exet. And it doesn't stop the plant, but it does kill the planter. 2v3 situation here. It's doable, but it's going to be an ask.
Yeah. Oh god, especially on a single bit of HP as well up there, but still manages to survive it. Kafla do have the numbers advantage. Number 2 is trying to flank on in. That was beautifully done there, and that is going to be the jet down. And that will be that first points for Kafla in the early stages. That's exactly what they needed. Rotation, well, it was very much the call to go for. But yeah, just like that, it all changes.
Honestly, a very good round from Kafala early on. And you can see again that they're a little bit more comfortable on this Icebox. They're checking those angles a little bit more regularly than what Exet have been. Because, of course, it's not just about those 90-degree angles. It's also, you know, it is 90 degrees, but it's not just left and right. It's also up and down. And you have to be checking everywhere. Going in way too deep, too early on will net yourself an early bullet to the head. That's, of course, not the position you want to be in when you're trying to execute onto a site or when you're trying to defend it.
No, not in the slightest. And a quick another little boost on up. Gets the jet in a great position. Petra manages to get a kill in the midst of all of that, but look at how quickly That went into Kafla's favor. It is just Zizu left alive. They try to go for the poke through the wall, but it's not going to happen in the slightest. Goodness me, Kafla just rinsed through. The second the Jet opened fire, that was it.
That verticality, I can't emphasize it enough. But of course, we knew that that was also slight gun disadvantage for Exet. Now, as we come into this, the third round, they're going to be able to full buy up. And this is going to be a bonus round for Kfala. So they got mostly Spectres and one Sheriff. And we've seen how... we've seen what Daddy can do with the Sheriff. I mean, she has just been so good with that. So hopefully she can continue to net those results here in this round where they know they have a little bit of a gun deficit.
Just a little bit. And they're going to start slowly poking on around. They're actually not really wanting to have a look at A for the time being, but now they're starting to. There's only one lingering over there. And in fact, this is going to be very cheeky. Yeah, I was going to say, this will be a cheeky flank if they're not careful about this. And it's a 5-4 advantage, make that 5-3 advantage for Exet. So starting off as they mean to go on, but finally they do drop on down. And Sophia gets the plant.
And again, Exet just, we spoke about that lurk earlier, and they're just continuing to have this really good map control here. Now, of course, there is one waiting for it. Ooh, how does Zizo lose that? The rifle versus the Spectre, and somehow the Spectre comes out on top.
Enemy remaining.
Oh no, Ladio didn't check that. Crash didn't check that.
Remaining.
And it is just Mimi, but Mimi manages to... No! Oh, you have got to be kidding me! Oh, you are running that one back on replay. That was... They were literally about to run out of that puddle, and they got taken out at the last possible moment. You hate to see that happen. Exet must have thought, yes, we've got the clutch in the bag, but it's the Viper who gets away. But here it is again. Oh, literally on the outskirts of it. Oh, goodness.
The craziest part is that she steps into that with full HP, but the time it takes her to get the kill and then try to get out of it is so long that it chunks down literally every last bit of her health points. That is depressing. Like, if you're one of the Exet players, if I was one of the Exet players at that point, my mental is boom at that point. But of course, these ladies are far, far better than I am, which is why we're watching them and not me, because let's face it, no one would want to watch me play Valorant, because I'm terrible. But these ladies are fantastic. And so Kfala coming into this next round. 2 ultimates online. Got the lockdown. Got the Blade Storm available. And just letting everybody know there is a pause here. So if we could get the scoreboard back up, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised the pause has come out here, because I feel like Exet will be a little annoyed with how that one ended in the end. Like, they must have thought they had that point in the bag, but it is going to go away just in the nick of time. And that's the fine margins at any competitive level. Like, it's fine margins like that. You can do everything right and still just manage to miss out. Viper gets themselves a pick on the Jet, and quickly Rafina is going to hop on over. Killjoy gets themselves on the board as well, and just like that, Kafla have, well, all of the player advantage.
Kfala are so good at abusing those high grounds. And of course, this is the anti-eco for Kfala. Exet, they managed to buy up those rifles in the third round, but lost it. Lost all of their guns as well, so not able to actually do too much in this round, apart from try to get a few eco frags if they can. Well, I mean, they managed to win, their match point. Oh, no, it wasn't on the eco round. It was the next round. We thought it might have been the eco round. It was very close.
It was almost the eco round. It was very nearly. And wanders straight into the same stage. Does get that. And a team ace. A kill for everybody on that side. That is what you like to see from Kafla.
Honestly. And again, like I said, it was the anti-eco, so this was to be expected. Except we've seen them have some very potent eco rounds, previously, but this time around, not going to be the case. However, they do manage to buy up this round, and Giuliano is back on that operator. Now, we've seen her miss some shots. We've seen her miss some shots that we feel should really have connected. But we've also seen her being an absolute force on this operator. Oh, good utilization of the jet smoke there. The cloud burst just to deny some sight lines, give them the chance to push through.
You should run.
But Giuliano is on this angle. Is she in the lockdown? No, she's just on the outskirts as well, so she doesn't even need to move.
But move they will. And straight on. Oh, yeah, they do. They are. No, they're going to get detained. They get detained. Will they get taken advantage of by that? I don't think they will. I think they're just about out of range of that. But yeah, that's always a scary moment. And hey, guess what? Anything you can drop for your ult, I can do too.
Bot coming back.
Oh, that's a nice one because the plant had come down, so this obviously forces Kafala off of sight. But Kafala will just win those battles from range, and it's going to take everything because it's a 2v3 here. These ladies are going to need to be swinging on each other. You actually popped the Hunter's Fury here?
Really? That's an awkward place to do it. They got a kill in there. Would you believe it? And Kafla do at least manage to take that in the end. Petra does go down to the Killjoy. Brave to really pop that there, but hey. Gotta get at least one kill in there.
Surprising. I mean, yeah, you get a kill, but now you don't have the Hunter's Fury anymore. Like, that would have been far better utilized. I don't think she'd had it yet, but it would have been far better utilized to try and take down the lockdown. That being said, if it was available, it might just be that they don't actually know where the kind of default lockdown positions are. So that might have been one of the reasons why it didn't come out, because it didn't know where to aim it. And now, you know, they just have a raise coming into this, and oh my gosh. Okay, that was just wild.
Yeah, that was bizarre to say the least, but hey, Sage has their team behind them, so at the very least, they at least managed to get that pick in the end. But the balls do go down. Krisky does not get anything with that ghost, and wow, that's a lot of player advantage for Kafla right here. That'll be an easy plant for sure.
Spike planted.
Spike's gonna go down, but it's down to the 2v5 here. And again, it's that kind of... Ooh, Petra! Alright, go off, girl. See you. Don't know how much more she's gonna be able to get done, but
yeah,
hey, if you can get some eco frags.
Yeah, you take those. I mean, this is what the sheriff is there for. If he gets the headshot or two, it'll absolutely do it. But unfortunately...
Well, spam through the smoke.
Yeah, only so much you can do. And 4 ults as well on the side of Kafla, all set. Make that 5 ults. All set and ready to go. And they've got a 6-point lead. They're starting as they ended the previous match. They had, what? They had 7 in a row. Exa had 8. They're looking to try and tie that up again.
This is... Oh. The thing is, on the 2 previous maps, at this point, Exit at least had points on the board.
Yeah.
This is not going very well. Now, they've got that operator back in hand. They have 3 ultimates available. They even have the Viper's Pit. In fact, they're probably, yes, dropping the Viper's Pit on B because it's a full stack over on the A side. Now, no one is actually pushing onto B, so they're going to need to hold this really, really closely. But, oh my goodness, the trades are good.
Oh, the trades are just all over the place here. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Giuliano does have the knives out. I have to play this incredibly carefully.
Run.
They're all pretty much there, and guess what? It's ult time.
And there's that lockdown coming through. No Hunter's Fury to try and deal with it, so that's going to force Exet off of sight, and it's going to allow the plant to come through.
Yep, Giuliano quickly sneaks back on in there, but again, it's all up.
Player standing.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
They peeked straight on round and punished for it. And that is indeed 7 in a row. And yeah, unfortunately, was not able to flick up in time. Straight away taken out, and that is the advantage of the high ground.
I was surprised that Zizo goes up into rafters instead of wrapping around and trying to get a res to get the numbers advantage. I'm not sure if that would have helped, if it would have made things end differently, but it was definitely an option, so would be curious to know why they opted to rather just push in from rafters. And of course, that was a very unfortunate end to that round. And now Kafala come into this next one. They're still hanging on to their 3 ultimates. They still have all of their rifles. I think Xed had 1 on a pistol. We exited the scoreboard with about 5 seconds left, so we may have seen a gun upgrade. Well, there may have been an upgrade that we didn't actually see. But from what it looked like, there was 1 on a classic. And immediately Xset already losing one so early on in the round. It is going to be that Killjoy, so that's a lot of utility taken off the board. No nano swarms, nothing to try and help out in this retake. This Spike's already going to go down.
Yeah, already down. Thankfully, Kefla have at least lost a player in there as well. The Killjoy is the one that goes away for them. But again, it's still, they still have this under control at the moment. Another boost coming on in. A lot of smokes in from the Jets. They're just basically trading their own utility. And it's going to be Rafina who gets the better of the exchange. Gets caught on the slow up, but that's not going to matter. They'll take the height advantage, but it's back to 3v3.
Oh, and it's so close here. That Rez came in clutch, but it's down to the 1v1. Full HP on one side. Petra manages to get the kill there. But she doesn't have time to get the defuse.
No, that's not enough. So, Xset at least are finally able to get the kills. But again, crucially, they can't do anything after it. It's just, Kafla are able to stall out time long enough. And obviously that toxin there as well pretty much means that we saw what happened earlier. If you decide to step in that, you absolutely will get destroyed. Kafla have an 8-point lead in the first half.
One enemy remaining.
This is super unfortunate, especially because if they win the next 4 rounds, that takes us into the half at 12-0, and it's 1 pistol. Now, that's getting a little bit ahead of myself. There are still 4 rounds left, but Xset have just not been looking good on this defense. And the worst part is that Kafala just run this A site almost every single time. We've had a couple of B hits, but most of them have been A hits. And Xset just have no answer. Despite having a Viper, despite having all of that utility available, they just have not been able to shut down this aggression from Kafala. And Kafala still have their Viper's Pit available. They dropped that bad boy, they dropped the Spike. And that's another round win, easy.
And slowly creeping on up once again. So many walls up, but Xset are not able to take full advantage of it at the moment. And Latour, as you say, is going to get that Spike down nice and straightforward for them. They've got 3 ults. Well, no, they don't. They've got 2 ults to work with now, as Sophia does drop on down. Lockdown is going to get deployed on the side of Kafla, and it's going to be Julia who gets not 1, but 2. Gristy at least managed to take the Sober down to at least somewhat neutralize this. And again, back and forth action between the two. It just leaves the Jet. And will that finally be a point for it? It should be a point. It is a point. They get the defuse, and Xset finally, after 8 in a row, get themselves on the board.
Man, that was starting to get so stressful. Like, given the first 2 maps, to see Xset struggling so much here, woo, my heart can't take this, man. It's just so wild. And Petra did so much here. I mean, there were a lot of shots that seemed to go wide from Kafala and just like start to outline Petra in particular, but she manages to get quite a few kills. I mean, look at how she's carrying this team. 12 kills. And the closest is Crassie on 4. Like, Petra is doing so much here to try and make this work. There's full rifles across the board. We've got yet another pause. I think this is going to be another tac pause. Well, I don't know how many tac pauses you're allowed. Maybe it's a tech pause. I have no idea. But it is indeed another pause. So it at least gives them a chance to reevaluate what their strategy is coming into this. They've got Hunter's Fury. They're going to have the Viper's Pit and the Lockdown in 1 ult orb worth away, or 1 kill. Whereas Kafala, also full rifles on the board, and it's Vandals aplenty here for these ladies. And of course, still hanging on to that Viper's Pit. And as you pointed out in the previous round, Sephia went down very early on, so they weren't able to use that res. But they now have that available in this round as well. And again, close to the Blade Storm, 1 ult orb away. A lot of stuff to work with here for both of these teams.
Yeah, I love the fact that you pointed out that Petra has the most kills on their team. They have the most kills out of the lot of them. They're just 1 ahead of the 2 on the side of Kafla. So that really does tell you how much Petra is popping on off. But both sides are going to lose a player in the early stages. 1 Sage and 1... I do believe that was the Jet that went down for Kafla. So, again, Xset starting to get themselves back in here. Petra going in for a little bit of scouting. Finds the Killjoy. So again, gives themselves that little information. They'll hear the zipline sound cue as well. Now, will they come around this corner? They will, and they do get the headshot.
Okay, I'm starting to get like Kafala Ascent second half vibes as Xset starting to make something happen here. I don't want to call it too early. They've only managed to win one round for the moment. They do have the player advantage in this round, and they do have this map more or less on lock. Kafala seem to be struggling with figuring out where they want to go to. Now, they do still have res available. They may very well go for this raise here, but of course, that recon dot gives away... Oh, there's the res. The recon dot gave away a little bit of information, though, so the rotation has already started through. But we are seeing a potential lurk coming as well. So the pincer maneuver is definitely on the board. And there... Oh, there's the Viper's Pit.
Stay down.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with that, but Giuliano gets themselves a double, another tasty headshot for the collection. Sophia goes down... No, sorry, Sophia gets the kill on the Viper. Also gets taken out by Petra in the end. Petra is on a roll, but finally gets taken down by their counterpart, Sova. And Mimi hops on top, just gets through that decay just a little bit more, gets the hit on Daddy, and Julius gets the kill on them as well. So it's a 1v1. Jet boost
Oh
on
my
in!
goodness.
Beautifully clutched by Kafla, gives themselves the 9th.
This is the thing. This is Viper's domain expansion for the weebs in the house. I mean, like, when you get pulled into her domain, she has the power. She almost instantly wins. If anybody's getting this JJK reference, I am super impressed. But for real though, like, Viper's Pit is such a dangerous thing to push into purely because she has the extra information. She's not getting decayed. Her team isn't getting decayed. And, I mean... you have no idea what you're pushing into because it's all obscured. So as soon as that jet pushes in, there it is. Viper is waiting in the wings for that to happen. Now, we do have Blade Storm popped very, very early on in this round, and it is necessary for Xset. They have to utilize these ultimates here. 4 of them online. Looks like it's going to be a B hit, but I am happy to see that there is the lurk as well, as Giuliano is going to be making her way from this back site. Such an early Huntress Fury again. Oh, gets a kill!
Whoa. We questioned it immediately, and yet still managed to get a pick with it. So, I guess, hey, that's information, and it does work out for them too. The lockdown is going to come out as well on top of this, and Sophia is right on the corner of that. And guess what? That's a trap. That's going to hurt them. That's surely going to take them out of the equation. And that looks like it's going to be a defuse immediately.
Oh, wow. I mean, you say that. Oh, such a stressful round. I think that Xset seem to be finding their footing now. It's taken a little bit. And I mean, we saw that earlier where it was like the whole first map was them finding their footing. And then the second map was them having their footing. And then they just kind of lost it a little bit. They slid on the ice, but they seem to be getting back into it here. And finally get themselves that second point on the board. So... looking to not have the worst half. If they can win out this round, then maybe they're in with a chance. They do have the operator available, but if they lose this round, then it is a bye-bye operator. Yep.
Yeah, they didn't want that on the field at all. And Jet, again, just going to bide their time, slowly make that move on in. A lot of traps being deployed in the early stages here. And Petra trying to get information. And again, another lockdown being initiated.
This is going to force Xset off of the site once again. Interesting, though, because it's a bait. And the spike's actually moving to B. And Xset have clocked it. They know that it's happening. This is so wild. And that puts, like, that's Kfala putting themselves at a disadvantage, you know, in terms of numbers. That being said, though, once that rotation comes through, that's going to be a lurk. You can actually already see the Killjoy moving towards the back of sight to wrap around. So Xset going to need to be very, very... Oh, what a lineup! That's so good! Not enough to stop the plant, but hey, that's really well aimed.
Yeah, that would have been beautiful had that been executed just a little earlier. And yeah, as you say, the lure comes out as well. 5-3 advantage for Kafla. And the Killjoy on Xset side is already incredibly hurt. And here comes the Fury. They know full well that will be aimed at the defuse. One goes down, that gives them that gives them even more of an advantage. But having said that, Exit still trying to get trades in there. It's just Chrissy. They finally dropped on down. 10-2 is how we end the first half.
Oh man, that was really looking like there was some potential for Exet to bring that one home, but coming into this half, like you said, 10-2, it's a really dangerous situation because it's 3 rounds. 3 whole rounds. I mean, given the surge that Kvala had in the first half, it should be fairly simple to string those 3 rounds together. Exet, however, now on their attacking half. Now, the defending halves haven't always been as good. I feel like their attacking halves tend to be a little bit better. But you generally want to have a little bit more of a buffer than like 2 points, right?
Yeah.
You want to come into this with that minimum of like 8 points. Unfortunately, they're going to have to, you know, Herculean task ahead of them to try and make something happen here.
Placing swarm grenade.
Wait, you never know. You never know. If the previous match we could see both teams get a fair win streak going 8-7 respectively, you never know. Exet might still yet find a way, and that spike is going to drop it down almost immediately. But look who comes in. Look who comes in with the ghost. Of course, it's the Sage. A double kill immediately turns the tide into Kathala's side. But again, they're the ones who have to push on the point.
Oh, that wall. A lot of decay there onto Athena. Now this is good. Brings it down to the 3v3 here. Ooh, Exet putting on numbers.
Absolutely. Latu is the only one left. Tries to bait them out with the defuse, but unfortunately gets nothing on their bullet. Sage gets themselves a triple, and Exet win a very crucial pistol round.
Like you said, yeah, crucial. That is definitely the word. I think every single round from here on out is super, super important for these ladies. They need to keep that momentum going. Now, I'm happy to see that Kvala are not going to be forcing up this time around. We saw that on the previous map where they were at quite a deficit in the pistol round. They opted to force up after losing that first pistol round. This time, however, sticking on the pistols as they should do. And Exet buying up a little bit, as is, you know, commonplace. Now with a little bit of extra firepower. This is such an aggressive stance from Kafala.
Yeah, they really wanted to poke into that, and Mimi said, absolutely, go for it. I will take your head off in a second. And that gives them a very early player advantage and a little bit more flexibility to play with here. Latu cannot get anything either, and Exet are starting the second half as they mean to go on with a comeback in and of itself. But again, Juliana going on the flank, and oh goodness me, walked straight into that.
Oh, the last 2 players on such low HP. Oh, it was never really going to amount to too much there. Exet definitely trying to make this second half a far better experience than the first half was, and already off to a good start, having won those 2 pistol rounds. But now, of course, this is where the all-important rifle round for the team on the back foot comes into play. And I do, of course, mean Kafala, not in the back foot in terms of overall points, but in economy. Now they're able to buy up. Ooh, unfortunately, one is going to have to make do with a sheriff, while the rest, literally across the board, it's going to be rifles. First rifle round of this half, and it's going to be a very, very important one. Exet need to win this to keep their economy, you know, somewhat workable.
Yeah, the key word there is somewhat, and Sage is going to get a little bit of damage, get themselves healed straight back up at the very least, but Exet, unfortunately, have a player disadvantage. Not quite how they would like to start this one, especially when, as you say, every single point matters. And they are thinking about sort of like hovering over that orb, maybe thinking about getting that charge done up, but they are going to push on forward first and foremost, taking the high ground, exchanging up the rifles, and seeing where they can go from here on out. B still very much looks like a tasty treat for them.
They've dropped down the Viper's wall of their own to try and bisect a little bit. I think the toxins are low for the moment, so they can't pop that up just yet. So they're waiting out. Oh, there we go. Wall's up. And they start moving forward. Nulis is just going to spam that default planting position because, like I said, that's generally where the plant tends to happen. Oh, but this lurk could be so big.
You see them just biding their time. In fact, I think they actually just exchanged the spike over as well. They've got 20 seconds. Oh, headshot!
Spike planted.
Oh, Mimi, unfortunately, completely down the center. Did not see that one coming at all. The spike has been planted, but crucially, it's Kafla with a 2-player advantage.
Oh, this is so dangerous. There's a lot of utility here to try and defend this spike. Exec can try and play for time, but the recon bar comes through. Athena going in so huge, and that is just cleanup. Play for time? Nah, we're just gonna run through them. And that's gonna be the 11th round on the board for Kafala. Not looking good here for Exet.
They're doing everything they can, but yeah, Jet just with the confidence. Look at this. Boom. Killjoy did not see that coming at all, and then Rafina decides to one-up that with a boost straight on in. Finds the picks that they needed. A triple in the end for them. And that, as you say, gives them a 7-point lead. It started to look a little bit wobbly for them, but then again, the first 2 rounds with those pistols, anything can happen. The second we start to see the rifles coming on out, that is where you see Kefla start to shine. And now they know they are 2 points away from the top 4.
Exit look like they're going to be leaning towards that A, but they do have... Oh my goodness, Petra! That's so unfortunate, Athena being such a monster with this operator. That's going to shut down the aggression towards the A site, at least momentarily, while they try and find themselves a better position. In fact, Spike looks like it might start moving... Yeah, it's going to start moving towards B instead. And A... Yeah, they're not about contending with that operator. Ain't about that life. Let's see if they can make something happen over on the B side. Oh my goodness, Sephia with a beautiful shot there. It does get traded out.
Vez comes in as well, and none of the knives found their mark, I'm afraid. On this occasion, Rafina does have the up back at their disposal, as it is a 4v4 situation. We got Chrissy pretty much hanging tight on A. A lot of toxins being deployed, and the alarm bot goes off as well. And that is another trap initiated. The 2 just on the outskirts of it. The wall goes up, literally all of the utility being dropped, and the spy goes down. Another up shot.
That was amazing because the fact that she managed to dodge the molly that came through there, it just meant that they thought that was cleared, and it wasn't. So when the spike was going down, it was just the swing and the shutdown entirely. And now, Layla, we're on match point. And Exet still only have 4 points on the board, and their economy is going to be an absolute shambles because they've been buying up every round. They were kind of banking on winning that round, and not being able to means that now this is looking very much like it could be Kafala taking the whole thing.
Very much could, and again, just you gotta love that. The operator, even if it's just an arm shot, it's enough to take the helium. And you always have to be so careful with that, and rightly so. Rafina on the top there with those 17 frags, just a good couple of tasty ops in there as well. So, 1 more point for Kafla is all they need, and they'll be in for the money. Giuliano immediately boosts on up. They're not hanging around. They know exactly what they wanted to. And the Viper's Pit is ready for exit if they wish to utilize it, but they've got to get something going first. Up shot, not happening this time.
Flick does not connect, but it's all a ruse because the spike's actually moving over towards the A site. They kind of clocked that the operator might be over towards B. Oh my goodness, that alarm bot. And there's Late U just dodging that nano swarm once again. Do they check the corner? They don't!
No! People, please! The corners are there to be checked, not ignored. And with that, Latu gets themselves a double on the board. The Toxic Pit is going to come up, but Exet don't have the numbers advantage. Another up, a triple for Latio. It is just the Sage. It ends with a flawless, a 13-4 scoreline for match 3. And Kafla Blue are into the top 4 by 2 points to 1.
Definitely not the result that Exet would have wanted, particularly after that second map. They had such a good start there, such a good showing. And honestly, I mean, we kind of touched on this a few times throughout the series, but again, these ladies ported directly over from Counter-Strike. It's their very first competitive environment, the XZ ladies. And honestly, I think they've done really well for themselves. Their mechanical skill is there. The tactical awareness is there. They have that. It's all things that can port over really, really easily. And I think it's just about playing on these maps a little bit more, getting used to things like the verticality, getting used to things like which corners need to be checked, and of course getting used to the agent's individual utility. The skill, the potential is all there, but Kafala they come out on top on this one. I mean, a prime example is that Nano Swarm meant to clear the box on A site, and it's so easy for late you just to skirt a little bit to the right, and you think, okay, no one died there, so it must be cleared. And it's not, because she was able to just dodge it out. Even if you clear something with some utility, or you think you've cleared it, you should still check that corner, you know? I mean, twice we saw that happen where they thought that that particular spot was cleared, and it wasn't. So it's these little things that XZ need to kind of work on a little bit more, but hoping to see more of them in the future. We're not going to see too much more of them this weekend, unfortunately, because it is going to be Kafala moving on over to the semi-final tomorrow.
Yeah, booking their ticket in the top 4. Commiserations to XZ, but they did perform incredibly well. I mean, you know, the set does speak for themselves. They did manage to take that second point in the end with a very, very close matchup and a very good spread of points as well. Like I said, that 8 in a row was beautiful for them, but that will be us done for today. But before we leave you, we will remind you that tomorrow will be top 4. Tomorrow will be semi-finals and grands. And what can you look forward to with that? Well, allow me to tell you. Gangsters beat a highly overconfident team by 2 points to 0. They will take on the winner of this match that you just saw, which was Kafla Blue, who beat XZ by 2 points to 1. Over down in the second semi-final, massive news to come at you. Project X have taken out the reigning champions, Oxygen Esports, by 2 points to 0. So a massive shake-up there in and of itself, and it means whatever happens at this stage, we're guaranteed a new team to raise the trophy up at the end of this all. Project X will take on Chatband in the other semi-final. Chatband took out TGH Luna by 2 points to 0. We saw Luna earlier in the day, but unfortunately their journey ends before the semi-finals as well. So that is what you can look forward to tomorrow, and obviously the top 4 with a shot at that prize pool. No matter what happens, they'll take a piece of it. £250 for 3rd and 4th, 500 for 2nd, and of course the big one, the number one, £1,000. All of our teams could definitely do with that.
Honestly, I could do with that. But unfortunately, I'm not nearly good enough to be winning these Valorant prizes. These ladies, I don't know, they scare me. Definitely not going to be pitting myself against any of them in the foreseeable future. Some fantastic Valorant we've had today. More amazing Valorant on the horizon. I'm looking forward to it because, of course, you and I are going to be back here tomorrow bringing all the action. That's right. No new casters. Y'all are stuck with us, and we're very happy to be stuck with you.
Yeah, thank you very much, as always, Mizuki. You've been amazing from start to finish, and to everybody... Oh, you can't just cut me off like that. How dare you? It'd be like that though, but seriously though, thank you very much. And to everybody working behind the scenes as well at RixGG, you have all been fantastic. Thank you very much for your top quality production. We've had some very tasty and some toxic replays in the midst of all of that, but they've all been worthwhile, and I cannot thank you all for your hard work. And of course to all of the teams who signed up and have taken part throughout today, thank you massively. We'll see the top 4 teams tomorrow when we return for the 3rd installment of the Huntress Trials. Until then, we will sign out right here and now. Join us for day 2 tomorrow as we see who will be taking away that big old prize of £1,000. Good night, my friends. Take care and stay fresh.
Straight down to the underground. Yeah.
We are like stars on the edge of night. Oh, looking into endless miles of sky. Oh, we see the lights that shine from heaven. It's paradise. But every minute we have tonight. Let's push the limits. Like we're living on the earth's edge. We have got tonight with just a little time to be the best we've ever been. We cannot reach the end.